I was reincarnated as the older brother of a villainess destined to die, so I want to change the future by raising my younger sister with my own hands. I am the strongest in the world, but my little sister must be the cutest in the world. Volume 6, by Yuki Mizusato, translated by Dark Knight, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1, The Suspicious Honor Student, September. In the midst of the lingering heat of summer, the second semester at the academy has begun. With the second semester comes the full-fledged start of practical magic classes. As a result, the usual group of friends will have more opportunities to act separately than before. This is solely dependent on magical aptitude, and no matter how hard one tries, it cannot be changed. My mission, Zechs Levito San Foranada, is to protect my beloved sister, Karen, from the fate of death. Although I would prefer to always be by her side, I can only entrust the parts that become impossible for me to the subordinates. With Karen and their skills, they should be more than capable of buying enough time until I can arrive. Additionally, due to my white hair, I have a higher degree of flexibility in my curriculum. It's fortunate that I have more chances to align my classes with my sisters. With that, the practical magic class was upon us. The class I was currently attending focused on offensive fire magic, and my companions for this subject were two. One of them was Karen, formerly known as Caroline Flamel de San Foranada. She was characterized by her wavy blonde hair pulled into a ponytail and her jewel-like red eyes. With her translucent white skin and well-defined features, she possessed an impressive physical beauty. Even setting aside my bias as her older brother, there was no doubt that she was a stunning woman. In the original game, she was portrayed as a spoiled villainess, but in reality, she was quite different. Thanks to her upbringing, she had grown into a kind-hearted girl who showed compassion to everyone. While she did have a bit of a brother complex, she was a sister I could proudly show off anywhere. The other was Minerva Alraine de Kali Lorember. She was a petite woman with black hair styled in twin tails, and she was my fiancée. Her magical talent was exceptional, and she possessed high aptitude for nearly everything she tried, making her a gifted young lady from a ducal family. She was almost too good for me. Well, she was also a classic tsundere, which was an endearing trait. So, the three of us were attending the fire magic lecture. Marina, from a different class, was likely in another classroom attending earth magic lessons with Orca and Nina. Shin was probably accompanying them as well. That concludes the important points for this class. Are there any questions? The teacher's lengthy explanation came to an end, and she directed her attention toward us. The instructor for this class was the familiar Merla-sensei, the homeroom teacher of Class A1. As usual, she wore a somewhat nervous expression, and her sharp gaze behind her glasses was intense. No questions arose from the students present, and we quickly transitioned into the practical part of the lesson. As I mentioned earlier, today you will be shooting fire arrows at the targets. Don't underestimate this low-level spell. Because it is easy to fire rapidly, it is frequently used in actual combat. When Merla-sensei instructed us to begin at your own pace, the students scattered across the spacious training ground. Targets had already been set up throughout the area, and everyone positioned themselves in front of one. Well then, excuse me, Oni-sama, Karen said politely as she left. Make sure to think up a good excuse for yourself, Minerva added with a rather sharp retort before walking away. Her words were biting, but the concern hidden behind them showed that she was genuinely looking out for me. She was still as difficult to read as ever. I smiled wryly and crossed my arms, thinking, what should I do now? I had moved in front of a target, following the example of the other students, but I couldn't use fire magic. With my white hair, I had no magical affinity whatsoever, no elemental magic aptitude at all. You might wonder why I was attending a fire magic class then, but as previously mentioned, it was because I wanted to stay close to Karen. Additionally, I needed to attend a certain number of practical magic classes to avoid failing. While graduating from the academy wasn't crucial for me, I hoped Karen would understand the pride I wanted to maintain in front of her and the others. That said, standing around like this was also a bit problematic. After all, Merla-sensei was currently glaring intensely in my direction. It seemed she was getting impatient. She was striding toward me with determination. She fixed me with a cold gaze and asked, Baron Foranada, stop standing around in a daze and start shooting your fire arrows. The other students have already begun." Her voice carried a hint of mockery. She was aware that I couldn't use fire magic and was instructing me nonetheless. In this regard, I couldn't complain. I was participating in a class I couldn't even manage. From the teacher's perspective, I was likely a nuisance. Given her skepticism about my abilities, I could understand why she would act this way. Therefore, I had no reason to feel angry. However, I was anxious. Karen, positioned a short distance away, was firing off fire arrows in rapid succession, her gaze fixed intensely on us, specifically on Merla-sensei. I wished she wouldn't stare at us with such an intense expression while firing magic. It was incredibly intimidating. Moreover, while she had started off taking it easy, the increasing power of her shots suggested that the target might soon be destroyed. "Calm down, Karen." Meanwhile, Minerva was simply completing her tasks. Although she seemed to be concerned about me, she was managing her emotions well. It was clear I needed to quickly persuade Merla-sensei. Otherwise, this class would turn into a disaster. I did my best to remain calm. "I apologize, Merla-sensei. I am unable to use fire magic, so I cannot fulfill the assignment this time." The moment she heard my response, Merla-sensei's mockery deepened. Given that I had admitted I couldn't do it, it was only natural. She maintained her composure and asked again, "Then why are you taking my class? If you cannot use fire magic, it renders the class pointless." "Ah, don't think I'll accept the excuse of, for the credits. You are already the current head of your family, with proven achievements. Falling behind in the academy shouldn't affect your standing." Yeah, I had anticipated that question. Anyone would throw that at me. It was more about her desire to eliminate impurities from her class than a genuine inquiry, but it was still a valid motivation. That said, I couldn't simply let myself be dismissed. I had my own reputation to uphold. However, I couldn't answer with the blunt truth of wanting to impress my sisters, so I offered a different reason. I had prepared for this expected question, after all. Even if I cannot use fire magic, I believe there is still value in learning it. There may come a time when I must face a fire mage as an opponent. Whether or not I understand their fighting style will change how I approach the situation. Therefore, Merla-sensei's practical class is very beneficial, and I see value in attending it. Is that reasoning insufficient? Just don't disturb the other students. Yes. Merla-sensei did not offer any rebuttal to my explanation. Although it was unusual for the current head of a family to directly engage in combat with a mage, she couldn't deny my eagerness to learn. She was somewhat stubborn, but after all, she was an educator as well. After that, no further issues arose, and the practical magic class concluded without incident. Section. Honestly, just honestly. After school, Karen was fuming inside the carriage on the way back to the annex. While she didn't lash out in a fit of rage, her voice was rough, and her cheeks were puffed up in indignation. Everyone else in the carriage, including me, could only smile wryly at her outburst. "What's got you so worked up, Karen Wunshin?" "Well, there's only one reason you'd be this upset," Orca, my younger brother-in-law, asked on behalf of everyone. He was a beastman, with sleek brown hair that revealed a pair of fox ears peeking through. Coupled with his adorable face, he was incredibly cute. By the way, he was wearing a skirt as part of his uniform, but he was definitely male. Those around him often forgot this fact, and I sometimes did as well, but biologically, he was undoubtedly a boy. Karen, pouting, answered Orca's question. During most of today's practical class, the teachers tried to kick Oni-sama out. "I'm so frustrated." "So it was about Zechs, huh?" Orca chuckled dryly at the predictable answer. Since it was the first class, there were a lot of practical exercises, and just as Karen said, I was treated as an inconvenience in most of the lessons. Although Merla-sensei was more direct, the others subtly requested my departure. Well, I managed to silence them with the same retort and stayed until the end of the class, so I had no complaints. I could understand their feelings. However, it seemed Karen couldn't take it as easily. She looked utterly vexed. "I understand how you feel, but it's a fact that Zechs can't use attribute magic. You might have to accept that." The one echoing my sentiments was Lena, another beastman. With her striking features, a single braid of brown hair, and her height exceeding 170 cm, she was the opposite of Orca in terms of appearance. Though she usually maintained a blank expression with little emotional fluctuation, she actually harbored feelings for me. Well, I suppose I don't need the word actually. Her feelings were quite evident through her actions. Right now, she was snuggling against my arm, her ample chest pressed against me, testing my resolve. Nina, an A-rank adventurer, had a more pragmatic outlook, which likely prevented her from getting swept away by emotions as Karen did. Though her eyes weren't smiling, they held a certain depth. I know that, but I just can't accept it. Karen typically behaved like a lady in public, but among our usual group, she was the most emotionally expressive. Given her older brother complex, it was only natural that she would struggle to accept the situation, even if she understood it. Just then, by the way, Zechs-sama can't use attribute magic, right? I totally forgot, considering how strong he is. Marina chimed in with a carefree tone. With her deep blue hair and pale lavender eyes, she was the only true commoner in our group. Originally, she had been a love interest for the hero, the main character of the story, but after some twists and turns, she ended up having feelings for me. While she didn't have a talent for normal magic, she was a rare find with a strong affinity for spirit magic. Being the newest member, it seemed she hadn't yet reconciled the gap between my strength and my inability to use attribute magic. At her words, Minerva nodded. Well, it's only natural to feel uneasy at first. When I first learned of his abilities, I couldn't believe my ears. Trying to apply common sense to him is a futile endeavor, so you should adjust your perceptions sooner rather than later. Yeah, I'll do my best. How rude. It's as if she's saying I lack common sense. It's not that I don't know common sense, I simply choose to ignore it. It's a misunderstanding that I'd rather not have. That said, I've pointed this out multiple times before. If they continue to say it, it seems I'll just have to accept it. Sigh. After that, the women, one of them is a man, began to chat excitedly about me. I really wish they'd do that when I'm not around, it's just so embarrassing. Are you going to protest? Suddenly, Shin, the last person in the carriage, asked. She was my personal secretary and a cherished member of my family. Although she was an elf despised in the Holy Kingdom, my feelings for her remained unchanged. Her emerald green eyes were fixed on me, filled with seriousness. If I casually approved her suggestion, it seemed she would carry it out without hesitation. I shook my head for a moment. I allow the protest, but don't go all out. While maintaining the dignity of the head of the family required a protest, going all out would likely result in the teachers losing their jobs. If the headmaster, who feared me, were to take it that far, it could happen. I didn't want to accumulate unnecessary grudges. So, just a warning to get the teachers to adjust their attitudes would be sufficient. Understood. Though she seemed somewhat dissatisfied, Shin responded affirmatively. It's hard to believe just how much I'm loved. It feels a bit self-congratulatory, but there's no denying it. I genuinely wish to respond to their affections as quickly as possible, while also being careful to overturn Karen's fate of death. That's my earnest hope. Section. The second semester had started a few days ago. Life at the academy flowed along without any significant issues, at least on the surface. During lunch, gathered in the private room designated for nobles, I noticed Minerva let out a sigh. It was barely loud enough to be heard, but it was definitely there. What's wrong? I quickly asked. Minerva, who possessed more than enough talent and continued to work hard without being arrogant, typically maintained a haughty demeanor. For her to exhale a sigh that wasn't merely exasperated was quite unusual. It seemed she hadn't expected me to notice, as her eyes widened slightly. You're unnervingly perceptive. If I didn't know your daily behavior, I'd almost suspect you were stalking me. Despite her usual sharp tongue, her tone seemed a bit subdued. There was indeed something bothering her. As I watched her with concern, Minerva raised both hands slightly, as if surrendering. Since the practical classes began, I've heard voices questioning your abilities. Are you aware of that? I've noticed. While it was still just a murmur among some students, I was aware such opinions existed. She continued. Since the day you challenged the Holy Royal Family, you've certainly stopped holding back. When necessary, you wield your extraordinary power without hesitation. But in the end, you only use it when it's needed. Especially during academy life, there's hardly any occasion where you're pressed to use it. That was true. Even the most frequently used phase connection rarely found an opportunity to activate. Most of the time, it was merely for moving from one private room to another. For other spells, there hadn't been any timing to showcase them at all. In other words, the majority of students have never witnessed your true abilities. They have no material to judge you by other than vague rumors and the performance the Academy guarantees. If they then hear your claim during the practical classes that you can't use attribute magic, it's understandable that they would question my abilities, right? I finished her last sentence, and Minerva nodded in agreement. I had anticipated this development to some extent. The spread of rumors was happening a bit quicker than expected, but the issue itself was as I had predicted. Therefore, I had already considered a few solutions to address it. Excuse me, can I ask a question? As I was pondering how to explain things in order, Marina timidly raised her hand. It seemed the others had started listening to our conversation from a bit earlier. Karen was exuding a heavy atmosphere, almost like thunder. Since I needed a little more time to organize my thoughts, I internally gave a thumbs up and thought, nice timing, as I prompted Marina to continue. Why do the other students have doubts? I heard that the Academy's grades are measured by absolute skill. Given the Academy's founding principles, even the Holy Royal Family cannot engage in unfair practices. There is no favoritism based on status. The true abilities of each student are reflected in their grades. With that in mind, it isn't surprising that my abilities, as the top of my class, are being questioned. That's what Marina seems to be implying. Her observation was spot on. However, this time there are special circumstances involved. Perhaps it's because of Foranada, Orca suddenly spoke up. What do you mean? The current influence that Foranada wields over the country is significant. Even just looking at their financial holdings, they account for over 1/5 of the entire nation. As expected from someone involved in domestic affairs, Orca seemed to grasp the issue at hand. On the other hand, Marina, who until recently was just an ordinary commoner, seemed overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the numbers. She tilted her head in confusion. Is that a lot? Well, would it help if I said they're wealthier than any other noble in the country? Wait, they're wealthier than the king. Yeah. Immediately after clashing with the Holy Royal Family, they had nearly 2/5 of the country's wealth, but that would cause the economy to stagnate. Now, they're just a bit above the Holy Royal Family. Wyatt? Oh no, the sheer magnitude of the money was enough to make Marina, the representative of the commoners, dizzy. She's usually quite composed, but when it comes to money, it might be a different story. To continue, even just with their wealth, their influence surpasses that of the Holy Royal Family. Moreover, Foranada is also expanding its business ventures domestically. In other words, they have become an indispensable entity for the Holy Kingdom. Well, if everything becomes too centralized, it could lead to the decline of the nation, so they are somewhat distributing their power. They haven't been expanding their business recently, though. As Orca finished explaining, Nina interjected with a thoughtful "I see." So, Foranada's power is why you're being doubted. Ah, yes. People think if we anger Foranada, the nation could collapse. Therefore, they must have fabricated the current head's grades. That's the reasoning of those around us. Following Nina, Karen also showed understanding. Overall, their reasoning was largely accurate. Essentially, the talk of my rumored abilities was overshadowed by discussions of Foranada's strength. The misconception that it was my territory's might, rather than my personal abilities, took root. Once I saw that everyone had grasped the situation, I finally spoke up. The solution is quite simple. I just need to demonstrate my abilities in front of a large audience. That's true, but the problem is where to showcase it, Minerva responded accurately. That's precisely the tricky part of this issue. As it stands, even if I show my strength during classes, it could be interpreted as, they fabricated the story with Foranada's power. If I'm going to display my abilities, it needs to be in front of a substantial number of people. The nobles, starting with Minerva, wore troubled expressions. They were likely pondering a good method. To ease their worries, I spoke in a gentle tone. There's no need to fret. I have a few countermeasures in mind. Oh, really? Minerva was the first to question me suspiciously. I shrugged my shoulders. I'm serious. It's just that I can't put it into action yet. I apologize for causing you worry for a while. HMPH, this is nothing to worry about. For Onisama, I don't mind at all. Compared to Zechs, the person involved, this is hardly anything. Are you okay? WL, in my case, there have already been various rumors circulating about me. The 5 students each offered reassuring responses. They really are good kids. Their kindness warms my heart. In that case, I need to respond to their concern. Well, there's a straightforward way to do that, but what should I do? After that, while having lunch, I continued to contemplate my plans for the future. Section. Several days had passed since rumors about me began to circulate. I had requested the shadowy factions to calm things down, but so far, there had been no visible effects. Rather, it seemed to be expanding. At this point, a certain factor had to be considered, but the motive was too unclear. What would anyone gain from this? That said, I still had no solid proof. If things went as I expected, I wouldn't be making any mistakes in securing evidence, and it seemed I would have to resort to that method to resolve this. It was becoming clear that I needed to make a decision soon. That aside, I was currently headed to the school library. Due to today's curriculum, I found myself with some free time. Thus, I had come at the suggestion of Minerva, who was in the same situation. She exchanged light greetings with the librarian at the front desk and then turned back to me. This is your first time in the library, isn't it? Here's a simplified map. There are maps placed around the library as well, so you don't need to worry about getting lost. It's hard to imagine you getting lost, but just in case. Also, remember to check out books at the front desk. The librarian can answer most questions, too. After that, you seem quite familiar with this place. I was a bit surprised by how efficiently Minerva was conveying the necessary information to me. Well, I knew she had been frequenting the library since before summer break. It wasn't that, it was her nurturing demeanor that stood out. She felt more like an older sister who likes to take care of others or a caring teacher. It's strange that when she acts this way, which is so different from her usual prickly demeanor, I find it endearing. I felt a bit moved. Noticing my warm gaze upon her, Minerva snorted and turned her head away. Do you have any questions? If not, I'll be taking a different path from here. I have my own research to do. Having finished her words in a bit of a rush, Minerva disappeared into the stacks of books. I watched her leave with a wry smile. My fiancé is truly an adorable person. Well then, what should I do? I muttered to myself. I had joined her because she was going, but to be honest, I didn't have any particular books in mind. It could be called curiosity. I had heard that the library had a considerable collection compared to Orca's. I believe I heard there were around 90,000 volumes. It wasn't as extensive as a national library, but it was certainly a large number. That was evident from the numerous bookshelves crammed with books. However, randomly searching for a book among these would be somewhat reckless. If I didn't have a specific idea of what I was looking for, I might genuinely end up lost. After a moment's hesitation, I decided to head toward the section for novels. The reason was that I had detected a somewhat intriguing magical response while scanning the expansive library. It was a small yet potent and strange magical presence. It had been quite a while since I had picked up on such a peculiar response. The last time might have been when I first hunted a thief. However, I had changed the foundation of my detection technique since then, so this was likely not the same as intentionally minimizing magical power. Rather, it felt more like it was fading. Suppressing my presence, I walked toward the mysterious magical aura. According to the map in my hand, the subject I was looking for seemed to be in the novel section. After navigating through the shelves for a few minutes, I finally arrived at my destination. Just to be safe, I peeked over the bookshelf to observe the person in question. If I remember correctly, she is. There she was, a familiar figure to me. Although we had never met, I knew her from one-sided knowledge. Her details were recorded in documents created by my subordinates, distinct from the protagonist or the target characters from the original game, as they were deemed necessary for understanding. The woman's name was Skia Thornbull Ugateli Cheney. She was the 4th daughter of the Cheney Viscounts branch family, which was famously large for a noble household. After all, despite having only one wife, the Cheney Viscount had 6 children. Quite a feat. However, the main reason Skia was listed had to do with her appearance, which was evident at a glance. This was because her eyes were golden. The color served as proof of her aptitude for light attribute magic, evident in her twin orbs. I should clarify that there were only 3 light mages in the Holy Kingdom, and Skia was not among them. Although she possessed the aptitude, she could not wield light magic. I believe I mentioned this before. Unlike other attributes, light magic requires not only aptitude but also a heart that cares for others. Well, since it's a tradition, we can't expect perfect accuracy, but many people do exist who have the aptitude yet cannot activate it, so the current situation cannot be denied. Ultimately, Skia was one of those people. The mere fact that she had aptitude made her a rarity on the list. However, seeing her directly changed my impression of Skia a bit. The earlier strange magical response, coupled with her deep purple hair, led me to form a certain hypothesis. Still, I wouldn't be able to grasp the details just by observing her here. It seemed I would need to employ another type of magic. Curiosity killed the cat. There's a saying about that, but I made the decision to engage with Skia. My curiosity was, of course, coupled with the desire to increase the number of cooperative light mages on our side. If this matter went well, there was a possibility she could learn to use light magic. With more hands on deck, Karen's burden would be significantly reduced in the event of the Demon King's revival in the West. It was an incredibly enticing prospect. Skia, who was already small at a height of 150 cm, was hunched over while holding a large stack of books, searching for more. In that posture, it was only natural that she would stagger. Additionally, her strong curls obscured her vision, and she seemed about to take a major tumble. Perfect timing. I could give her a warning while also creating a light acquaintance. It would be awkward if she fell right in front of me. I approached Skia slowly. However, it seemed my action was a bit too late. As I got closer, she dramatically toppled over, throwing the book she was holding into the air and landing on the floor in a pose reminiscent of a victory celebration. Oh no! Slightly exasperated by the predictably chaotic situation, I rushed forward to catch her as she fell. At the same time, I used manifested magic to catch the tumbling books in midair. Wah, huh. Huh. It seemed Skia had never considered that someone would catch her. She looked quite surprised, her golden eyes widening. Now that I was this close, I could see that Skia was living quite an unhealthy lifestyle. Although she tried to hide it with makeup, the dark circles under her eyes were clearly visible. She didn't seem to exercise much, as her arms and legs were thin, and her skin had a pale, almost bluish hue. Despite that, her chest had quite a bit of volume. She was the epitome of an indoor type, one might even say a reclusive girl. To calm her down, I made an effort to speak in a gentle tone. Are you all right? Why yes. I am fine. Once I helped her stand up, she darted away from me with surprising speed, creating a considerable distance between us. How did such a slender body produce such agility? However, it was understandable for her to be on guard. After all, a stranger had suddenly touched her to help her. Skia looked at me suspiciously, and I raised both hands in a gesture of harmlessness. I was just passing by when I noticed you were about to fall. I apologize for touching you without permission. I'm very sorry. Due to my position, I couldn't bow my head in a place where an unspecified number of people might see me. However, I poured sincerity into my voice as I apologized. At that, Skia immediately began to fluster. Why, you don't have to worry about that. I am not someone of such value to be apologized to by a CC count like you. No, rather, I should be the one to thank you first. I am so sorry. She spoke while stammering quite a bit. This girl was even worse than Marina or Eureka. It seemed her nervousness wasn't solely because she was speaking to me. I sensed that she simply wasn't accustomed to talking at all. It would be rude to say so, but her personality seemed to match her appearance. Moreover, it appeared she was quite aware of my background. Despite being perplexed, her understanding was surprisingly high, even with the obvious cue of my white hair. Though her appearance and behavior had some unfortunate aspects, her cognitive abilities might be quite sharp. Now that I think about it, she had ranked 11th in her studies. That makes sense. What a mismatch. I pondered how to evaluate Skia as I continued the conversation. There's no need for you to apologize either. There was certainly a better way to handle this. But let's do this. We'll consider it mutual fault and call it even. How does that sound? When I asked with a smile, Skia's eyes darted around in a rather amusing way. It was clear she was not just unaccustomed to speaking. She seemed to have an astonishing lack of immunity to interacting with others. I was left wondering how she had managed to live up until now. After a minute or two of her fidgeting, Skia finally nodded. I see. If that's all right with you, my lord, then I don't mind at all. Great, then this matter is settled. Carrying this many books must be quite the task, right? It would be unfortunate if you fell again, so I'll help you carry them. Oh, my books. Wait, they're floating. Perhaps because she had been focusing on me, she hadn't noticed the books hovering around us. Leaving her in confusion, I continued speaking. You're carrying a lot of books, right? Then you must want some help. Please don't hesitate to rely on me. WL, that's a bit too much for me to ask. I nodded inwardly. For the fourth daughter of a viscount's family, to burden the current head of a count's household was far from a trivial matter. The expression "too much to ask" was her way of wrapping her feelings in a layer of politeness. However, this reaction was something I had anticipated. It was obvious that I would need to have a plan in place. In that case, let's do this. Instead of carrying your books, I'd like you to be the subject of a magical experiment. W8, a magical experiment. There's no need to be so frightened. It's not an offensive type, it's one that examines bodily information. Besides, I've conducted this experiment many times before, so it's more of a final confirmation. In truth, the magic was already complete. It was a non-attribute spell called Scan that scrutinized physical information containing magical power. While I needed her permission to use it, I would be able to unravel the mystery surrounding Skia's magical abilities. After all, I had approached her with the original intention of uncovering the mysteries of her constitution. After a brief moment of hesitation, Skia nodded. I understand. If that's the condition, I'll do my best. Great, I look forward to working with you. Thus, we established a sort of contract. It seemed that Skia had planned to take this large amount of books back to her room in the dormitory. So after going through the necessary procedures at the reception, we would head there together. After informing Minerva via telepathy, I made my way outside the library. Section. Thanks to most of the students being in class, there were few witnesses to the sight of Skia and me walking side by side. If it had been during a break, rumors would have spread throughout the academy in no time. Both of us were notorious, but for the wrong reasons. Along the way, while Skia still struggled with her stuttering, we managed to have a somewhat coherent conversation. 2 points caught my interest. The first was her magical abilities. She was not particularly skilled. In fact, it was quite the opposite. Skia couldn't use light magic, and she was completely unable to use her other affinity, dark magic. She even struggled to cast the most basic spell, Dark Sphere. She attributed her issues to a severe lack of magical power, but I wondered if that was truly the root of the problem. The second point was her intelligence. Surprisingly, her current rank of 11th was not the result of her full effort. If she were to utilize her actual abilities, she could aim for a much higher position. However, it seemed she believed that showcasing her excellence while carrying the handicap of inability to use magic would only bring unnecessary trouble her way. While 11th place was certainly commendable, she lamented that if her rank were to drop any further, it would affect her future. She had already given her family false hope regarding her magical aptitude, and she felt burdened by her reputation, wanting to become independent to avoid being a nuisance to them. Well, she was a good person. Due to her rarity, there were high expectations placed on those with an affinity for light magic. And the disappointment when those expectations weren't met was equally significant. Skia must have encountered the darker sides of society regarding these issues. Yet, despite this, her ability to still care for her family revealed the true nature of her heart. While we could manage the magic situation, her intellect and character were both outstanding. She would definitely be an asset in my domain. That said, the scene where Eid and Al first meet is so wonderful, and the detail in this description captures the essence of the story and the author's unique touch. It reflects the scenes and their emotions in my mind so vividly. Also, the tragic moment when these two confront each other has been foreshadowed right here. Watching her talk animatedly, seemingly like a different person, made me hesitate about hiring her. No doubt she was a valuable asset, but still, Her eyes as she spoke while walking were intense. I could feel a fierce determination not to let me escape. What had happened was that I had asked her about a book I borrowed from the library to create a topic of conversation. I inquired about the book at the top of the pile I was carrying, titled The Tale of Roses. That had been a mistake. The moment I asked, Skia unleashed a torrent of words. It was a flow that showed no signs of stopping, and it seemed I had completely vanished from her consciousness. She was entirely self-absorbed. Even though she usually wasn't accustomed to speaking, it seemed she became quite loquacious when it came to her interests. She was a classic case of an otaku, or something akin to it. Given that I had asked the question, it felt rude to ignore her. I believed she would stop once we reached the room, so I did my best to listen. It turned out that Skia's favorite books were centered around male-male romances, what would be classified as BL novels. All the dozen or so books we carried were BL works. It seemed she was quite the enthusiast. Well, I didn't hold any biases against such things. In my previous life, they had been somewhat accepted. However, in this world, it was likely a frowned-upon hobby. This world promoted the idea of produce and multiply. Due to the considerable strain childbirth placed on mothers, it was necessary to advocate for this to prevent a decrease in the population. As a result, while homosexuals weren't outright rejected, they were generally looked down upon, and works of that nature were viewed unfavorably, especially among the nobility, whose primary mission included bloodline continuation. Had I been someone else, it might have turned into bullying for her, but since I was the one listening, it was a different story. Just moments ago, she had claimed she didn't want to stand out, yet here she was diving headfirst into a fire. Did she even realize it? Looking at her passionately discussing her interests, I could easily imagine her fervently proclaiming, "What can I do? I just fell in love with it," if I pointed it out. I nodded along as Skia continued to chatter away like a machine gun. Eventually, we finally arrived at her room. Fortunately, my hopes were realized. As soon as we reached the door, Skia said, "We've arrived," and fell silent. Afterward, I followed her lead and piled the stack of books onto the table in her room. With that, my assistance was complete. "And next is the experimental subject, right?" Skia asked, her expression slightly tense. Given that I had referred to her as an experimental subject, there was no helping it. I gave a light chuckle and nodded. "Ah, yes. However, before that, I'd like to ask a few questions, so let's move to another location." Being alone together, as unmarried individuals, was honestly not ideal. Since we were both nobles, any odd rumors could tarnish our reputations. While I might not care, it could be a fatal blow for Skia. Why, yes. It seemed she understood that much, and nodded obediently. Since the caretaker had seen us enter the student dormitory, to avoid misunderstandings, we stepped outside. After walking a short distance, I came to a stop. Skia looked puzzled at our sudden halt in an empty area, but I paid it no mind. I opened a phase connection beneath us and instantly teleported us both. Our destination was the reception room of Foranada Castle. The sudden change in scenery left Skia completely frozen. It seemed she would take some time to reboot, so I took that opportunity to prepare. Using telepathy, I called upon the staff waiting in the castle. "This is Zechs. Please prepare tea in the reception room of Foranada Castle. Also, since my companion is a noble lady, I'd like one male and one female servant. They must be discreet. Sebastian will take care of that. Is that acceptable?" It appeared Sebastian was free at that moment. It was fortunate that he, the head of the staff, was available. He was the most reliable choice. Naturally, I conveyed my agreement. Before long, Sebastian arrived with the tea prepared. As per my request, 2 other servants entered the room with him. By the time they finished brewing the tea, Skia seemed to have regained her senses. I gestured for her to take a seat on the sofa and sat down across from her. I apologized for the abruptness. I wanted to talk in a place where no one could overhear us. I first expressed my apologies for teleporting without notice. Still looking somewhat bewildered, she fidgeted and asked, "Where is this?" "It's Foranada Castle. I teleported us here." "Foranada?" At my response, Skia's eyes widened in surprise. It seemed her confusion deepened. It was understandable. In this world, teleportation magic was not common. While one might find it in the far reaches of the world, at least in the neighboring countries. Only Akatsuki and I could use it. As I sipped my tea, I waited for her to calm down. Skia recovered more quickly than I had anticipated, managing to regain her composure in less than a minute. After saying, "Thank you for the meal," she took a sip of tea to wet her throat before opening her mouth. Can we move on to the main topic? If you're ready, then it's fine by me. Yes, please. Understood. In conversations between nobles, it's customary to start with some small talk, but I could tell that Skia wasn't interested in that. I moved forward with the discussion as she desired, without further objection. As I mentioned earlier, I'm going to use a magic spell to analyze your physical information. It's not a very complicated spell. For you, it'll just feel like my magical power is passing through your body. That would mean you've limited the detection's effective range, right? Roughly speaking, that understanding isn't incorrect. I answered nonchalantly, but inwardly I was quite impressed. Just from this series of conversations, she had grasped the outline of the scan spell I was about to use. Moreover, it seemed she had also caught on to my method of detection. Most likely, considering that I was colorless and the incident in the library. When I caught the book using the materialization of magic, she deduced that I manipulate magic itself. When it comes to magic, she possesses an intellect that rivals Orca's. It's a shame that a character with such talent doesn't appear in the original game. Well, even if she did, I doubt she would shine. Skia's shortcomings in magic use likely wouldn't be enough to handle the protagonists. There are 2 points to note. The first is that if you show any intention to resist, the likelihood of failure for the spell will significantly increase. So, I need you to be careful about that. Interference between magical powers results in strong repulsion. For example, buffing or debuffing others requires a more delicate touch than other forms of magic, and gunshot cannot be activated within a living being's body. The more intricate the original spell, the higher the chance of resistance. Considering that, the peculiarity of mental magic becomes clear, but that's not relevant right now. The second point is that, in order to gather physical information, I will inevitably be peeking into your privacy. I apologize in advance for that. And no, I had already been prepared for that since the moment you proposed it. Is that so? Then I'll proceed right away. Why, yes. Skia looked extremely tense. Well, as long as she doesn't resist magically, there shouldn't be any issues, but can she really accept the magic with such an attitude? Feeling somewhat worried, I activated Scan. My magical power permeated Skia's body, collecting her information down to the smallest detail. It took about 5 minutes to complete the magical analysis. I gathered various pieces of information, but the most crucial point was just one. The results were roughly what I had anticipated. It's done. Upon hearing my words, Skia relaxed her previously stiff body just a little. Then she turned her anxious gaze toward me. How did it go? It was successful. I was able to investigate your physical information without issue. Thank you for your cooperation. Since she was ostensibly the test subject for a new spell, I responded accordingly. However, the main event was just beginning. I looked directly at Skia and continued earnestly. However, it has been revealed that you have a serious illness. Section www. What do you mean? Illness. To her, it was likely a bolt from the blue. My flat tone may have contributed to her shock. In any case, Skia seemed to leap off the sofa in disbelief. What do you mean, illness? I am not feeling unwell at all. She said this with even more nervousness than before, doubt lingering in her eyes. That was a natural reaction. Just when she thought she was helping me with my new magic experiment, I bluntly declared that she was suffering from some kind of illness. If I then said, "Pay me, and I'll tell you how to cure it," it would completely resemble a scam. Well, it was undoubtedly the development I had planned, so I felt some guilt about it. However, it was a necessary step to inform her after confirming her abnormality. I deliberately ignored Skia's feelings and continued my explanation. It's not a physical illness. There's a congenital abnormality in your magical power. See congenital abnormality in my magic. Exactly. The reason you can't use magic at all is due to this congenital illness. The name is Congenital Magical Power Counteracting Diminution Syndrome, commonly referred to as counteracting syndrome. I had suspected this illness from the moment I laid eyes on Skia. Counteracting syndrome is a condition that occurs in individuals who possess opposing magical affinities, like fire and water, or light and darkness. The principle is that the two types of magical power within the body negate each other, significantly reducing the total magical power. In her case, the magical powers of light and darkness are canceling each other out. Skia asked, still looking doubtful, but there are lots of people who possess opposing magical powers. I've never heard of such a name. The conditions for developing counteracting syndrome are quite specific. First, you must have only two types of magical affinities. If you have 3 or more, it doesn't pose a problem even if they are opposing. Next, the two types of magical affinities need to be equal. They must have absolutely no discrepancy in balance. As Skia mentioned, many people possess opposing magical powers. Among our acquaintances, Minerva and Marina fit that description. However, the former doesn't meet the first condition, while the latter fails the second. Furthermore, magical affinity varies in balance from person to person. For example, someone with both fire and water affinities might be skilled in fire magic, while another excels at water magic. It's quite rare to find someone with a perfect 50-50 balance. Nevertheless, such individuals do exist. One example is the girl standing before me. Skia is remarkably balanced between her affinities for light and darkness. As a result, her internal magical powers negate each other. The reason you've never heard of the illness is that it's extremely rare. Additionally, it's likely only documented in the materials preserved within the church. Due to its rarity, the church doesn't publicize it. It's probably the case that Skia is the only patient with counteracting syndrome in the country. It's not an ideal situation, but this is how the response to an illness that may or may not exist in the nation works. If the patient were a royal or high-ranking noble, it might be different. By the way, the reason I know about counteracting syndrome is that I had the chance to peek into the church's secret archives. This was part of the apology for the incident involving the escape of members from the Foranada branch of the church. Back to the topic at hand. There's no established treatment yet, but I actually have a way to cure it. If you're interested, would you like to try the treatment? When I proposed this last point, her reaction wasn't very positive. She exuded a strong aura of skepticism. Yeah, that's understandable. As I mentioned earlier, it would look like a scam. However, I truly could treat it. If the cause lies in the balance of magical affinities, then I just need to disrupt that balance. While it might be impossible with normal methods, it is feasible with mental magic. I'll skip the detailed theory, but there are methods in mental magic that can disrupt balance like a curse. While it's impossible to cure it in one shot, if I perform the procedure multiple times, a full recovery should be possible. That said, proving to Skia that she has counteracting syndrome is difficult. For now, I had no choice but to rely on my explanation to convince her. What do you, require? Suddenly, Skia spoke up. What if what you said about counteracting syndrome is true? Why would you help someone like me, a mere viscountess? What do you want in return? I see. Setting aside the question of credibility, it's a reasonable decision to consider the scenario if it were true. I managed a faint smile as I answered her. What I seek is you. I want to utilize your intellect and your affinity for light magic for the benefit of my territory. In short, it's a recruitment offer. Wait, does that mean you're offering me a job? Skia looked utterly bewildered, her expression reflecting even more skepticism for some reason. Why is that? As I tilted my head in confusion, Sebas, who had been silent until now, communicated with me via telepathy. Zechs, the current conditions aren't a fair trade. Lady Skia is unable to use magic. It would be quite difficult for her to even find a job. For her, a position in Foranada would be a windfall. Is that so? I thought it would be a fair trade to bind her to a job that would allow her to be free of that handicap. I thought it was enough of a trade. In that case, suitable positions would be something like working in a coal mine. That's a waste of talent. Of course, I would assign her to a position as a light magician. In that case, the balance would be off. I believe you're aware of the current vibrancy of Foranada. Working there itself is considered an honor. I see, understood. In other words, Foranada is a super prestigious company, and regardless of the department, one would be treated as an elite. Thus, the disadvantages would not be enough to negate the value of the offer. Thinking back, this world is a feudal society with sharp class distinctions. Connections with those in power are prioritized over freedom. The mere fact that I represent Foranada means binding her to a position would only be advantageous. Because I was envisioning the worst-case scenario of the resurrection of the Demon King in the West, I had slightly misaligned my understanding with reality. Should I tell her the truth? No, it's still a matter of the worst-case scenario. While it's acceptable to reveal the dangers, it would be unwise to frighten her unnecessarily. More importantly, I felt that would be less credible. Choosing my words carefully, I finally spoke. There is a possibility you might face a life-threatening situation. The training after employment will also be strict. Please take that into consideration. I see. Well, there's no need to decide immediately. Let's say, I'll wait until spring of next year. Please think it over until then. Though it ended up being somewhat muddled, I concluded my offer. It required some effort, but for me, it was merely a proposal that would make things easier if she joined my ranks. The only other factor was her intellectual curiosity regarding counteracting syndrome. If she didn't trust me and turned down the offer, it wouldn't be a major problem. After a bit of light conversation, I saw Skia off to her dormitory. She seemed to be troubled until the very end, but the decision from here on out would be hers to make. Well then, I suppose I should contact Minerva. I muttered softly as I connected through telepathy. It was about time for classes to end. I wasn't sure if she was still in the library, but I intended to join her. While I was leisurely thinking, the content relayed by Minerva wiped away any sense of calm. I'm currently in the principal's office, together with Princess Arianorth. How did things progress to that point? I hope that princess hasn't whispered anything untoward to her. Feeling a mix of exasperation and suspicion, I hurriedly opened the phase connection. Section. In the principal's office, 4 individuals had gathered. One was Minerva, who had motivated me to come here. Another was the principal herself, an older woman disguised as a beautiful young girl with long black hair. The last 2 were Princess Arianoth, the first princess, and her bodyguard, Baroness Louise. The former was a stunning beauty with pale lavender eyes and tied-back golden hair. However, beneath that exterior lay a terrifying monster. She could manipulate emotions as easily as moving her limbs, controlling others' hearts to bend them to her will. She was an exceptional strategist and tactician. Only I and her bodyguard, Louise, knew her true nature. While Louise's loyalty was evident, I was uncertain why the princess revealed her true self to me. The mind of a genuine genius is too mysterious for me to comprehend. The latter, Louise, had short, greenish-blue hair and brown eyes. Standing at 180 centimeters tall with an androgynous face, one might momentarily mistake her for a man, but she was unmistakably female. A year ahead of me in school, she had apparently served as Arianorth's bodyguard since childhood. Given her knowledge of the princess's true nature and her willingness to stay by her side, her loyalty seemed genuine. Both of them were visibly astonished by my sudden arrival. It was their first time witnessing a phase connection, so their reaction was understandable. Wait, Arianorth is just pretending to be surprised. She shows no emotional nuances whatsoever. Most likely, she feigned surprise to gauge whether I had the ability to see through others' hearts. To target such a trivial moment is an indication of just how unyielding she is. I focused on keeping my mind calm to avoid falling into their trap. After that, I bowed to them. Your Highness Arianorth, I apologize for my sudden appearance. I also regret startling you, Baroness Louise. No, it's perfectly fine. In fact, I'm delighted to witness the teleportation magic I've heard so much about. Please don't mind me. I'm merely here as the princess's bodyguard. In response, Arianorth smiled slightly, while Louise returned my words with a respectful demeanor. This was generally in line with what I had expected. With Arianorth, it was hard to predict what would happen next, which made every interaction nerve-wracking. As I felt a sense of relief inside, a sudden voice interrupted. Isn't your attitude a bit different from how you treat me? Just your imagination. How rude. I'm the principal, you know. I replied casually to the pouting principal, only for her to stomp her feet in frustration. With that appearance and those actions, she instantly resembled an elementary school student. HMPH. Oh my, is that how you behave when Zechs is around, principal? Seeing her reaction, Minerva let out a meaningful voice, and Arier North nodded with interest. I felt that some misunderstanding was brewing, but I decided to leave it be for now. I could explain things to Minerva later, and Arier North's reaction seemed to come from an understanding of the truth. I suppressed a sigh and turned to Minerva. Why did you come to the principal's office, and you even brought the princess with you? Just a little confirmation, she replied with a light shrug. She explained that she had encountered Arier North in the library and heard a topic that piqued her interest during their conversation. Wanting to verify the truth behind it, she managed to arrange a meeting with the principal with Arier North's cooperation. Though she felt it was a bit of a sudden development, she also thought it was a good opportunity. As a result, she had left it to fate, leading to the current situation. This was unusual behavior for Minerva, who typically had a well-thought-out plan. Whatever that interesting topic was, it must have been significant to her. I wondered what it could be. When I asked her again about it, she turned her head away and replied, "It's not a big deal." Oh, come on. You went straight to the principal's office with Arier North's help, yet you call it not a big deal. That justification doesn't hold up. Her unexpected response left me feeling quite exasperated. However, from her reaction, I could make an educated guess. Such cute reactions usually indicated a topic related to me or to Karen and the others. In this case, it was likely the former. I suspected she had gone through all that trouble for my sake. I had a hunch. As it turned out, my guess was correct. Arier North, who had been observing our exchange, suddenly spoke up. Minerva wanted to confirm with the principal whether Zechs could participate in the yearly individual tournament. Why? So it's true, I said, nodding in understanding. Minerva's eyes widened at Arier North's comment, while I expressed my agreement. The yearly individual tournament was an event held every second semester, quite literally as its name suggested. It was a tournament where individual battles were conducted in a bracket format for each grade, determining who would be number one. It was essentially a martial arts competition. Winning here would secure the title of top student in the grade, regardless of other academic achievements, and the winner would receive a reward from the principal. Naturally, even if you didn't win, defeating a stronger opponent would still be considered in your overall evaluation. This event was also featured in the original game. Winning it in the first year was a crucial requirement for a successful speedrun. As I reminisced about that, Arier North continued speaking. Recently, many have started to doubt Zechs' abilities, haven't they? Minerva hoped to overcome that by winning the individual tournament. However, there's no way I can let this one compete on the same battlefield as the other students, the principal interjected. And that was the principal's opinion, which I relayed to Minerva. Hence, we ended up in this direct conversation. Listening to Arier North and the principal's explanations, I nodded internally, thinking, I knew it. This understanding encompassed two meanings. One regarding the way to dispel the rumors, and the other about the refusal of my participation in the individual tournament. First, regarding dispelling the doubts about my abilities. In fact, I had also considered a similar idea to Minerva's. It was just one possibility, but I truly believed that winning the individual tournament would be the quickest way to prove my strength. After all, it was a perfect opportunity to showcase my skills in front of a large audience. However, this also tied back to the latter point of understanding. I had anticipated that I might be refused participation altogether. Though it sounds boastful, I could call myself the strongest in the world. Just imagine a person like me battling among the students of a single country. It would be an overwhelming victory, almost scripted, and the students facing me would have no chance to shine. There was no way the educators could allow that. That's why I had been considering other, more roundabout methods, but it seemed Minerva had decided to take a direct approach, declaring, I don't care about your circumstances. Please allow Zechs to participate, principal, she insisted, her face still slightly flushed but with a determined demeanor. The principal, clearly regretful, furrowed her brows. That would be quite difficult. The outcome is all too obvious, and it would be unfair to the students facing him. As expected, she rejected the request. However, Minerva didn't back down. It would be unfair to him as well. Is it not an uneducational act to deprive him of the opportunity to fight from the very beginning? Well, that does hit hard, the principal admitted. And while you say the outcome is clear, I believe that isn't limited to him alone. In the 3rd grade, Jet from the Warlaw family is practically guaranteed to win, and in the 2nd grade, Lady Louise's victory is almost certain. It's merely a matter of whether an upset occurs or not. Why, you have a point there. While it's true that it would take away the opportunity for the opposing students to shine, matches are also a matter of chance. If you're going to scrutinize the pairings so closely, then it's fundamentally wrong to hold a tournament at all. Under the relentless assault of her arguments, the principal was visibly flustered. Minerva's ability to break down the majority of her points with sound logic was impressive. It seemed she had anticipated counterarguments in advance. Just then, another voice chimed in to lend support. I believe it would be better to allow Zechs to participate as well, North added. You too, the principal exclaimed in surprise. North's unexpected support left the principal wide-eyed in surprise. I too was surprised, though not to the same extent. From the moment North had arranged the meeting between Minerva and the principal, I had known she was in favor of my participation in the tournament. However, I hadn't anticipated her taking such direct action. She was usually the type to operate in the shadows. What benefit could there possibly be for her to push so hard for me to join? The first thought that crossed my mind was that she wanted to gauge my true strength. But it was clear I wouldn't be fighting seriously against students. I was at a loss. If we miss this opportunity, the prestige of the academy may decline, North stated. What do you mean? The principal narrowed her eyes, clearly intrigued by this pointed remark. A hint of her formidable presence as a strong individual was starting to show. In contrast, North remained as calm as a willow in the wind. It's quite simple. From the principal's perspective, it sounds as though you have no intention of letting Zechs fight at all. Sounds about right. That's my intention. That's not acceptable. No one would acknowledge someone who has never demonstrated their abilities while sitting at the top. Others are irrelevant. This is based on the Academy's regulations. That may have worked until now, but in Zechs's case, it's a poor strategy. His position in the Foranada has become indispensable to the Holy Kingdom. If things go awry, he may wield even greater influence than the royal family. If that's perceived as favoritism in grading to avoid upsetting him, it could lead to serious problems. So you're suggesting that we sacrifice this individual tournament to prove that the Academy's grading is valid. I believe that would ensure that neither party suffers losses, she replied. As the principal glared at North, a cold smile appeared on the latter's face. The eyes of the seasoned strategist and the extraordinary intellect clashed, sparking tension between them. To an outsider, it might have looked like two beauties simply gazing at each other, but the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly heavy. This is terrifying. I could defend myself mentally, but for the other two, it must have been a tough situation. Louise, who was the weakest among us, looked as pale as a ghost. Here, take a calm potion. Moreover, North was truly something else. Though her level should have been on par with Louise, how could she hold her own against the much stronger principal? Her ability to manipulate emotions certainly wasn't for show. Eventually, the painful silence was shattered. Fine, I'll allow his participation, the principal conceded first. It was no surprise. When weighing the pros and cons, this outcome was clear. The reason she hadn't responded immediately was likely due to her reluctance to yield to North's intentions. However, promise me you won't go all out. Understood, I replied with a wry smile, nodding in agreement to the principal's insistence. Thus, my participation in the individual tournament was confirmed. Although I felt uneasy about North's true intentions, it was reassuring to see Minerva's relieved expression, so I chose to take it as a positive outcome. From now on, I wanted to make an effort not to cause them any more worry. Chapter 2, Towards the Tournament. A few days after my participation in the individual tournament was decided. Today is a school holiday, and with relatively less work to do, I was planning to relax and spend some quality time with everyone for the first time in a while. However, it seems that not everyone would be joining us. While we were leisurely chatting after breakfast, Minerva suddenly stood up. Well then, I'm going to train for the tournament. You're starting already. I tilted my head at her words. The individual tournament would take place about a month from now, in mid-October. Due to the number of students, it would span a long period until the end of November. Well, matches before the top 16, commonly known as the prelims, would be held quietly during class intervals. Hearing that the event was a month away might make it feel like preparations could begin. That is both true and false. After all, we are already strong enough. Aside from our daily training, there's no need to specifically train for the tournament. I figured Minerva must have some kind of plan in mind, but as I pondered this, Minerva responded with a hint of exasperation. What are you talking about? You're participating too, right? If anything, there's not enough time. The moment those words reached my ears, the others, Karen, Orca, and Nina, stood up, their shoulders trembling. All right. Oni-sama is participating too. There's no time to sip tea leisurely. If we don't directly clash and lose, then it's already set that we'll have to fight Zechs, right? We really don't have enough time. Shin, you take care of the opponent. Wait, Nina-san. Karen and Orca began to grasp their heads in anguish, and Nina, having dragged Shin along with her, started to put their plan into action. Watching the chaos unfold among them, I couldn't help but interject. Wait. It's true that I'm participating, but is there really a need to panic this much? As Orca pointed out, the likelihood of Karen and the others facing me in a match is indeed high. I figured I'd at least end up fighting one of them. Even so, it was surprising to see them so frightened. There's no way I'd beat them up. As I wore a puzzled expression, Minerva calmly replied, "You really don't get it, do you?" And continued. Everyone, myself included, genuinely wants to fight you. We want to give it our all and have our strength recognized by you. I understand it's an incredibly difficult thing to achieve, but it's still a desire we can't give up on. There's no need for me to confirm it. I already recognize everyone, you know. I don't think that's what we mean. Karen and the others want to be acknowledged as reliable figures, not just someone to be protected. I see. Her words, tinged with a hint of sorrow, stirred my heart. Minerva was right. I see Karen and the others as those I need to protect. While there are opportunities for them to support me emotionally, ultimately, I believe it's my duty to safeguard them. That's why I haven't shared much about the information regarding the dark factions or the machinations within the royal castle. A recent conflict with the Forest Kingdom serves as a good example. Had Laurel not been involved, I wouldn't have disclosed any information about that incident at all. Even now, I've only shared a portion of the details. However, I don't think that's wrong. I understand their feelings, and it's true that I've been swayed emotionally. But that doesn't mean I'm willing to reveal aspects that wouldn't impact them. You don't need to think too hard about it. Noticing my internal struggle, Minerva spoke with a slight smile. It's not unreasonable to ask for everything to be shown. I've received an education in a ducal family, so I understand that there are matters that can't be shared with others. Naturally, Karen and the others understand that as well. But still, they want you to rely on them a little more. It's not about you shouldering everything from 1 to 10, even if it's just a fraction. No, even a tiny part of it. They want you to share some of the burden with them. I see. They don't want me to carry everything on my own, huh? I hadn't been aware of that. I thought I was delegating tasks I couldn't handle to capable subordinates and cutting out troublesome matters I didn't want to be involved in. Yet from Minerva and the others' perspective, it seems I'm taking on too much. Even when pointed out, I couldn't help but tilt my head in confusion. I genuinely had no idea. That said, I didn't doubt her words. I might have unknowingly allowed such burdens to surface. Seeing that I was deep in thought, Minerva shrugged. Because of that, everyone will work hard in their training, so you'd better treat them sincerely. While it's understandable to hold back due to differences in ability, I won't accept careless treatment. I understand. If you all are going to give it your all, then I'll respond in kind. Good. That's all I ask. Minerva snorted and placed her hands on her hips. Her demeanor was just as proud as usual, but after hearing her previous words, it now seemed both generous and gentle. I couldn't help but smile. Thank you. For what? When I expressed my gratitude, Minerva responded curtly, but her true feelings were obvious. She mostly pretended to represent Karen's opinions, but she was the one who first said, "Everyone, including myself, wants to fight you seriously." In other words, she was practically admitting that she shared the same sentiment. She seemed unaware of it, so I decided not to mention it. If I pointed it out, she would probably deny it with all her might. It would be a shame to retract Minerva's rare, straightforward words. Well then, I'll be going too. With a nonchalant air, Minerva left the room. She must have felt a bit embarrassed. My fiancé, as always, was adorably charming. How cute, Minerva-san. Suddenly, the same sentiment that I held slipped out. Of course, it wasn't from me. It came from Marina, the last person remaining in the room. She had been silent since the talk about the tournament began. Given her abilities, she was still far from Karen and the others, so it was understandable. However, it wasn't as if Marina had nothing to do with the tournament. Marina. Why yes. She hadn't expected to be called and jumped slightly. It seemed she bit her tongue at a bad moment as she pressed her mouth and looked ready to cry. Are you okay? Why yes, I'm fine. That doesn't sound fine at all. Given the circumstances, I decided to wait for her tongue to recover before continuing the conversation. I wanted to continue from earlier. Are we still talking about the tournament? Over the past few months, Marina had finally started to get used to interacting with me, and her stuttering had decreased. While she was still more stiff than when she spoke with others, she was better than before. I nodded at Marina's words. That's right. It seems Karen and the others are going to train individually, so I thought I'd personally supervise your training. Hey. Marina let out a strange sound that mixed surprise and fear, along with a hint of joy. Her expression reflected a complex swirl of emotions. I had grown accustomed to this reaction, but I didn't expect that Marina, who had only known me for less than 6 months, would have such an understanding. I considered changing the subject but quickly dismissed the idea. If I made the training too easy, it would inevitably backfire. This was non-negotiable. Is Zechs going to supervise directly? Marina asked cautiously. With a slight sigh of exasperation, I answered her question. That's a reasonable question. At the same time, the answer is quite simple. If you perform well in this tournament, you might end up being my classmate. Is that true? Marina shook off her earlier fear, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Her reaction was more enthusiastic than I expected. It seemed her dissatisfaction with the current class division was greater than I had thought. The results of the tournament tend to be weighted more heavily than regular exams. Even if you don't win, if you can make it to the top 16, essentially, if you can clear the preliminary rounds, getting into Class A1 is almost guaranteed. A similar phenomenon could be seen in the original game. While the protagonists, like the hero and the saintess, started off in Class A1, the other characters had different paths. If they achieved results that allowed them to clear the preliminaries, they would become classmates in the third term. However, since this was not certain, I confirmed it with the headmaster. While there are other factors to consider, making it to the top 16 would undoubtedly secure a spot in Class A1. Without a spirit, Marina would barely make it to Class A even with her best efforts. Yet, considering she had been perpetually in Class D in the original game, this was a significant improvement. Still, she wasn't satisfied with just that. Moreover, from a protective standpoint, it would be easier to stick together if they were in the same class. Ideally, I would want to find fire or water spirits for her, but those were hard to come by. There were plenty in the Forest Kingdom, but most were already contracted. Those flowing into the Holy Kingdom were also not up to par at this point. According to Noma, there was no choice but to leave this matter to fate. Thus, this tournament. The evaluation criteria for practical skills were extensive, making it difficult for Marina to score high. However, in a personal battle where winning against an opponent was everything, there was still hope. As I explained this, Marina nodded vigorously, her determination evident. I'll do my best. She clenched her fists and let out an enthusiastic huff. It seemed there would be no issues with her attitude. All that was left was for me to provide the appropriate guidance so that her hopes could be realized. With about a month left until the individual tournament by grade, special training began, each of us holding our own aspirations. Section: a week had passed since Marina's special training began. The rumors about me circulating within the academy remained unchanged. Fortunately, it seemed that there were fewer people taking them at face value than I had anticipated, but my intention to demonstrate my strength in the individual competition had not wavered. Currently, Marina and I were visiting her hometown. However, we had not traveled to the village itself, but rather to the mountain towering beside it. This time, we had an additional companion with us. Oh, how nostalgic. This is the place where I first met you and Marina. It was Noma, the small earth spirit, whose palm-sized form looked around with shining brown eyes at the cave nestled within the forest. I had a feeling that our first encounter with Noma had been a traumatic experience for her, but it was probably best not to bring it up. It would be troublesome if I inadvertently triggered a panic. As Noma whirled around in the air, Marina gasped in wonder. "This is the place where I first met you, Your Highness. Wow." Her voice alone wasn't enough. Her expression was one of rapture, and she seemed somewhat spaced out. It was a little frightening. If I left them to their own devices, it seemed unlikely we would achieve our goal. I gathered magic into both of my hands and clapped them together. The magic burst forth with a dry, loud sound. "Elix." Hearing that, the two of them snapped back to reality with a cute shriek. It was quite effective. "Listen, both of you, we didn't come here to play today, so let's not let our guard down too much." Sorry." Perhaps my slightly cold tone prompted them, as they quickly apologized, looking somewhat chastened. Given their reaction, it seemed unlikely they would fall back into their previous state of distraction. Regaining our focus, we began walking toward the cave. Before us stood a cave that had likely been formed by a fault line, along with a large flat-topped rock and a ceilingless expanse of trees. The view was nearly the same as it had been 8 years ago, and there was one more thing that hadn't changed. The magic essence is abundant. There shouldn't be any problems. Of course, the flow of magic essence doesn't just change all of a sudden. Noma responded to my words. Magic essence, the source of the magic that humans possess, a natural energy abundant in the environment. Noma and I were reaffirming its presence. The reason for our visit was, of course, for Marina's training. The environment here was crucial for this round of training. Due to the incident 8 years ago, Marina had attained a magic density comparable to mine at that time. As a result, her ability to manipulate magic had become more difficult than usual. To put it simply, it was like trying to wield a sword heavier than one's own body without having learned the basics of swordsmanship. It was impossible for her to handle it properly. Until now, she had been honing her fundamentals through the standard practice of meditation. Progress had been slow, but even under unusual circumstances, following established methods was the most efficient approach. That said, there were limits to conventional methods. While she had managed to swing the heavy weapon, she had hit a wall at that point. At her current level, all she could do was swing the weapon in a basic manner. Swift spell casting or mastering advanced spells was essentially impossible. This was where unconventional training came into play. When conventional methods reached a standstill, it was time to devise a means to break from the norm. Today's training involved repeatedly performing the actions of release and absorb of magic in the place where she had been born and raised. So why had we come deep into the mountains? The essence of this place where she had grown up was that it was the location that had shaped her magic. Therefore, for Marina, this was the place where her magic had been altered due to my influence. "Marina, sit on the rock." "Okay." Following my instructions, Marina sat on the large rock. Since I had informed her beforehand about what we were going to do, she naturally assumed a meditative posture without needing further guidance. "All right, let's begin the training." As I spoke, I wrapped my entire body in a barrier. I had to do this to prevent her from absorbing my magic during the absorption process. It would not only defeat the purpose, but could also worsen the situation. Noma was performing the same task, of course. With her eyes closed, Marina soon began to release the magic within her body. As Noma and I observed, we prompted her with guidance whenever necessary. "Your release speed is too fast. Slow it down. Release from your whole body. If you concentrate it in one area, it's pointless." Marina repeated cycles of magic release and absorption within her body. It might sound simple when put into words, but in truth, this training was extraordinarily difficult. First, there was the issue of managing the amount of magic released. If she allowed her magic power to reach 0, she'd faint, so she couldn't let it deplete completely. However, if she held back too much, the training would lose its purpose. Therefore, she had to push herself to the very limit. Next was the speed of release. If it was too fast, there was a risk of shock-induced death due to the drastic fluctuation in her internal magic levels. On the other hand, if it was too slow, natural recovery would catch up, and her magic levels wouldn't drop at all. Judging the right limit was essential here as well. Finally, there was the method of release. This training wasn't about carelessly letting out magic. If she didn't release it evenly from every part of her body, it would be utterly meaningless. Training while paying attention to these 3 points was something that ordinarily only a highly skilled practitioner could undertake. Given that Marina struggled with magic manipulation, this was no small feat for her. However, that was only the case when she was alone. With the assistance of me and Noma, it was a different story. The reason was that we could visualize magic in fine detail. By observing Marina's training together and pointing out mistakes, we could minimize her burden. If this training continued for about 2 weeks, she would likely acquire at least average magic manipulation skills. If I were to be optimistic, she might even reach a level on par with Nina. The outcome would depend on her determination. From there, Noma and I repeatedly issued instructions, and Marina adjusted her actions while looping between release and absorption. The task of emptying her magic to the limit must have imposed considerable mental strain. Additionally, her precise control was being tested, so I imagined her fatigue was immense. Indeed, her expression twisted in pain, and beads of sweat were forming on her brow. Even so, Marina didn't utter a single complaint. She gritted her teeth and continued the training imposed upon her, even more than I was required to endure. "How commendable," Noma muttered softly. "She's desperately clinging to the wall in front of her, trying to uphold the beliefs she holds dear. People are often bound by their origins, environments, and talents, things they may not fully understand, but she is shaking them off and striving to catch up to you, my lord. Truly, she is a person of great intellect, favored by spirits." Indeed. As she spoke passionately, I nodded slightly. Marina was unwavering. She possessed a strength that was different from Nina's purity, a determination to see her convictions through to the end. Even if she longed to be with the person who saved her life, and whom she admired, it would be unreasonable for her to endure the harsh training designed to combat death without a single complaint. Normally, one would expect to give up in pursuit of the next romance. But Marina was different. She never betrayed her resolved feelings. No matter the hardships that lay ahead, she persevered with all her might. I had known this from the original game. In that story, she also chose not to abandon her romantic pursuit with the hero. No matter how hard she tried, how much bitterness she tasted, or how low she sank, even after realizing she couldn't fight beside him, she wrestled with her feelings but never once considered giving up. Not once did she entertain thoughts of resignation. That single-minded determination, which could easily become an obsession, was what defined Marina as a heroine. It was overwhelmingly radiant. Her unwavering nature shone brightly, and because I yearned for that brilliance I lacked, she had been my favorite character in my previous life. Though I felt a bit shy knowing that such conviction was directed toward me, witnessing her efforts made it impossible to escape. I didn't know how things would settle in the future, but following her example, I felt I, too, needed to look straight ahead. While my thoughts wandered in this way, Marina's training continued to progress smoothly. By the time the sun began to set, we decided to wrap up for the day. Ha ha ha. After nearly an entire day of circulating magic, she was panting heavily, her shoulders rising and falling. "I can't move a single finger anymore." Despite her exhaustion, Marina joked with a laugh. She was quite resilient. Then, Noma flashed a grin. She leaned in to whisper to me, "How about giving her a reward for today's training, my lord? Specifically, something like Ganyo Ganyo." "Huh, are we really doing that?" I made a reluctant face at her suggestion. However, outright dismissing it felt wrong. She had worked so hard up to this point. I thought it might be okay to grant her 1 or 2 rewards. Besides, Karen and the others had been a great help as well. My hesitation lasted no longer than 10 seconds. In situations like this, overthinking wouldn't lead to a conclusion, so it was best to decide quickly based on my instincts. I silently approached Marina and lifted her up effortlessly, like a princess. W8, what? Your Highness. Startled by the sudden turn of events, Marina spoke in a voice like a broken record, her face flushing bright red. She had gotten used to light conversation, but it seemed that direct contact was still quite a burden for her. This is just a thank you for everything. I'm not sure if this is really a reward, though. And no, I'm incredibly grateful. Thank you so much. Is that so? I often wondered if saying, thank you, in the context of a reward was trending among the women in our group. It seemed to pop up frequently. Well, I guess I was just avoiding reality. I understood the meaning behind it. With a dry smile on my face, I carried Marina back home. For now, I thought it would be fine to deliver her reward to her personal room. It was an extra touch that we wouldn't directly connect to her room using Phase Link. As a result, Karen and the others who witnessed us would inevitably ask for something similar, but that was another story. Section. The sound of wind cutting past my ears was chilling, brushing against my cheeks and hinting at the impending arrival of autumn. I was currently hovering above the royal capital, standing on a solidified platform of magical energy at an altitude of about 500 meters. Below me, the city lay in darkness. It was well past midnight, a time that could only be described as the witching hour, and all human activity had ceased. Despite advancements in magical technology, the city didn't operate around the clock like in modern times. It's definitely getting colder. Though I had only been waiting for about 5 minutes, considering my plans to move soon, I wanted to avoid my extremities becoming numb, even if just a little. I briefly released the platform and reconstructed it into a transparent cube surrounding me. It resembled a barrier, but was a different technique altogether. The encirclement is complete. Understood. The operation will commence at the scheduled time. However, consider the possibility of moving it up based on the monitor's judgment. Acknowledged. A report came in from my subordinate through telepathy, prompting me to give my orders. Many could probably guess from our conversation. We were about to execute a capture operation. Tonight, we would raid the gathering of the Demon King cult that was being held in this royal capital. How did we track their movements while blending in with the crowd? It goes without saying, it was knowledge from the original game. I knew that they would soon cause a certain disturbance, allowing us to tighten our surveillance network to detect even the slightest movements. The cult members had taken the bait, and they would soon be captured by my subordinates. With the encirclement reported as established, they had no escape route left. I had come here to prepare for any contingencies. There might still be users of teleportation magic like the Western Witch within the Demon King cult. The odds were low, and even if they were present, they likely wouldn't show themselves this time. But since I couldn't deny the possibility, I wanted to be cautious. It's time. As the moment for the operation approached, I activated Alternate World. The designated area included myself, my subordinates, and the individuals gathering in the underground space where the meeting was being held. It was reportedly an emergency shelter used over 100 years ago. Not long ago, using Alternate World required opening an entrance and engulfing the target. However, now, simply wrapping them in magic would suffice, and I could even designate the range covered by the barrier. In other words, I had gained the ability to selectively take anything within the entire detection range. A professional kidnapper am I? I chuckled self-deprecatingly. Though I said it myself, it was quite an unflattering title. I vowed never to speak those words again. Having completely copied the royal capital, the visible scenery remained unchanged. However, this was undeniably an alternate world that was separate from reality. Before a minute had passed, an explosion erupted from a section of the city. It seemed the assault had begun. While I had thought the suppression might be completed unilaterally, it appeared there were capable fighters on the other side as well. Even so, the sounds of battle were resonating somewhat. However, the forces of Foranada were extraordinarily strong. The Dark Faction could take down a dragon with just 5 or 6 of their members. Even those who were capable would surely be instantaneously defeated. My prediction was correct. Mere seconds later, the cacophony of battle ceased. The interior of Alternate World returned to silence. The suppression has been completed. Good work, interrogate the survivors. No need for leniency. Yes. Understood. As the report of our success came in, I dispelled the spell. While the world appeared unchanged, the magical energy enveloping it vanished. Now, it all depended on the results of the interrogation. Since it would likely take some time, I decided to return to the estate. I had classes at the academy in the morning, so I should take a light nap beforehand. Using phase connection, I returned to my other residence and secured about 3 hours of rest. Early morning. As soon as I awoke from my nap, I was informed of the results of the interrogation. With over 20 individuals detained, it seemed there had been some difficulty, but they had managed to extract all the information. Completing the job in just 3 hours was impressive. First, it should be noted that the individuals we captured were mostly low-ranking members of the cult. There were a few who held slightly higher positions, but the difference between them was negligible. Therefore, the information obtained was mostly of little significance. However, there were a few key details I wanted to know beforehand. Among them was the ritual of demon summoning the cult planned to carry out at the end of November. The subordinate who reported back seemed somewhat skeptical, but I was not. This ritual would indeed take place, and it would be successful. This was tied to an event from the original game involving the Saintess. During the awards ceremony for the winners of the grade-based individual competition, a horde of demons suddenly attacks the royal capital. Each demon isn't particularly strong, so initially, students and knights of the Holy Kingdom put up a fight. However, as the demons keep coming without dwindling in number, casualties begin to rise. In the midst of this chaos, the Saintess and one of the key characters, Zechs, shine. Zechs, in particular, is a descendant of the mages who conducted the summoning rituals and is the only one capable of dispelling the summoned demons. Together with the Saintess, he works to save everyone in the royal capital. If the cult's plans are true, it seems that the event will indeed unfold as in the original story. Given that this incident would involve the entire royal capital, I wanted to nip it in the bud if possible, but this posed a tricky dilemma. After all, this was an event related to the Saintess. If I were to meddle too much, it could negatively impact her story. Moreover, this incident was also a key component in her power-up event, so I wanted to avoid any rash actions. While ensuring Karen and the others' safety was paramount, prioritizing immediate gains could jeopardize our ultimate goal of sealing the Western Demon King. What to do? For now, I'll put it on hold. Since the whereabouts of the ritual's items were unknown, even if I chose to sabotage the event, there was nothing I could do at this point. I could only raise the alert level in the royal capital. While this would merely postpone the problem, there were still about 2 months left until the event. I would need to devise a solution during that time. Section. One afternoon after school, I made my way to a certain facility on the academy grounds. Its exterior resembled a dome venue, and the texture of the walls suggested it was a newly constructed building. Indeed, it had just been completed 3 days prior. This was the new stage for the Magical Beast, Magical Piece. Commissioned by Foranada, construction had been underway since spring. I was given free rein to decide the stage's design, so I may have gone a bit overboard. The theme was a near-future urban landscape, and I fully replicated the skyscrapers reminiscent of a city from my previous life. However, this ambitious design resulted in a slight shortage of space, so I incorporated spatial expansion through a barrier. It was a prototype technology, but it functioned better than I had expected. I believe it expanded the area to about 1.5 times its original size. Since this was an experimental introduction, I also added automatic magical power generation as a bonus to maintain the barrier. Of course, because this was such advanced technology, security measures to prevent theft were robust. When I relayed this information, the headmaster was surprised but accepted it fairly quickly. She remarked, "Your technological innovation is not new, and this skyscraper direction is certainly plausible." Having lived a long life, she likely had the foresight to predict human development. The reason I had come here was to observe the trial operation of the stage. Although it was built well, I wanted to ensure there were no flaws. Since I needed to observe the entire setup, I had to occupy the spectator seats. Therefore, I arranged for a separate group of players to actually use the stage. One team comprised my club members: Karen the Red Mage, Minerva the Purple Mage, and Eureka the Green Mage, along with the new members, Dan and Miria. The opposing team was from a top club, who quickly agreed to participate, eager to be among the first to use the new stage. Jet's eyes sparkled when I brought it up. A match was currently underway, with explosions echoing throughout the urban landscape. To account for the trial operation, Karen had orchestrated the players to separate into different areas, allowing us to analyze a variety of patterns. While the multiple perspectives made it somewhat difficult to follow as entertainment, that was of no concern this time. With my ability to detect, I had no trouble grasping the situation. "Looks like Dan and Miria are holding their own," Orca remarked, pointing to one of the battle sites. The two of them, childhood friends of Karen and me, were putting up a good fight against the top club. Dan was matched against at the green mage, while Miria faced off against the blue mage. "Since Karen taught them, they should be able to manage this much," I replied. "That's a lot of pressure, Zechs, Orca said with an exasperated tone, but I thought it was only natural. I hadn't taught them everything I knew. I only shared knowledge and techniques that would likely become widespread later on. Still, it was undeniable that Dan and the others were handling advanced magic for the time being. There was no way they could lose to those who were lagging behind. In a team battle, it might be a different story, but with the current one-on-one format, that was even less likely. That said, can't Dan find a better way to fight? Haha, that's just so typical of him, Orca chuckled, charging in head first. That's a strategy that's hardly useful in actual combat. Orca chuckled wryly, followed by commentary from Lena and Shin. As their comments suggested, Dan's fighting style was pretty gritty. He would solidify his defenses with earth magic, then go in with a brawler approach, ignoring any counterattacks as he charged straight at his opponent. It was all about relentless, straightforward offense. I understood that, as a brown mage, he needed to focus on counterattacks to win against a green mage. But charging in headlong, like Shin said, that was a strategy I couldn't approve of in real combat. It was only feasible here in magical peace, thanks to the barrier that protected players from damage. With the HP gauges set by the roll cards, the brown mage had an advantage in direct brawling. Still, his opponent was Jet, who used mobility to dodge attacks, making it an even match. Jet might have a slight upper hand. That said, even if Dan lost, he'd done more than enough just by holding his ground solo against Jet for this long. Meanwhile, Miria was playing things much more steadily. Though the blue mage had almost zero offensive power, she was stacking buffs to boost her attack. Her opponent was doing the same, but the difference in the potency of their buffs made it her game. I could watch her match with confidence. "Miria's surprisingly sharp, given her academic standing," Lena remarked. "Yeah, Dan's influence really helped her out there. She's got a good head on her shoulders," Orca added. "Love makes one blind. You know what a boomerang is." Lena and Orca were bantering again, but I decided to stay out of it. If I jumped in, they'd probably drag me into their back and forth. With the two newcomers doing well, I decided to check in on the experienced members. One red mage from the top club has been eliminated. Eureka had just taken down her opponent. She had become even stronger since last month, her movements swift as lightning. There were likely few who could keep up with her under magical pieces constraints. Karen and the other backline members would probably struggle. The defeated red mage stood in shock, completely outmatched by Eureka's blistering speed. "Whoa, Minerva's really something," Orca murmured. "As expected," Lena nodded. I looked over to see Minerva's battle reaching its climax. She was facing another purple mage. At the start, they had engaged in a weakening contest, but Minerva now had her opponent fully under her spells. She had sunk the enemy into decayed ground using a combined spell of earth, water, and wind, blinded them with darkness, and messed with their perception of temperature with fire. Her opponent was completely immobilized. At this point, the opposing purple mage from the top club was helpless, their HP gauge slowly dwindling away. I could see that Minerva was continually improving. She had always been brilliant, but she also worked harder than anyone else. She was a true genius. Despite spending less time in my supervised training than the others, she kept pushing herself without ever giving up. As a result, she could now go toe-to-toe with Karen and the others. Since joining the academy, she'd refined her skills even more. Controlling 5 combined elements simultaneously was a highly intricate technique. Her recent achievement of full mastery in magic control only highlighted her skill. Normally, she came across as an adorably awkward girl, but there was no doubt Minerva was a genius mage with unmatched resilience. Finally, there was Karen. I shifted my gaze to watch her match with a brown mage opponent when suddenly a flash of light engulfed the entire stage, whitening every skyscraper. What the? Orca and the others were fine. They let out small gasps, but it didn't seem to have affected them physically. I, of course, was unharmed as well. The brilliance had only lasted for a moment, and the stage quickly returned to its original colors. But the scene that greeted us was entirely unexpected, because the top club had been completely wiped out. They stood there in a daze, clearly unable to grasp what had just happened. I turned my gaze toward the person responsible. There stood Karen, a small orb of light floating between her outstretched palms. She noticed me looking and flashed a bright smile. There was no doubt, the light from earlier was her doing. And she was also the one who had taken down the remaining members of the top club. An all-range attack that could distinguish between friend and foe, she'd created a truly extraordinary spell. And with that unimaginable strike, the match drew to a close. Section, that spell isn't it a bit too underhanded? In the post-match review, the first thing out of Minerva's mouth as we gathered in our usual rundown clubroom was that, since her words were directed at Karen, there was no question what that spell referred to. The magic Karen used at the end of the recent Magical Piece match was her own original spell, one I hadn't even been told about. It seemed she'd secretly been developing it without letting anyone in on it. Karen replied with a carefree smile. It worked out well this time, but it's not quite as powerful as you might think. Then she explained the spell. That blinding light that wiped out the top club was a composite spell of light and fire called Perennial Radiance, Karen's own original creation. It's a wide-area annihilation spell that detonates a condensed blaze of light. Wait a minute. If that's the case, doesn't that make the match earlier kind of strange? Based on what you're saying, it sounds like it would have hit everyone nearby, friend and foe alike. Minerva's question echoed the doubts that everyone in the room had. With the mechanics of the spell Karen described, the blast would have flattened everything in the area, including her. But in reality, only the opponents were wiped out, and the structures on the stage remained untouched. It probably meant she could select her targets, but it was hard to see how she managed it. Karen's not particularly adept at precise magical control. In her usual calm manner, Karen began to explain. As for the buildings, Perennial Radiance only targets living beings and magic sources. I modified the range of a healing spell and adapted it. The ally selection aspect is a technique from light magic. By diffusing the light, I could detect allies' locations and exclude them from the attack, similar to my spell Diagnosis or your scan, Oni-sama. So that initial flash was for target selection. Indeed, Oni-sama. As you said, there's no power in the flash itself. Though with how quickly the attack launches, there's hardly any noticeable delay. Karen didn't seem to realize it, but she had come up with a completely over-the-top spell. First of all, that line about adapting the range of a healing spell was insane. Generally, magic is constructed from one's imagination. While pre-existing spells have established frameworks that simplify them, magic creation always depends on the caster's mind. And with original spells, it requires even more creativity. What I'm getting at is that to take something as opposite as healing and wide-area destruction and synchronize effects between the two, that level of thinking is highly unusual. Normally, it would be far easier to imagine a new spell from scratch. Maybe it's the unique thinking process of a true genius. She's developed magic in a way that's really out there. Then, there's the spell's range and power to consider. Perennial Radiance likely performs its attack by burning with light. Meaning, as long as the light can reach, the attack will land. As for its strength, I'd say it's beyond high-level magic. It seemed like it could incinerate a dozen fire-resistant dragons in one blow. Now that I think about it, in the original game, Caroline was a fire mage with a focus on pure firepower. During her boss fight, she'd keep casting the high-level fire spell Avalanche Blaze, an avalanche of flames, in rapid succession. If you got hit directly, you'd be left on the brink of death, so dodging was crucial. Her personality may differ from the original, but her affinity for powerful spells hasn't changed. Although it's a bit unsettling to see traces of her original villainous nature, it's nothing to lose sleep over. My affection for my little sister isn't shallow enough to waver over something like this. As Karen finished her explanation, Minerva, Orca, and Shin, versed in magic as they were, looked utterly dumbfounded. It was a reasonable reaction. I felt like holding my head in my hands too. Meanwhile, the commoner group was blissfully unfazed. I dunno the details, but it sounds like Karen's amazing. You're amazing, Karen-chan. You're incredible, Caroline-san. Are their IQs dropping or something? Well, Dan and Miria have always been like this. Eureka seems to be just going along with the flow. Well, if you're not knowledgeable about magic, you might only grasp that something complicated and difficult was done. While Nina isn't quite joining in on Dan and the others' vibe, she tilts her head slightly in confusion. I'd like to ask something, Orca said. What is it, Orca? Karen replied. You mentioned it's not as strong as you say. Is there some kind of flaw? One flaw is that its power diminishes in direct sunlight. Another is that I can only exclude targets that I'm aware of. And a third is that it can't affect physically enclosed spaces at all. Just off the top of my head, those are a few drawbacks. Despite being a wide-area attack, it seems to perform better indoors. The selection of targets is rather limited, and there are definite ways to defend against it. It certainly isn't the most user-friendly spell. There's plenty of room for improvement. But it might be enough as a trump card, I said. As Orca pointed out, it was indeed a useful card to have. Even in its current form, it seemed like it could be an immediate asset. After Karen finished explaining her new spell, we proceeded with the review as planned. The four of them, excluding Dan, received positive evaluations. Each had shown progress from their training, so their areas for improvement were mostly minor. As for Dan, well, he could only be described as a wild boar, and everyone was giving him some hard truths. He had that look of why on his face, but it was a natural conclusion. Our club activities continued in a cheerful atmosphere. However, there was one thing that bothered me just a little. It was a subtle sense of discomfort that only I, being sensitive to emotions, could perceive. The fact that Minerva, who should have been part of our lively circle, seemed to have a slight cloud over her heart was something I found very concerning. That night, I found myself out on the balcony just outside her room. With the lingering warmth of late summer fading, the temperature had grown a bit chilly now that the sun had set. So why was I out here in the cold? To talk with an early visitor, of course. Sure enough, Minerva was there. The dark-haired girl, the owner of the room, had her hands resting on the balcony railing, gazing up at the stars that filled the night sky. A beautiful girl admiring the starlit sky. Coupled with her youthful features, the sight was truly breathtaking. Capturing this moment in a painting would surely create a piece of art admired for generations. It was a scene that could make anyone stop and stare, but I couldn't stay idle forever. Feeling a bit intrusive, I quietly walked over to stand beside her. Even when I came to her side, she didn't react. She simply kept her eyes fixed straight ahead, looking up at the sky, fully aware of my presence. There was no need to rush. I decided to match her pace and gaze up at the starry sky alongside her. A rare, peaceful moment where we simply stood and looked at the sky. Usually, if I were alone, I'd probably get bored after a while, but just being with my fiancé changed how I felt. There was a warmth that made me forget the chill in the air. Moments like these make me realize how much I care about Minerva. After these past few years together, I knew I had truly fallen for her. Considering I still held memories of my previous life, I couldn't help but laugh at myself for being so fickle. But well, emotions are just like that. You can't always control them, which is why you try to respect and honor them. Not exactly the words of a saint, I suppose. If I were in Japan, I'd probably be called a scumbag. But for now, I set aside my own thoughts. Tonight, I was here for Minerva. I had come to check on her, worried about her since she had seemed down after the magical piece match review. Her emotions had remained clouded, and I wanted to see how she was doing. Even now, as she continued to silently stare at the sky, I could sense that she was troubled. The silence between us lingered for a while until, suddenly, Minerva spoke up. "What do you want?" she asked, still looking at the sky, in a voice that carried a hint of sulkiness. but beneath that tone, I could detect a slight note of happiness. Since I'd arrived, she'd been a bit restless, probably pleased that someone cared enough to check on her. She was as stubborn as ever, hiding her true feelings. Amused by her endearing display, I replied with a smile. If something's bothering you, I'm here to listen. Minerva was stubborn. If I asked indirectly, she'd probably put on a brave face and keep quiet. Honestly, asking directly might not get a different result, but it was worth a shot. Maybe being blunt would get her to open up. It's nothing, she replied, predictably denying it. Her emotions were all over the place, yet she kept a calm facade. All right, time for the direct approach. It hurts, having my fiancé lie to me. I pretended to sniffle, covering my eyes with my hand. If you're just going to joke around, maybe you should leave. She snapped, finally turning to look at me, a hint of irritation showing. This was the moment I'd been waiting for. Not missing my chance, I quickly took her hands in mine, kneeling right there beside her. From the outside, it must have looked like a knight swearing loyalty to his princess. What are you doing? I'm not joking. I'm serious, I want to help you. Looking her straight in the eyes as she expressed her confusion, I spoke earnestly. There's something weighing on your mind, right? Then let me share that burden. We're engaged, aren't we? This is something I have to solve on my own. Still, just let me hear it. I promise I won't try to force any solutions. Sometimes, just talking to someone can help ease things. Minerva. All right, fine, I'll tell you. Is that good enough? Now let go of my hands. She finally gave in under my steady gaze, her cheeks flushed as she looked away, avoiding my eyes. Thank you. You really are pushy, aren't you? It wouldn't hurt to be a little more considerate. I'll try to be more careful. Minerva puffed out her cheeks in frustration, and I responded with a slight smile. Still, despite her complaints, her mood seemed lighter. Though I had been a bit forceful, she didn't seem genuinely angry. That was a relief. Since you insisted, I'll tell you, but it's not some grand tale or anything. After I let go of her hands, Minerva adjusted her posture and continued. Lately, I've been painfully aware of my lack of skill. Orca has her magical control, Nina her swordsmanship, Shin her stealth, Marina her spirit magic, and Caroline her light magic. Each of them has a remarkable strength they excel at, but I don't. Sure, I'm adept at all 5 elemental attributes and can handle them skillfully, but I don't stand out like they do. When it comes to magic, Caroline and Orca are much more specialized. It was true, Minerva didn't have a sharply defined talent. Her strength was in her ability to excel across all areas at a consistently high level. But that didn't make her lacking. She was still plenty strong. Being versatile is a gift in its own right. Perhaps sensing my thoughts, Minerva added, I know. I understand that I don't have to specialize. I know I have my own kind of strength. But even so, I can't help but admire people like Caroline who have something unique. I want to have something that makes me special, too. So it's a matter of feelings, not logic. I'd grasped Minerva's worry. Her resolve to handle it herself made sense, and I wanted to respect that. So there was only one thing I could say. I'll be cheering you on, hoping you find that something for yourself. And I'll help however I can. If I rely on others, it wouldn't really be mine. But having someone to talk to doesn't hurt, right? Sometimes discussing things can help clarify your thoughts. Well, that's true. If she was working hard to find her something, I wanted to support her fully. I was prepared to help her every step of the way. She seemed unable to dismiss my reasoning so easily, pausing for a moment before sighing softly. All right. If you're offering, then I suppose it would be a waste to refuse. Every now and then, I might ask for your advice. Gladly. Thank you, you really are pushy. Minerva pursed her lips slightly. I shrugged in response. Is that a problem? You're such a troublesome fiancé. I hate that about you. Sorry. She feigned irritation and turned her gaze back to the sky. Knowing it was all an act, I followed her lead, offering a mild apology as I joined her. The stars sparkled across the vast sky. Together, we enjoyed the view of this celestial jewel box. Chapter 3, Protagonists. The morning classes had ended, and the lunch break had begun. Minerva had been in the same class, but the others had attended different lectures, so we planned to meet up now. It was when I went to visit Karen, who was the closest. See, Caroline-san, how about having lunch together? As I entered the classroom, I was met with the sight of Yudai, the hero, nervously inviting Karen to lunch. You're letting your bloodlust slip, Minerva remarked. Whoops, that was close, I replied. At Minerva's warning, I quickly suppressed my emotions. A few students near the entrance fainted from the intensity, but I caught them before they hit the ground, so no injuries. I'd have to send an apology gift later. What was this situation, though? Karen and Yudai stood face to face, while the other students watched from a distance with warm, amused gazes, as if witnessing a bittersweet moment of youth. Come to think of it, Yudai had shown signs of having a crush on Karen. That was 7 or 8 years ago, so I'd completely forgotten about it. He hadn't approached her since we enrolled, either. Behind Karen stood Shin, keeping a wary eye on Yudai. It wasn't a situation to worry about too much, but it was mildly irritating. Not just Yudai trying to woo Karen, but the way the onlookers seemed to think they were perfect for each other was particularly grating. Well, considering Yudai's reputation, it made sense. Ever since our clash the day after enrollment, he'd been living diligently. True to the original story, he'd handled several minor events and even took on student council duties. To the average student, Yudai embodied the ideal hero. A hero and a saintess getting together, what a picturesque couple. It was only natural the masses would be intrigued. But this was unacceptable. As a noble and as an individual, letting Karen end up with Yudai was not an option. I would absolutely prevent that future. Let's go, I said. Such a siskin, Minerva muttered. That's nothing new, I retorted. Don't just own it, she snapped back. I shrugged at Minerva's exasperated comment, only to be met with more criticism. Sure, even I admit my sister complex might be a bit much, but it's just who I am. Deal with it. Feeling a tad guilty, we pressed forward into the heart of the scene. Meanwhile, Karen and Yudai's conversation continued. I appreciate the invitation, but I must decline. I already have plans, Karen said, offering a polite smile as she gently refused. But Yudai, seemingly too excited, didn't catch the hint. Then how about another time that works for you? He pressed. His eyes shone with obvious affection, impossible to conceal, and the crowd, especially the romance-obsessed female students, grew noisier. In contrast, Karen, the object of his feelings, responded calmly, I'm sorry, but I'll have to decline. Her expression was puzzled, her head slightly tilted. Minerva, observing this, murmured, I've thought this for a while, but that girl is incredibly dense. I couldn't agree more. For her to remain oblivious despite Yudai's blatant attitude, I felt just a tiny bit of sympathy for him. Really, just a smidge. It was baffling. Karen was usually so perceptive about others' feelings, yet when it came to romance, she turned utterly clueless, rivaling the densest protagonists out there. Honestly, I couldn't figure out why. I thought I'd raised her to be loved by everyone. Where did I go wrong? I muttered. Probably everything, Minerva shot back sharply, glaring at me. I hadn't said it out loud, but our long acquaintance must have let her guess my thoughts. Oh well, Karen's denseness had thrown me off, but for now we needed to reach those two. Karen, I called. Oni-sama. Karen's polite smile transformed into a radiant, genuine one, her eyes sparkling. Truly a self-proclaimed and universally acknowledged Brocken. Leaving Yudai behind, she rushed over to me. Did you come to pick me up? She asked. As usual, let's have lunch with everyone, I said. Yes, she replied cheerfully, her enthusiasm so lively she'd probably be wagging her tail if she were a beastman. Then, naturally, she took my hand and urged me toward the classroom exit. The others will join us soon, right? Let's go, they must be waiting for Oni-sama too, she said. Yeah, I agreed. I started walking as she prompted, with Minerva and Shin following behind. Just before leaving the classroom, I glanced at Yudai. His jaw dropped in shock, exuding a profound sense of pathos. He'd been the center of attention, only to be left out in the cold. Understandable. Yeah, as a fellow guy, I genuinely felt for him. Stay strong, hero. Your true heroine is out there somewhere. Section. After school, having finished my business with the principal, I was walking alone through the academy grounds. Using phase connection, gait would have been faster, but sometimes it's nice to stretch my legs. I'd sent Karen and the others home to handle their own errands, so even if I returned immediately, I'd just be twiddling my thumbs. For once, there was hardly any lordly work left today. Walking like this, I was reminded of how vast this academy truly was. I only used a small fraction of its facilities, and most areas I never visited. It hadn't even been 6 months since enrollment, but the sheer scale was unbelievable. On a whim, I decided to take a detour. Instead of heading straight to the exit, I chose a slightly longer route. Leaving the academic building, I passed by the shared clubroom facility. As the name suggests, it's like an apartment where multiple clubs share a single building, mostly smaller or mid-sized ones. Unlike our dilapidated but independent clubroom, some groups opt for these shared spaces for better facilities. Each choice has its pros and cons. I rarely came to this area. The clubs I dealt with were all top tier, so this place felt unfamiliar. For minor errands, I could just send a servant. Around the shared clubroom, sports clubs were warming up or jogging. Clubs at this level likely couldn't reserve proper fields or training grounds, or perhaps they trained outdoors to maximize time at better facilities. I'd heard about such logistical struggles secondhand. Even just walking, I drew a lot of attention. My white hair stood out, and I felt countless glances. No one stared blatantly, but the sheer number of eyes created pressure. I'd only meant to take a stroll, but maybe this was a bad idea. I seemed to be disrupting the focus of these diligently training students. I wanted to keep exploring, but disturbing them further wasn't my intent. I'd continue my walk elsewhere. Decision made, I turned to leave the clubroom area. But my retreat was a tad too late. As I took a step to withdraw, a deafening roar echoed from the shared clubroom behind me. The ground trembled, instantly signaling an explosion. Turning reflexively, I saw part of the building collapsing, black smoke billowing upward. The sound confirmed it, an explosion had occurred. A quick scan showed no students caught in the blast outside, but a few remained inside. Were they the culprits? They didn't seem injured. For now, I'd assume they were suspects and act accordingly. I couldn't ignore a commotion happening right in front of me. The academy would respond, but I doubted they'd have enough personnel to secure the scene and prevent secondary damage in time. Sighing inwardly, I waved my fingers. Instantly, a barrier enveloped the explosion site, securing the suspects and preventing further harm. The surrounding students, already rattled by the explosion, grew more confused by the barrier's appearance, but that wasn't my concern. "Ha," I sighed, stepping toward the barrier. The issue was that the suspect students had started brawling. They were grappling and even attempting magic, though I remotely disrupted the latter to prevent escalation. Still, they were seriously fighting, and I couldn't just leave them be. Passing through the barrier, I entered the collapsed building. The dust from the explosion had settled somewhat, and with detection magic compensating for poor visibility, it wasn't a major issue. As expected, the scene matched my scan. 6 male students, 3 against 3, engaged in a fight. No, fight was too grand a term. It was a childish scuffle. There was some blood, but nothing life-threatening. I couldn't discern the cause. All I heard were insults hurled at each other, with no clear explanation of what sparked this. Still, I could guess the gist. Most likely, an argument escalated, magic was misused, and this mess ensued. Magic, if mishandled, becomes a weapon. Inexperienced students are especially prone to letting emotions take over. Incidents like this, caused by magical outbursts, weren't unheard of at the academy. Last year, there were 5 such cases, if I recalled correctly. In my previous life's terms, it's like everyone carrying a handgun. Mishaps are inevitable. Regulation is futile since it depends on individual intent. Ultimately, only environment and values can curb such behavior. It's strange, though. Despite minimal regulation, this world maintains order. With everyone wielding powerful weapons, you'd expect a dog-eat-dog society, yet it functions. Enough theorizing, I'm no cultural anthropologist. Right now, I needed to subdue these students. Thanks to concealing my presence, they hadn't noticed me. Capturing them would be easy. The question was how. Magic was the quickest method, but with no idea when academy staff would arrive, conserving mana was preferable. I was confident I could last days without running dry, but human nature leans toward minimal effort. Might as well test this, I muttered, drawing ultrafine threads from phase concealment. These weren't ordinary threads. Made of pseudo-mithril, they boasted exceptional durability and high mana conductivity. I planned to infuse them with magic coating to restrain the students. For mere students, minimal mana would suffice, and the mithril ensured efficiency. Top-tier cost performance. I'd made these but hadn't had a chance to use them. Capturing someone alive usually meant knocking them out or intimidating them. Seizing the opportunity, I channeled mana into the wires and tossed them at the brawling students. Pre-programmed with design, the threads autonomously bound all 6. Caught off guard, they couldn't resist. What the hell is this? Damn it, I can't break free. Ow, it's cutting into my arm. My magic's not working. What's going on? Damn, damn, damn. Shut up, you. The students spewed crude curses, struggling against the bindings. I'd tied them tightly to prevent further violence, but they were obnoxiously loud. Even in this situation, their tempers hadn't cooled. I enveloped them in a soundproof barrier. Now I could wait for Academy reinforcements in peace. 5 minutes later, help arrived. My detection picked up approaching figures. I let slip. The Academy's response team included Princess Arianorth, the student council president, her guard Baroness Louise, Udai the hero, and Rena, Nina's sister. All were troublesome for me. There were about 10 adults too, but those 4, especially Udai and Rena, weren't likely to be helpful if things got messy. It made sense that the powerful student council would handle this, but why did they always show up when I was involved? I'd have preferred senior members over anyone but the president. Complaining wouldn't help, though. I had no choice but to work through them. I dispelled the barrier around the site to let Arianorth's group approach. Soon, the group, including those 3, arrived. Udai blurted, his face twisting in distaste. His reaction mirrored mine from moments ago, and quietly, I vowed to reconsider my attitude toward him going forward. Section. Until the matter is settled, you 6 will be detained by the student council. Understood? Yes. The 6 students responsible for the incident nodded meekly at Arianorth's icy tone. Once the Academy's reinforcements arrived, the aftermath was handled swiftly. The shared clubroom building was immediately sealed off, and over half of the debris had already been cleared. Simultaneously, the suspect students were questioned. Apparently, it started with a trivial argument that escalated, leading to this mess. What a nuisance. Well, the students had cooled off and seemed genuinely remorseful, and fortunately, there were no injuries. Their punishment would likely be light, perhaps a temporary suspension of their club activities and a brief suspension from classes. After watching the 6 be escorted away by the adults, I let out a small sigh, not of relief, but of exasperation. The real hassle for me was what came next. Arianorth approached, accompanied by Louise. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Zechs. Now, if you could explain the circumstances of this incident, she said. As expected, I was also subject to questioning. The 6 had already confirmed that I'd intervened to suppress the situation, but as a direct participant, I had a duty to explain. While I had no desire to get deeply involved with them, I wasn't outright refusing either. Best to get this over with quickly. I recounted the events as concisely and honestly as possible, leaving nothing out. Arianorth placed a hand to her chin, murmuring, as she pondered. Bracing myself for what she might say, I watched as she lowered her hand. I understand the situation. There seem to be no inconsistencies, so you're free to go. Thank you for your cooperation, she said with a slight bow. I narrowed my eyes, assessing whether her words hid any ulterior motive, but I concluded there was none. Relieved inwardly, I responded, No, it's only natural to help in times of trouble. If I could be of service to your Highness or the Academy, it's an honor. I didn't care about the honor part, but the first sentiment was genuine. I'm not so arrogant as to meddle in everything, but lending a hand when needed feels important. Your words are appreciated, Zechs. They're a great help to us, Arianorth replied with a faint smile. Her signature chilling smile gave the illusion that she could peer into one's soul. I had no idea how much of my thoughts she actually grasped. With my business concluded, I nodded to Arianorth and Louise, then turned to leave. Opening a phase connection gate, I prepared to make a swift exit. As the mood for a leisurely stroll was gone, but someone wasn't about to let me go so easily. Wait, a voice called. It was Udai. He just finished his assigned task and entered the scene. I could have ignored him and left, but that would only strain our already tenuous relationship. Disregarding someone of his growing reputation wasn't the wisest move. I stopped and glanced at him. His eyes were resolute, not clouded by delusion. His demeanor had improved since our last encounter. Perhaps the events he'd faced had fostered some mental growth. Given our history, this was bound to be troublesome. But seeing his expression, I figured it might be worth engaging him a little. After all, spurring the protagonist's growth is part of a villain's role. With a wry internal chuckle, I closed the phase connection gate and faced Yudai. Meeting his gaze directly, I exerted a slight pressure, not full intimidation, but enough to make my presence felt. Yudai flinched but didn't look away. Good. As Scan suggested, he'd grown, I felt a bit reassured. "What's your business, hero?" I asked, ignoring the intrigued looks from Area North and the others. Yudai replied earnestly, "I want to fight you." "A mock battle, you mean?" "Yeah." I raised an eyebrow, but he nodded immediately. What logic led to challenging me to a mock battle? He didn't still think I was the root of all evil, did he? Suppressing my unease, I kept my expression neutral and asked, "Why a mock battle?" "Because I want to move forward," he answered without hesitation. "Over the past 6 months, I've grown. I've had help from Rena, Arya, and Louise-san, but I've overcome all sorts of challenges." He raised both hands, staring at them, and said, "I knew that." With my dedicated surveillance, I was fully aware of every incident Yudai had resolved. He'd tackled challenges just within his capabilities, solving them with his allies, like a classic protagonist straight out of the original game. In doing so, I realized this world is exactly as you said. My values don't hold much weight here, and few people share them. If I want to uphold my beliefs, I'd need to start a revolution or persuade everyone. I learned how daunting that is. He really had grown. Area North and I had secretly orchestrated a few minor noble-related troubles for him, but I was surprised they'd had such a profound effect. Those issues should have been manageable for him, but for someone clinging to their previous world's values, they must have been jarring. I've gotten stronger, but deep down, the weak version of myself still lingers. I need to overcome that to grow further. And how does fighting me fit into that? You're the reason I wanted to get stronger in the first place. Without you, I'd probably have taken my time training. Interesting. His intuition was correct. In the original story, Yudai would have been weaker at this point. I wasn't thrilled to be the cause, but spurring his growth wasn't a bad outcome. "I want to surpass you, so please have a mock battle with me." "I'm begging you," Yudai concluded, bowing deeply, his body bent at a sharp angle. I took my time to think it over. He had indeed grown. The old Yudai wouldn't have bowed to a noble, let alone engaged in dialogue. Recognizing that his values weren't absolute was a step forward. But he was still naive. First, his manner of addressing an earl like me was utterly improper. If he were a commoner or a lesser noble, he could have been punished. Even noble children weren't exempt. His status as a hero was the only thing shielding him. He needed to rethink that. Second, he hadn't considered my perspective. He'd only spoken of his own benefits. When making a request of someone you're not close to, offering some form of compensation is basic courtesy. Lastly, he hadn't fully shed his arrogance, complacency, or overconfidence. He acted self-reflective, but deep down, his pride loomed large. His belief that he could beat me said it all. Confidence is fine, but complacency is not. That's a core combat principle in Foranada. Know your enemy, prepare thoroughly, and end the fight before it begins. That's how you survive in this world. Still, his overconfidence was somewhat understandable. He'd never experienced true defeat. He'd faced failures but never a crushing loss. Subconsciously, he likely believed he was invincible. This mock battle request was a perfect chance to teach him defeat. Without looking, I used detection to check Area North and Louise. Area North was unchanged, but Louise showed slight agitation, perhaps tension. She was watching the situation intently. This was undoubtedly Area North's doing. She'd recognized Yudai's inflated ego and chose me as his opponent, cleverly framing it as his own initiative. Sneaky, I sighed. "Fine, I accept your challenge." "Really?" "Yes, my word is final." I could have refused, but seeing his decent progress over 6 months, I believed he'd keep growing. If a little effort could be an investment in his future, I'd swallow my annoyance. Section. The mock battle was arranged without much delay. Leaving the remaining cleanup to the adults, we headed to a nearby training ground. I was dumbfounded. They weren't even hiding it anymore. The cleanup didn't need Arianorth, Louise, or Udai, and this training ground was already reserved. The preparations were too perfect. Seeing Arianorth's faint smirk, I felt an urge to punch her. I wouldn't, though. Only Arianorth would be overseeing the match. Due to the incident with Nina, Rena still resented me, and meeting her could escalate into trouble. Come to think of it, I'd sensed Rena earlier, but hadn't seen her today. Knowing this was likely part of Arianorth's plan left me with mixed feelings. Louise's absence was to guide Rena elsewhere efficiently. A guard leaving her post seemed questionable, but when Arianorth declared, "With Zechs and Udai here, we'll be fine," I had no rebuttal. It was true. Time to focus. Udai and I faced each other in the center of the training ground, about 15 meters apart, standing naturally. Each of us held a wooden sword sized for one-handed use. A short distance away, Arianorth, the referee, was already enveloped in a light magic barrier. All that remained was the signal to start. Judging by Arianorth's demeanor, she'd likely begin in about a minute. Her emotions were unreadable, but her subtle movements gave me a clue. I used the brief time to strategize. How should I approach this mock battle? There were two options. Crush him instantly to demonstrate overwhelming superiority, or hold back to make it feel like a proper fight. Both had pros and cons. The former would humble Udai but risked breaking his spirit. The latter was the opposite. The best balance might be to dominate while leaving a sliver of hope for victory. That's an incredibly delicate adjustment. If normal restraint is measuring by the bucket, this required precision by the gram. It demanded finesse. It was doable but ridiculously tedious. Why was I going this far for him? I wanted him to handle the Eastern Demon King's seal reinforcement, but he needed to grow mentally and physically to at least defeat demons. What a hassle. If it weren't for other demons capable of possession, I could just focus on boosting his strength. No use complaining. My goal is to steer Karen away from her doomed fate. To deviate from the original story, I must prepare for other irregularities, like the hero falling to darkness. So, as long as it aids his growth without crossing my bottom line, I'll cooperate. Now we'll begin the mock battle between Udai and Zechs. I, Arianorth, will serve as referee. The match ends when one is incapacitated. I deem one incapacitated or upon surrender. Understood. Yes, I replied. Yeah, Udai said. We nodded at Arianorth's final confirmation. She raised one hand skyward, then swung it down. Begin. Udai moved first, kicking up dust as he charged with body enhancement. Right, protagonists often use body enhancement. Thanks to their past life knowledge, they bear less strain and gain slightly greater effects than this world's natives. But in this reality, body enhancement isn't their exclusive privilege. It's ours. Unlike their subconscious use, we wield it with full awareness, achieving far greater potency. As Udai closed in, he raised his wooden sword overhead and swung down with force. Seeing me unmoving, he likely thought victory was assured. I could sense his complacency and overconfidence. This was bad. His carelessness was that of an unseasoned fighter, relaxing before securing the outcome, lacking Zanshin, the state of sustained readiness. His swordsmanship and physical skills had improved, but his combat mindset was half-baked. No surprise there. Coming from modern Japan, he'd primarily hunted weaker magical beasts, and his events were tailored to his level. With little experience against stronger opponents, this inconsistency was inevitable. I'd planned to observe longer, but it was time to act. His initial strike gave me a clear read on his abilities, so I'd focus on tempering his mentality. Swaying slightly, I dodged his attack by a hair's breadth. To his overconfident mind, this close evasion would seem like a fluke, exactly my intent. Having swung with the intent to end it in one blow, Udai couldn't transition to his next move. His weight had shifted fully forward, his sword striking the ground. I could have countered to knock him out, but that wouldn't serve my purpose. Instead, I opted for a more humiliating response. I seized both of his hands, gripping the sword. With his weight tilted forward, he couldn't easily shake me off. A moment's immobilization was enough. I swiftly swept his legs. Leaning forward, he toppled face first to the ground. Gah! Lie there dawdling and you'll get crushed, I taunted. My warning spurred Udai to roll away, creating distance. Immediately after, I stomped the ground where he'd been, the impact sinking the earth with a thud. Yudai, now on one knee, gaped at the sight, his face paling as he likely imagined what would have happened if he hadn't dodged. He rose warily, gripping his sword and sidestepping cautiously to gauge distance. Unlike before, he was far more prudent. Good. That's the kind of vigilance I wanted. I'm not an opponent you can afford to underestimate, though caution alone wouldn't guarantee survival. Deciding the match wouldn't progress otherwise, I took the offensive. I darted lightly, circling behind Yudai. I hadn't used any special techniques, but he couldn't track my movement, glancing around frantically. He only noticed me as I swung my sword. He barely managed to block, intercepting my strike mid-arc, but his reaction was too slow. Unable to fully absorb the impact, he was sent flying over 10 meters, tumbling across the ground. I'd held back, but the impact might have cracked a bone or two. With a casual thought, I watched Yudai sprawled on the ground. With body enhancement active, he shouldn't be unconscious from that. Gah! As expected, he was still conscious, groaning in pain as he struggled to rise. Time to end it. I caught a faint trace of fear in his emotions. Continuing further would only harm him. Stopping here would fuel his resolve. I closed the distance instantly, pressing my sword to his throat, then glanced at Area North. Catching my intent, she called out, "That's enough. The winner is Zechs-san." Her words dispelled the tension in the air. I let my heightened battle intent fade. "Damn it," Yudai muttered, his voice thick with frustration. Still on the ground, he clenched his fists, trembling. The loss clearly stung. One last push. "You're too careless. Holding back is fine, but never underestimate any opponent," I said, lacing my tone with a hint of mockery, knowing his personality would turn it into motivation. As expected, he tensed further, his fighting spirit flaring as he gritted his teeth. It worked. I'd leave the rest to Area North. "I'll take my leave, Your Highness," I said. "Thank you for indulging us," she replied. After a brief nod to Area North, I opened a phase connection gate and returned to my estate. Section. October had arrived. With the preliminary rounds of the grade-level individual tournament just half a month away, the academy buzzed with an unusual excitement. For us, though, nothing changed. We hadn't trained so softly that we'd panic now, and our skills were backed by solid experience. I was slightly concerned about Marina, but her resilience was formidable, rendering my worries unfounded. "Well, I'm going to browse some magic theory books," Minerva said. "If anything comes up, use the magic communicator," I replied. "I know," she said. In the library's reading area, Minerva and I had this exchange. Since our last visit, we'd been coming here together whenever our schedules aligned. Minerva buried herself in magic research materials, while I looked for something to pass the time. Sitting shoulder to shoulder reading felt a bit ticklish, but it was a quintessential, youthful student moment. Wanting Karen and Minerva to enjoy their school life, I saw this as a positive trend. After seeing Minerva off toward the bookshelves, I set out to find a book of my own. I'd never disliked reading, so scanning for interesting titles was surprisingly enjoyable. The library's vast collection could easily kill time. But since staying too long would cut into my time with Minerva, I decided to pick quickly. "No one's here today," I noted. A quick scan with detection revealed no other users besides Minerva and me. I was referring to Viscountess Skia. Since making that proposal to her, we'd only met once. I'd hoped to check on her progress, but her absence meant it couldn't be helped. I was aware I'd stirred things up for her, so I was trying to be considerate. Well, I'd told her I'd wait 6 months, so I'd be patient. She must have her own thoughts to sort through. On another note, I decided to read some history books from other territories today, and was eyeing a relevant bookshelf when a telepathy message came from one of my subordinates. "Zechs-sama, may I have a moment of your time?" "Go ahead, what's up?" "The Saintess under surveillance is heading your way. To the library, to be precise." "What?" The sudden report made me frown, but I quickly connected the dots. "Is the Saintess with Zigrold?" Yes, as you say." Caught off guard, my subordinate confirmed with a hint of confusion. As I thought. As mentioned before, the first-year individual tournament was an event centered on Zigrold, and it had already begun before the tournament itself. In truth, the Damon family's summoning ritual techniques, Zigrold's lineage, had long been lost, with no one left who could perform them. But Zigrold, with his keen interest in magic, was tirelessly researching to revive this lost art. His frequent library visits were part of that effort. In the original story, the protagonist Saintess, learning of this by chance, offered to help, and together they succeeded in reviving the summoning ritual. So it was natural for them to visit the library at this time. The timing, however, was less than ideal. At this rate, they'd run into Minerva, who was already back at the reading area. Wait. No, maybe that's fine. I reconsidered after a brief moment of thought. The reason I'd avoided the Saintess was to minimize contact between her and Karen, who were destined to be enemies in the original story, to improve Karen's survival odds. In other words, this had little to do with Minerva. In the original story, they became close friends, so I judged there was no cause for concern. Of course, there was a chance the Saintess might exert some odd influence, but it wasn't worth forcibly moving Minerva over. There was a slight worry, but I'd trust my fiancé. For now, I'd head back. I trusted Minerva, but being by her side would put me more at ease. Grabbing a random book from the shelf, I hurried back to the reading area where she waited. No phase connection gate this time, by the way. Using it in a non-emergency would raise suspicion instantly. When I arrived, the Saintess and Zigrold were already speaking to Minerva. They just exchanged greetings and hadn't yet moved to small talk. Well, greetings to you, Saintess Dono and Damon Dono, I said, standing beside Minerva with a friendly smile. Minerva aside, the Saintess and Zigrold hadn't noticed my approach. They flinched at my voice, eyes widening. Oh, it's you. Greetings, the Saintess said. Greetings, Zigrold stammered. Both quickly relaxed and responded, but was it my imagination, or was the Saintess's reaction a bit excessive? Earl Foranada, please, call me Sarah. I may be the Saintess, but I'm just a commoner at heart. Titles feel so stiff, she said smoothly, before I could dwell on my suspicions. Her demeanor was entirely natural, showing no trace of her earlier agitation. Maybe I was overthinking it. Still, I'd keep an eye on her. The suspicion lingered, but there was no way to address it here. I didn't even know what exactly was bothering me, so I set it aside for now. Come to think of it, the Saintess's name was Sarah. I'd read it in reports but always thought of her as Saintess, so it slipped my mind. Calling her by name felt oddly jarring. I'd have to get used to it. Understood, Sarah Dono, I said. No need for formalities either. I understand my position, but at least in the academy, I'd prefer to be treated casually. All right, is this better? Yes, Sarah beamed brightly. So this is the protagonist. This was my first direct conversation with her, and it was eye-opening. Her expressions, voice, gestures, her entire aura seemed to say, let's be friends. It was like water soaking into a dry sponge, effortlessly instilling goodwill. Sarah must have a natural talent for disarming others, perfectly suited for both a protagonist and a Saintess. No wonder she could bond with the prickly heroes of the original story. I'd need to stay sharp. Getting too close could cloud my judgment. Still, it's only fair. You can call me Zechs too, Sarah Dono, I offered. Thank you, Zechs-san, she replied. With her taking a step toward friendliness, I had to reciprocate to avoid looking standoffish. Then Zigrold spoke up. Please call me Zigrold as well, Earl Foranada, and feel free to speak informally. Got it, I'll do that. You can be casual with me too, in unofficial settings. I blinked for a moment, but caught on after seeing his sour expression. Zigrold seemed jealous of our exchange. It was just polite small talk, but love is blind, I suppose. To think Sarah had won over Zigrold, the second hardest capture target, in just 6 months was impressive. Suppressing my unease, I continued the conversation. What were you three talking about? Nothing much, Minerva replied, sounding slightly annoyed. You showed up right after we exchanged greetings. Oh, could it be? Jealousy from you two. Adorable. Hey, cut it out in front of people, she snapped. Sorry, I said. I'd unconsciously started patting Minerva's head, charmed by her reaction. I quickly pulled my hand back and apologized. She was scowling, but her emotions brimmed with joy. She was just embarrassed. I'd have to pat her again later. You two are close, aren't you? Sarah said, eyes wide, having watched our exchange. It might have looked like I was being a nuisance, but she seemed to see through to Minerva's true feelings. Even if they were destined to be friends, that was some sharp insight. Zigrold, meanwhile, looked at Sarah as if to say, they're close. But Minerva, caught up in the moment, didn't have room for doubt. No way, I don't like this guy or anything," she blurted, her face bright red, delivering a textbook Tsundir line. She'd been more open lately, but her embarrassment had apparently hit its limit. It was cute, but not the best reaction for the setting. "Minerva, this is a library," I reminded her. "Oh, sorry," she said. Libraries demand silence worldwide. The librarian at the desk was staring at us. Noticing this, Minerva hurriedly apologized, lowering her voice. She then covered her face with both hands, retreating like a turtle, so I decided to change the topic. Further teasing would be too much. "Section, why are you two in the library?" I asked. Sarah, picking up on my intent, answered with a wry smile. "Zigrold Kun's doing some research and I'm helping out." "What kind of research?" I asked. I knew the details but couldn't admit it, so I kept the conversation neutral. Zigrold answered, "You wouldn't understand." His tone carried a hint of hostility. Understandable. The Damon family's summoning ritual was once mocked by society and eventually lost. Reviving it wasn't something he'd easily share with outsiders. My only thought was, fair enough. But someone present didn't know the context. "You won't know unless you ask," Minerva said sharply. I realized I'd picked the worst possible topic. Since coming to Foranada, Minerva had toned down her pride, but she was still a proud girl at heart. Being dismissed with "you wouldn't understand" naturally provoked her. I'd completely forgotten her personality. There were safer topics. Why did I step into this minefield? I wanted to bury my face in my hands, but there was no time for that. You can't take back words once spoken. "No, you definitely wouldn't," Zigrold insisted. "That's why dismissing it outright is pointless." "Nothing's absolute in this world," Minerva shot back. "Saying nothing's absolute is contradictory. Don't get hung up on wordplay. I'm not here for games. Spit it out already." "No way. I'm not obligated to tell you." "What did you say?" Both Minerva and Zigrold were strong-willed magic enthusiasts. Once they started arguing, it was inevitable they'd heat up. Their voices grew louder. Noticing the librarian's raised eyebrow, I decided it was time to intervene. Exchanging a glance with Sarah, we each restrained our companions. "Calm down, Minerva. I just said this is a library," I said. "Zigrold Kun, please calm down. This isn't like you," Sarah urged. "MGH." Both still had enough sense to recognize the situation. They quieted down, though their glares still clashed. It was better than shouting. As silence returned, Sarah spoke up. "I think we should tell them." "Sarah," Zigrold exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. Unfazed, she raised both hands and continued. "One's the top student of our year, and the other's the daughter of the Loramber Dukedom. They surely have wisdom we lack. Doesn't passing up this chance go against your goal, Zigrold Kun?" "Ga NNGH." Unable to counter her logic, Zigrold fell silent. Shortly after, he sighed and said, "Fine. I'll talk." What an unexpected turn. To think I'd get involved in Zigrold's research. Then again, considering Sarah's personality, it wasn't surprising. In the original story, they'd revive the summoning ritual on their own, but they didn't know that. For Zigrold's goal, choosing a path with higher success was only natural. With a reluctant sigh, Zigrold began, "Do you two know about ritual magic? It's a technique that enhances magic's power or effects by paying a price, right?" Minerva answered. "In this world, magic is shaped by mana and intent. While all magic follows this principle, ritual magic, also called cost magic, involves offering something beyond mana as a price. A clear example is sacrificing vitality instead of mana, which falls under ritual magic. It allows effects beyond one's mana capacity by offering vitality as a cost. Other costs include livestock, blood, harvested crops, and more. The types of offerings are diverse. However, ritual magic is merely a supplement to existing magic. You can cast magic without a cost, and if you're going to pay one, you might as well use a higher tier spell. Thus, ritual magic has gradually faded, but some unique forms of magic exist. My Damon family was once skilled in a form of ritual magic, a summoning ritual. As you know, ritual magic is often mocked as outdated, and our family's magic was lost as a result, Zigrold explained. "And Zigrold Kun's been researching to revive it," Sarah added brightly. "Summoning, as in paying a price to call something?" Minerva asked, tilting her head at the unfamiliar term. Zigrold nodded. You're quick. The summoning ritual involves offering a price to call magical beings from another realm. Another realm, huh? Minerva murmured. You don't believe me, then this conversation's over. I can't entrust my research to someone who doesn't accept the premise, Zigrold said sharply, speaking quickly and moving to leave. He'd likely been ridiculed for this before and wanted to avoid that pain again. But that was premature. My fiancé wasn't like those small-minded critics. Wait, Minerva said, her clear voice resonating despite its low volume, striking the heart. Zigrold stopped and turned back. What? No one said they don't believe you, she replied. But, no buts, I don't know if other realms exist, but dismissing it outright is foolish. Research is about exploring the unknown and making it known. Minerva flashed a fearless smile, radiant enough to dispel dark clouds. You believe me? Zigrold asked hesitantly. Not yet. I'll believe it once it's verified and proven. That's what research is for, right? Yeah. Her relentlessly pragmatic approach left Zigrold flustered. But the once-tense conversation had neatly resolved. Hee, we've got new allies, Zigrold-kun, Sarah said with a smile. Yeah, thanks to your advice, Sarah, he replied, returning her smile. Oh, wow. It seemed we'd been used to boost their rapport. Whether Sarah realized it or not, she was quite adept at seizing opportunities. For now, tell us your progress. I'll point out what's lacking. That works, right, Zechs? Minerva asked. I'm fine with it, I said. Please, we're counting on you both, Sarah said. I'm relying on you, Zigrold added. How did it come to this? I tilted my head inwardly. Somehow, I'd been roped into deeply assisting Zigrold. I'd meant to minimize interference with the protagonist's events. I could have stopped it, but intervening in that flow was impossible. Minerva's nerdy passion had been fully ignited. At this point, I had no choice but to commit. The process might differ, but the outcome would be the same. I'd focus on fostering Sarah and Zigrold's bond while aiming to complete the summoning ritual. Chapter 4, Individual Competition. November had arrived. It had been a fortnight since the individual competition by grade level had commenced. That said, it was still the preliminary rounds. Until the top 16, the matches were held in the gaps between classes, so unless one was particularly keen, spectators were rare. Generally, only the two competing students and the supervising teacher would be present, allowing the schedule to proceed quietly. As expected, Karen and the others, including Marina, seemed to be advancing smoothly. Given their current form, securing a spot in the top 16 of the knockout rounds was all but guaranteed. On the other hand, the revival of the summoning ritual that had begun last month was already complete. In the original game, it would typically be finished just before the finals, but with Minerva and me lending a hand, a slight advance in timing was only natural. Although not as intense as her father, the magic fanatic, Minerva had her own share of enthusiasm for magic. I, too, had been thoroughly combing through various materials and continuing my research. With 70% of the research already completed and knowledge of the final form, guiding it to completion was relatively easy. Of course, the significant contributions from Zigrold and the others, who had already completed 70% of the work, could not be overlooked. Thus, without any concerns, I was prepared to participate in the individual competition. By the way, the Demon King's followers, who were rumored to cause a commotion during the awards ceremony, had yet to be detected. While I suspected they were steadily gathering in the royal capital, they seemed to be acting like ordinary citizens, showing no suspicious behavior. They were likely planning to stay hidden until the last moment. Since I knew the location for the ritual, there wasn't much of a problem. Well, this event was designed to encourage the growth of the saint, Sarah, and her peers. While I would take various precautions, I didn't intend to interfere with the summoning of demons. They could enjoy their brief moment of joy. Back to the topic at hand. Guess it's time to go. Due to a canceled class, I had been passing the time in the library. With everyone else in class, I was alone. However, the time for my match was drawing near. I closed the book in my hands and stood up. I cast a small phase connection to return the book to its shelf, then opened a regular phase connection to move to the training ground where the match was scheduled to take place. According to my detection, my opponent was already inside the venue. Additionally, there were a few spectators for some reason. Given that they were sitting together, I surmised they had come to watch their friends' matches. Yet I could sense a feeling of derision from both my opponent and the spectators. It didn't seem like this match would end well. Ugh. Having faced only reasonable opponents in the previous preliminaries, I felt an increase in mental fatigue. A sigh slipped out involuntarily. That said, I couldn't just turn back on my heel. The reason I entered the individual competition was to showcase my abilities to those around me and eliminate unnecessary conflicts. There was no option but to advance to the finals. I stretched my arms toward the sky and relaxed my body. It didn't really matter. Whatever my opponent thought inwardly was their own business. I had no intention of interfering with others' inner thoughts. If Minerva were to hear this, she might scold me for being too soft. With a wry smile, I stepped into the training ground. The interior matched what I had detected. Near the center of the expansive circular ground stood the male teacher acting as the referee and my male opponent. In one corner of the castle, 5 spectators, presumably a mix of males and females, were seated. All of them, except for the referee, wore strange smiles directed at me. The atmosphere was unpleasant. I wanted to wrap this up quickly. Suppressing my gaze slightly, I approached the referee. "You've arrived. Now, please put on this device, Lord Foranada." "Yes." I received a ring from the referee. This was a magical tool designed to prevent serious injuries during the match. To put it another way, it was something I had prepared. Since not only Karen but I would be participating this year, I developed it because I believed the traditional system would be insufficient. In broad strokes, this ring was a magical tool of phase concealment. It converts incoming damage into magical power. That's how it works. Let's call this ring that converts damage into magic power, the damage conversion ring. Developing it was quite a challenge. I had originally conceived the design for phase concealment tools, but the issue of energy consumption was a significant hurdle. After all, it consumed vast amounts of magical power every time an item was brought in or out. Without the increased magical capacity provided by the magic fragrance flower, we couldn't handle it easily. So, the proposed solution was to limit what was converted to magical power. It was demonstrated that if the damage was restricted to the wearer, it significantly reduced magical power consumption. However, even then, it wasn't something students could use repeatedly. Therefore, I restricted it further. The ring was set to be usable only within the barrier of a separately manufactured device. As a result, it achieved a level that could be utilized by ordinary students. Well, due to the 2 improvements mentioned earlier, it's limited to events like this tournament. While I have no concerns about it being misused, it's still somewhat of a niche application. To summarize my lengthy explanation, it's sufficient to understand it as a ring that converts physical damage into magical power consumption. I believe most students would perceive it that way. The difference in understanding doesn't change its performance. The referee, having acknowledged that I was wearing the ring, began to explain with fervor. "For this match, I will be officiating. Since matches have already been held multiple times, I don't believe there's a need to explain again. But for the sake of thoroughness, I will go over the rules. Firstly, the outcome will be decided by either the opponent being incapacitated or surrendering, or by the referee's judgment. Secondly, all participants must absolutely comply with the referee's decisions. Thirdly, any attacking actions are prohibited after the match's outcome has been determined." And so on, he elaborated patiently. In essence, it was about following the referee while refraining from actions that could lead to accidents. "Both participants, please stand on the marks on the ground 10 meters behind you." "Yes." My opponent and I complied with the instructions, creating a distance of approximately 20 meters between us. Upon confirming this, the referee was just about to declare the start of the match. However, he was interrupted. "Excuse me, sir." My opponent, a male student, raised his hand lightly to call for a halt. The referee, unable to ignore him, altered his words. "What is it?" Perhaps due to being interrupted, the referee's voice sounded somewhat stiff. Not paying any mind to this, the male student grinned as he replied, "Nothing much. I just wanted to give my opponent a little advice before the match." "Advice?" The referee's expression darkened at the rude tone of the remark. I shared the same frown. I understood he was looking down on us, but the situation was turning sour. It would be best not to let him speak any further. The referee seemed to come to the same conclusion, speaking quickly. Chit-chat before the match is not a commendable act. But there's no rule against it, right? I made sure to review the match regulations. That's... The referee stumbled over his words, having been hit in a sensitive spot. As the male student had said, there was no rule prohibiting talking to one's opponent before a match. While it stated that matches should commence as swiftly as possible, there were no strict regulations. Seeing the referee fall silent, my opponent threw a glance my way, filled with a mocking, vulgar tint. Better for you to withdraw before you get hurt. You might have bought your way here, but I'm not about to give up victory for that. You're worthless, so just step aside. As he spoke, laughter erupted from the gallery. The atmosphere was completely one of condescension towards me. I made the right choice in participating. I rolled the words around in my mouth. I had heard rumors casting doubt on my abilities, thanks to my subordinates. However, witnessing this situation forced me to admit that my understanding had been naive. There was a vast difference between hearing about something and experiencing it firsthand. I pinched the bridge of my nose and asked, "Where are you from?" "Huh, why should I have to tell you that?" "Just tell me." "A small village in the Canai barony." I see. The Canai barony was a remote area on the outskirts of the Holy Kingdom's western region. Knowing he hailed from a village, there made his outrageous behavior more understandable. Ordinary commoners do not seek to associate with nobles. Nobles do not reach out to commoners. Maintaining a certain distance from each other to keep peace is the norm in this country. In fact, the groups within the academy are distinctly divided between nobles and commoners. There are certainly exceptions, but they are rare. This understanding is widespread. Even the impoverished living in slums, especially because they are impoverished, tend to maneuver skillfully to avoid being crushed as social underdogs. The man before me had clearly lacked this common sense due to his rural background. It was likely that the Canai Baron was the type to work hand in hand with his subjects, but that didn't mean it would work the same way outside of his territory. This situation had revealed the negative aspect of producing someone who lacked awareness of common sense. I turned my gaze toward the referee. He nodded as if he had given up on everything. It was a relief to see that he seemed to understand the situation. I raised my index finger and pointed it at the male student. "I have a piece of advice. You should refrain from publicly mocking a noble, especially a current lord. You could lose your head on the spot." I conveyed this in a voice that echoed throughout the venue. Noticing the shift in atmosphere, my opponent showed a hint of fear in his expression. Regret seeped through his emotions. What are you talking about?" But it was too late for that. The saying, "regret comes too late," couldn't be more accurate. "Oh, this advice wasn't directed at you. It was meant for the audience." Hi. Caught off guard, he was met with the swift end of his life just a moment later. A small hole opened in his forehead as he collapsed onto his back. A copious amount of blood flowed from the wound, making it clear he was dead on the spot. The training ground fell silent, but the stillness lasted only a moment. The students in the gallery screamed and fled like startled rabbits. I had no intention of pursuing them. At present, I had not shown any clear contempt. Once I confirmed that the audience had vanished, I stored the corpse using the phase concealment magic tool. I also collected the spilled blood, returning the training ground to a pristine state. "Teacher, I would appreciate it if you kept this matter confidential." "I don't mind, but why?" "If this incident becomes public, his family will be implicated as well." "That would be absurd, wouldn't it?" "Even if I didn't act directly, the Canai Baron, fearing the wrath of the Foranada, would surely take action. It would be too cruel for his family to suffer because of their foolish son." "You're hard to read. I can't tell if you're being lenient or strict. Feel free to choose whichever you prefer." I shrugged in response to the fatigued-looking referee. From an external perspective, it would likely be deemed that I was being lenient. Minerva had certainly made that point clear numerous times. Yes, I am lenient. I don't possess the kindness to care for complete strangers. Leniency is not synonymous with kindness. When I show leniency, it's always towards someone I deem inconsequential. I wouldn't care if they repeated the same mistake and found themselves in a fatal situation, thus I would let it slide. Of course, if it escalates to an undeniable situation like this one, I must impose strict punishment. It's a tough job to maintain the dignity of the nobility. I suddenly pondered, am I a heartless person? I don't consider everyone but my kin as inconsequential in such extreme terms, but I lacked sufficient evidence to dispel that suspicion. There's no point in overthinking it. Did you say something? No. I will handle the follow-up here, so you just need to keep quiet. Understood. Well then, I'll be heading back. Now, I should stop by the headmaster's office. I need to take care of this promptly. The students who ran away would likely keep quiet if my subordinates applied a little pressure, so that wouldn't be a problem. What was supposed to be just a preliminary match had left me feeling utterly exhausted. I wanted to be comforted by Karen and the others soon. Section. As November approached its end, the top 16 had finally been decided. The breakdown was as follows. Me, Karen, Orca, Nina, Minerva, Marina, Dan, Miria, Eureka, Yuyudai, Rena, Arahir North, Sarah, Gray, Zigrold, and Eric. Everyone from Karen's Magical Peace Club had made it through. In fact, it was all too familiar faces. Given that many of the original story's main characters are exceptionally talented, it was hardly surprising. From the top 16 onward, the matches are commonly referred to as the finals and take place in front of a large audience. All classes are canceled, allowing students to come and watch. Additionally, important figures wishing to assess the quality of the students also make an appearance. On the morning of the first day of the finals, one such important figure had arrived at the Foranada's villa. I apologize for the sudden visit, Count Foranada. The stern man who entered the reception room began with an apology. His name was Juba Stemhals Can Lorenberg, the current head of the Duke's family and Minerva's father. Please, there's no need for concern. I understand you've had a tight schedule and you contacted me last night. It hasn't been much trouble at all, as you might think. I responded with a smile. In reality, Duke Lorenberg was quite busy. He was involved in various magical enterprises, as well as managing his territory. Without a phase connection gate, he also had to account for travel time, making time management quite challenging. I understood that he had taken precious time out of his schedule to meet with me. It seemed he accepted that there was no hidden meaning behind my words, as the Duke simply replied, I see. Minerva should be here shortly as well. No need to worry. I know that women require more preparation than men. Please tell my daughter that there's no need to rush. Knock, knock. Before he could finish his sentence, there was a knock at the entrance. A waiting servant confirmed that Minerva had arrived. It seems my consideration was unnecessary. He smiled wryly. I returned the smile, signaling the servant to let Minerva in. Father, it's been a while. The weather today is quite nice. Upon entering, Minerva gracefully curtsied. Her seasonal greeting was smooth and fluent, and in this moment, I was reminded once again of her noble upbringing. After exchanging the series of greetings, Minerva took a seat next to me. At that moment, Duke Lorenberg unexpectedly relaxed his expression. What's the matter? I asked, puzzled. Oh, nothing. I simply thought that you two have grown quite close since I last saw you. It makes me very happy to see your relationship flourishing. It seemed he had inferred the nature of our relationship from just our current demeanor. I suppose it was to be expected from the head of a duke's family. Or perhaps our feelings were simply that apparent. I felt a bit embarrassed, but after all, we were engaged, so worrying about it wouldn't change anything. However, it appeared I was the only one able to brush it off. Father, Minerva exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment as she protested. Seeing this, the Duke's smile widened even further, and he let out a hearty laugh. A father-in-law laughing at his fiancée's embarrassment, it was a rather chaotic situation. Realizing that allowing it to continue would only waste time, I decided to steer the conversation back on track. By the way, your visit to the capital at this time means you'll be watching the individual matches as well, right, Duke? Ah, indeed, the Duke confirmed, falling into my train of thought. He nodded graciously, still in good spirits. Every year, I make it a point to attend the final tournament. If I spot any exceptional talent, I'll extend an invitation, and if I get to see some interesting magic, that's a bonus. It certainly seems like the perfect opportunity to gauge the students' abilities. Indeed. While I can't grasp everything, It's undoubtedly a valuable chance to witness their individual combat prowess from the employer's perspective. I see. If that's the case, then my abilities would likely resonate throughout the kingdom by the end of the year. Until now, only a select few in the royal court had known of my skills, but showcasing them in the spotlight of the individual matches would leave no room for concealment. Not that I really needed to hide anything. I hadn't felt the need to demonstrate my full strength before because there was no necessity to make a grand display of power. Since inheriting my title, I hadn't put any effort into hiding my capabilities. Under normal circumstances, I would be watching the upperclassmen's tournament, but this year I will likely be observing the first-year students. Is it to support Minerva? That's part of it. But my main focus is on you, Count Foranada. The Duke's crimson eyes sparkled with anticipation as he fixed his gaze on me. I have been eagerly awaiting this day ever since I heard you would be participating. I'm excited to see how you will wield your unknown magic. Heh heh heh, I can hardly contain my excitement. The smile he wore was tinged with a hint of madness, true to his nickname as the Magic Maniac. It seemed he had already forgotten about his original purpose for attending the matches, recruiting talented individuals. Glancing over, I saw Minerva sitting beside me, her head in her hands. Given her expression, it was clear that no one would be able to stop this now. I managed a wry smile and offered a non-committal response. I will do my best to meet your expectations. It was a rather political, gray answer. But nobles are much like politicians, so I figured this level of ambiguity was acceptable. In any case, there aren't many opportunities to showcase new magic in matches between students. Perhaps the only chance would be when I matched up against Karen and the others. Still, with expectations set this high, I would have to make some adjustments. After all, it was a request from my future father-in-law. After some light banter, we decided to part ways as the final tournament awaited us, along with the Duke's observation of it. That said, we were cutting it pretty close on time, so the three of us decided to use phase connection to travel. During that process, I was completely taken aback by Duke Laurenberg's level of excitement. It truly struck me how intense a person could become when they dedicated their life to magic. Section. Classes were not held during the final tournament, so students headed directly to the match venue instead of the classrooms. The match venue was divided by grade, and each individual could choose where to watch. Typically, the higher the grade, the more spectators there would be. However, this year was different. The audience at the first grade venue was overwhelmingly large. There were several reasons for this. One was the presence of heroes and saints, individuals who appeared only once in 100 years. Many were curious to see how they would fight. Another reason was the multitude of those with notable titles. With participants like Karen, Nina, and Aranorth, attention was unavoidable. And one final reason was my own participation. For a colorless individual to make it to the top 16 was unprecedented, and there were many eager to confirm the strange rumors surrounding me. It seemed that no matter the world, human curiosity never changed. While I idly pondered this as I sensed the area surrounding the waiting room, Karen called out to me. For some reason, the members of the Foranada group had gathered in my waiting room. Oni-sama, the matchups have been announced. The matchups referred to the tournament bracket. From the top 16 onward, the tournament was shuffled and announced on the day of the matches. How did it turn out? I asked. Here you go. She handed me a paper about the size of A4. I quickly glanced over it. What a hassle, was my immediate reaction. The first round matchups are as follows. 1 match 1, Miria versus Minerva. 2 match 2, Marina versus Udai. 3 match 3, Gray vs Zigrold. 4 match 4, Eric versus Eureka. 5 match 5, Nina vs Dan. 6 match 6, Karen vs Sarah. 7 match 7, Orca versus Aranorth. 8 match 8, Zechs versus Rena. Indeed, the matchups were filled with deep-seated connections. Given the participants involved, I had anticipated such combinations, but the reality was worse than I imagined. I, along with Karen and Marina, found ourselves facing precisely the opponents we dreaded. Zechs, Nina murmured unexpectedly. Her eyes were faintly shaken. While it didn't reach the level of panic, it was clear that she harbored concerns about the battle between her love interest and her younger sister. There was no use lamenting the situation. Once the matches were set, there was no way to change them, and more importantly, I didn't want to add to Nina's emotional burden. I gently patted her head. "It's going to be okay." It was a vague statement, lacking specificity. Still, it conveyed the intention that no matter what happened, everything would be fine. I couldn't tell how much she understood, but she nodded in response, saying, "I get it." Her emotional turmoil seemed to have settled, so I felt reassured. Having provided sufficient support to Nina, I turned my gaze to the others. Everyone displayed a suitable level of tension. I was concerned about Marina's feelings, but from what I could see, she appeared stable. It seemed like there wouldn't be any issues. I couldn't predict how this individual competition would unfold, but I hoped it would turn into a meaningful experience for all of them. Section. The first round of matches progressed smoothly. The results settled largely as expected, with Minerva, Nina, Karen, and Orca all securing their victories without difficulty. I had been wary that something might happen during Karen's match, but it ended up being surprisingly uneventful. The only notable issue was that the Saint Sarah seemed overly tense, but she relaxed during the match, so it wasn't a cause for concern. It was a relief that nothing significant occurred. As for Marina, she unfortunately lost. She put up a good fight until the end, but given her current level, it was understandable. However, it wasn't all bad news. It seemed that after a heated argument during the match, she and Yudai managed to reconcile. I was genuinely happy to see their relationship improve, which had become strained since I took her under my wing. They were childhood friends who had always been close, and I hoped they would cherish that bond. The match between Prince Grey and Zigrald was closely contested, but Grey emerged victorious, proving his skill in close combat. It seemed that in individual matches, being an all-rounder was indeed advantageous. Lastly, the battle between Eureka and Eric had an unexpected outcome. Eric managed to win. After a fiercely intense close-quarters battle, he claimed victory. Although Eureka had been training hard, Eric surpassed her abilities. From the context, it seemed that he had rigorously trained the body enhancement skills conveyed through First Prince Weemlay. Achieving such a high level of proficiency in under 6 months was no trivial feat. It certainly wasn't the result of mere casual training. He too must have been growing significantly. Section. And now, the 8th match, the final battle of the first round, was about to take place. As I stepped into the venue, I glanced at the audience. Compared to the previous matches, only about a quarter of the seats remained occupied. It seemed that those interested in watching a colorless match were in the minority. Well, considering that Rena was still relatively unknown at this point, it was understandable that many wouldn't find this match particularly appealing. The fact that it was the last match of the day, with the sun beginning to set, likely contributed as well. At this rate, it might not matter how I demonstrated my abilities until the finals or semifinals. I would aim for victory as originally planned. I returned my gaze to the front. In the ring surrounded by a barrier stood my opponent, Rena. She seemed to be concentrating, standing firmly with her eyes closed. As I approached the stage, I observed her. She was equipped with a one-handed sword and a small buckler. I had heard she possessed magical talent, so her appearance resembled that of a conventional magic swordsman. She reminded me of my sister Nina, but the reality was likely quite different. Given her petite stature, Rena was more suited for an agile, aggressive fighting style, and her talents likely leaned towards magic for her offensive capabilities. Most likely, she had only tried to emulate her beloved sister's appearance. Like Yudai, Rena had also improved her skills. In fact, she had grown stronger than Yudai, albeit by a slim margin. This was probably the result of her intense determination. I knew she harbored resentment towards the Foranada family. It was almost a case of misplaced anger, but I could sympathize with her feelings, especially since she was Nina's younger sister. I had chosen to remain hands-off, partially leaving it to Yudai and Ariarnorth to manage the situation. Thanks to the two of them, she hadn't caused any trouble for us thus far, but it seemed her pent-up emotions were still festering inside her. Despite her closed eyes, I could feel her hostility directed at me. "Lord Foranada, please step forward." As I ascended the stage, the supervising teacher handed me a ring. I slipped it onto my finger and moved to the designated position. The distance between Rena and me was about 20 meters. In general, This distance wouldn't allow for an immediate attack, whether with a sword or magic. As the match was about to begin, Lena finally opened her eyes. Her gaze, filled with murky hatred, pierced through me. Facing her like this reminded me once again, despite being twins, Nina and Lena looked almost nothing alike. In stark contrast to Nina's nearly 180-centimeter tall stature, Lena barely reached 150 centimeters. Compared to Nina's pure and straightforward personality, Lena was self-centered and prone to emotional outbursts. Where Nina had talent with the sword, Lena excelled in magic. Almost everything about them was opposite. Well, I could understand the blood relation. They shared similar facial features. But the truth was that there were hardly any other commonalities between them. What should I do here? With the brief moment I had before the match began, I pondered my strategy. While I had boldly declared my intentions to Karen and the others, I was actually unsure how to handle Lena. While a victory was a foregone conclusion, the manner of that victory was the real issue. Instantly defeating her was off the table. If I did that, it would likely only postpone the problem. Someone like Lena would probably never recognize a defeat that occurred without a fight as a true loss. Then, should I stage a close contest to give her a proper fight? That was also not feasible. If I engaged in a close match, I would stray from my original purpose. So, aiming for a middle ground seemed to be the best option. It was a hassle, but considering it was for my beloved Nina, I felt I could take on this troublesome challenge. Now, we will begin the first match of the final tournament. As my thoughts wrapped up, the announcement came at just the right moment. The few remaining spectators began to stir restlessly, and the referee raised one hand straight up. With the phrase, "Begin," he brought it down. Finally, the match had begun. Lena seemed ready to charge forward, sword at the ready. Before she could take off, I made my move. From the cover texture of Faye's concealment, I summoned a weapon similar to the one Lena wielded and traced a circle at my feet. It was a circle with a radius of less than 1 meter, barely enough space for me to take a step, or rather, half a step. This perplexing behavior caused everyone in the venue to look on in suspicion, and Lena herself frowned in confusion. But what does that matter? She thought as she sprinted forward, combining her beastkin-derived strength with a buff from earth magic, running at a speed recognized as superior by the public. The spectators erupted in cheers as she closed the 20 meters in just a few seconds. Her athletic ability was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Some even optimistically proclaimed that the match was already decided, so captivated were they by Lena's movements. However, just as I investigated, there's no error in her skill level, I murmured nonchalantly while keeping my eyes on the descending sword aimed at my head. I then deflected the approaching dull-colored blade. What? It seemed she had intended to end the match in one strike, as Lena let out a surprised exclamation. Stunned, she left her side open, leaving herself vulnerable. I was not so kind as to let that slide. I launched a middle kick aimed at her stomach. The kick connected cleanly, and unable to absorb the force, Lena was sent flying backward. That said, she suffered no damage. The ring's effect ensured she remained unharmed despite being knocked away by the impact. As Lena rolled to the edge of the stage, the venue fell silent. An uncomfortable stillness settled over the area. It seemed most of the spectators hadn't expected me to mount a successful counterattack. Perhaps they thought that even if I did manage to fight back, it wouldn't be so easy to handle. Either way, it indicated that my strength had been underestimated. I reaffirmed that joining Minerva's proposal had been the right choice. Well, I'd set aside the reactions of the crowd for now. It was better to focus on Lena. She had already risen to her feet, sword in hand, glaring at me with eyes filled with determination and hostility. However, unlike before, she didn't charge at me again. It seemed she had learned that rushing in without a plan wouldn't lead to victory. Though she was a muscle-brained fighter, she wasn't completely devoid of learning ability. It looked like she wouldn't attack me immediately, so I decided to say something now. Waving my sword back and forth, I declared, "In this match, I won't step outside the circle. If I do, I'll accept defeat." This match, I won't step outside the circle. If I do, I'll accept defeat. Hi. Naturally, this statement shocked not just Lena but the entire audience as well. It was understandable. I had suddenly imposed a handicap on myself. Moreover, I was declaring my intent to fight within a space so small that I couldn't even take a single step. This was no trivial restraint. Are you joking? As expected, Lena was furious. I had taken on a huge disadvantage, which likely made her feel underestimated. It was a perfectly natural reaction, and she wasn't wrong. I didn't want to provoke her unnecessarily, but I judged that this was the best course of action for the current situation. To demonstrate my overwhelming strength while allowing Lena to vent her frustrations, it made the most sense to adopt a clearly visible handicap. Damn it, just because you're a noble, you look down on commoners. I can't believe my sister trusts someone like you, damn it. Was it too much to point out that she had originally been a noble herself? Lena, displaying her emotions openly, radiated an aura of hatred and launched an offensive. Her pressure was so intense it almost transformed into a murderous intent as she cast her signature spell. Road Spike. The tip of her sword pointed at me, and earth spikes began to sprout up in succession along its path. The sound of thudding echoed as a barrage of sharp-tipped stakes surged towards me, upturning the stage floor. But her magic didn't end there. Stone Maiden. From the ground to my left and right, stone coffins emerged. These were twisted contraptions resembling torture devices, covered on the inside with countless spikes. They began to move on their own, closing in to engulf me. With a double strike of intermediate earth magic, I found myself surrounded on 3 sides. My only escape routes were behind me or above, and I suspected Lena had considered those options as well. Did she simply ignore my handicap? Perhaps she thought nobles could break promises without consequence. That said, it was evident why she had made it to the top 16. The ability to effectively unleash intermediate magic in rapid succession was beyond what a typical first-year student could achieve. Most of her peers would only be capable of casting basic spells repeatedly or single intermediate spells. Her talent shone brighter than her swordsmanship. However, it wouldn't work against me. The first thing I needed to deal with was the Stone Maiden. I enhanced my one-handed sword with magic coating and slashed through the approaching stone coffin. While Orca and Minerva might have more refined skills, this level of magic was nothing more than a nuisance for me. One swift cut was sufficient. As the stone coffin crumbled away beside me, I turned my attention to countering the road spike. In truth, this spell could be easily neutralized by saturating the ground with magical energy, but that would lack impact. So instead, I decided to destroy it using another method. I drove my sword into the ground where the earth spikes were sprouting and executed a single slash. Following the trajectory of my blade, the ground tore apart, creating a deep fissure. It wasn't a massive crack, but it was an enormous rupture to create with just a sword. With the path blocked, the road spike spell halted before it could reach me. Once again, silence fell over the venue. All the spectators seemed unable to comprehend the result that had just unfolded before them. Lena was no exception, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stood frozen in place. This was utterly pathetic. Perhaps due to a lack of practical experience, she was shaken just because her finishing move was countered. In real combat, such a reaction would get her killed. Well, at this point in time, I suppose this level of performance is to be expected. Just as I was about to offer a reprimanding comment, I changed my mind. It was still the second semester of their first year. In terms of the original story, this was the end of the early stages. If she had reached a level where she could fight decently, that would be impressive. In fact, Lena was growing quite quickly. Because of the overwhelming strength of Karen and the others from Foranada, I was in danger of imposing unrealistic expectations on her. I needed to reflect on that. Shifting my mindset, I focused on Lena. Though she looked bewildered, it seemed she still hadn't fully expressed the emotions building up inside her. I decided it would be best to let her fight a bit longer. I deliberately asked with a mocking tone, "Is that it? Don't underestimate me, Aye." It had the desired effect. With her face flushed, Lena cast buffs on herself and charged forward, unleashing mid to long-range spells like Stone Ball as she did. As I deflected the stone spheres with my sword, I prepared to meet her charge head-on. I intercepted Lena's forceful blade by matching my sword against hers. "You won't take my sister away from me," Lena shouted, her voice filled with her own desires. She bared her teeth, radiating an intense aura that suggested she was ready to bite down. What incredible anger. It was strange to think that someone without talent as a witch could harbor such emotions. There were few who could contain such negative feelings. It was a good call to secretly deploy a soundproof barrier. From here on, I imagined she would express thoughts too personal for an outsider to hear. I remained calm in my response. It's Nina who decides where and what to do, not you. Shut your mouth. Lena screamed, striking her sword down again and again. I was able to deflect each attack accurately, but it seemed to irritate her even more, causing her anger to swell. I'm Nina's sister. I'm the only family she has. A noble, a complete stranger like you, should stay out of our way. She unleashed a torrent of attacks, not just with her sword, but also with a flurry of spells at close range. The barrage would be impossible for an average fighter to repel. However, that didn't matter to me. The attacks of someone consumed by rage were trivial. I effortlessly dodged and deflected them with minimal movement, silently absorbing her words. I lost track of how much time had passed. Exhausted of both stamina and magical energy, Lena finally collapsed to the ground. She tried to support herself with trembling limbs, but had no strength left to stand. I'm sorry, but Nina. Perhaps she finally understood the gap in our abilities, as she seemed to acknowledge her defeat. While dripping with regret, she mumbled her apologies to the ground. Sigh. I let out a single sigh. I had no obligation or motivation to save Lena. She was a troublesome girl, and I would prefer to keep my distance from her. Yet here I was, taking care of her solely because she was Nina's sister. I was concerned for someone important to me and the ones they cherished. Now, what should I do? I wasn't sure how to handle Lena. Even though she was a target heroine, her route didn't lead to a heartwarming resolution. Encouraging independence by keeping Nina and Lena at a distance probably wasn't the wrong choice. If these two remained too close, Lena would never grow. I could assert that without hesitation. However, I also thought that maintaining the status quo was foolish. While I had respected Nina's wishes and watched over them, I felt that Lena's heart might crumble under the current circumstances. Her mental state was weaker than Nina imagined. I'll say it again, I didn't know the right answer. I didn't understand the correct path, but I could choose a path that felt right to me. I'll make sure you have a chance to talk with Nina eventually. I spoke to the dejected Lena. She looked up at me suddenly, her eyes filled with strong suspicion. Whether you choose to believe me or doubt me is up to you. I'll just proceed as I see fit. Lena seemed to ponder something and once again looked down. Having acknowledged that, I turned my gaze toward the referee. Hi. The referee appeared to be dazed by the whirlwind of the match, clearly struggling to understand the situation. However, he seemed to snap back to reality quickly and shouted, "The match is over. The winner is Zechs Levitos and Foranada." Thus, the first round of the first-year individual tournament came to a close. Section. The next day, the second round took place, though I'll skip over the details. While I had plenty of thoughts about it, the developments weren't particularly surprising. I won along with Minerva and Eric, as expected. The only unpredictable match was between Karen and Nina, but ultimately, Karen emerged victorious. Once again, Karen's magical firepower was extraordinary, and it seemed that Nina, who struggled with magic, couldn't defend against it. Karen claimed victory through sheer force, just like in the first round. While it's good to push through with one's strengths, I couldn't help but wish he'd pay a bit more attention to tactics. His reliance on brute force made him come off as somewhat villainous. That would be a future challenge. After the individual tournament, I'd need to reevaluate the training regimen. Plus, it was a good opportunity. Now back to the topic at hand. The following day marked the start of the semifinals. In the first match, Minerva faced Eric, and there was no need to elaborate, Minerva won. She didn't let Eric enter his favored range with a sword and steadily wore him down with magical attacks. The second match featured Karen and me, a dream sibling showdown. I had already fought Orca in the second round, so it was back-to-back sibling battles. Normally, this would generate significant buzz, but judging by the audience size, it seemed to have backfired. They likely suspected some kind of match fixing. However, the spectators' awareness began to shift. If I listened closely, I could hear students discussing my abilities, mentioning how they had seen me use magic against Orca. Gradually, it seemed my prowess was starting to gain recognition. Now, let's refocus on the present. Karen and I had already prepared, standing 20 meters apart. Karen wore a joyful smile. Please go easy on me, Oni-sama. Likewise, you seem really happy though. As I asked, she let out a delightful laugh. Yes, this is my first experience fighting you, Oni-sama. It seems I'm even more excited than I thought I would be. Now that I thought about it, this was indeed our first one-on-one battle. In training, it had always been me against multiple opponents. Given that this was a first-time experience for her, it made sense that she would be thrilled. Being a little sister who adored her brother, it likely turned into something enjoyable for her, even in combat. Well, I couldn't exactly criticize her for that. Let's have fun, Karen. Yes. As I smiled and said this, Karen responded cheerfully. Before long, the referee signaled for the match to begin. Start. At the same moment, Karen launched her attack. She raised both hands to her chest, summoning a brilliantly glowing sphere in her palms. There was no doubt about it. That was Karen's original synthesis magic, perennial radiance. It was a spell that burned away all living things, embodying destruction. To start off with such a bold strategy was rather unconventional. You're going all out from the very beginning, huh? I let out a laugh, quickly formulating a countermeasure. Perennial radiance had clear weaknesses. If I knew what was coming, it wouldn't be difficult to nullify it. I activated Compress Cube. I encased the glowing sphere in a magical box, compressing and crushing it. Karen barely had time to react to that move, which was completed in less than a second. This rendered Karen's perennial radiance ineffective. Spells with clear cores are typically the first targets when used directly against an opponent. That magic was undoubtedly powerful, but this time, she misused it. I mean, starting with a finishing move right from the get-go was still relying too much on raw power. Karen had the specs to win even so, but relying solely on firepower was frankly not the best approach. With that in mind, I would teach her the importance of strategy in this match. Consider it a form of training. Ha! Such a monotonous attack will never catch up to me, no matter how long you try. WH. I spoke lightly to Karen, who gasped at having her magic disrupted. She widened her eyes and displayed an expression of despair. Why? I would address my questions later. For now, I wanted to prioritize the match. I deployed numerous magical blades into the air and unleashed them toward Karen. Naturally, she prepared to defend. With her ability to use magic vision, she could have detected my attack in advance. She deployed the already cast advanced light magic, Saint Wall, to block the swarm of magical blades. Although I had put a significant amount of magic power into my attack, it was not enough to break through Karen's light wall. It was advanced magic, specifically designed for defensive purposes, so I understood why it held. That said, her actions up to this point were within my expectations. I knew she would activate her defense magic and anticipated that she would use a wall-type spell considering the power of my attack. Thus, my next move would take effect. Kaya. As Karen successfully blocked the magical blades, a short scream escaped her lips. I looked over to see her kneeling on one knee, a rope-like construct made of magic wrapped around her ankle. It goes without saying that this was my scheme. The moment she successfully defended against my attack, I took advantage of a brief moment when she let her guard down to activate a binding spell. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't have fallen for such a trick. But considering she was focused on withstanding the high-power magic, she likely hadn't been able to stay vigilant about the finer details. Well, that had been my intention. Having her use the wall-type magic played a part in that, too. For instance, if she had used a full-dimension defensive spell like Light Cocoon, my binding would not have succeeded. I had deliberately struck with a level of power that could only be countered by a spell specialized for one-directional defense to eliminate that option. While it's great to push through with firepower, it's also necessary to devise strategies that use one's strengths as bait. Otherwise, you might find yourself caught off guard one day. I wanted Karen to understand that point. I immediately activated Phase Link, moving to Karen's side as she remained immobilized. Then I pressed a dagger, conjured from phase concealment, against her neck. Karen let out a wry smile. As expected of you, Oni-sama, I concede. Thus, the match for the finals was finally decided. Section. After a sufficient interval, the finals were finally about to begin. According to my detection magic, a significant number of spectators had gathered. While Minerva, the daughter of the magic Manaic, was to be expected, it seemed that my survival, despite being an ordinary individual, was particularly shocking compared to the renowned hero, the saint, and Nina. If I could demonstrate my strength before such a massive audience, it appeared I could achieve my initial goal. That said, I didn't want to raise suspicions of match-fixing any further. I intended to act flamboyantly enough for anyone to recognize me as a formidable opponent. As the start time of the match drew closer, I left the waiting room and approached the stage. There, just before the entrance to the stage, stood Minerva. Leaning against the wall, she appeared to be waiting for someone. No, that was too obvious. The only person she could be waiting for was me. Minerva. Upon hearing my voice, Minerva detached her back from the wall. Standing like a sentinel, she fixed her gaze directly on me. For a few seconds, our eyes met. In Minerva's eyes, I sensed an extraordinary determination. It was clear she intended to discuss something significant. She opened her mouth. "It's time for the finals." It's a battle between you and me. Not a mock battle, but a proper match. That's right. It might be difficult, but please do your best not to hold back. I'll do my best. Our conversation flowed smoothly, with a lightness in our voices that made it seem as though we were merely planning a tea party. However, asking me not to hold back was quite a tall order. Minerva had grown stronger. According to appraisal, she had already surpassed the limit break level, and her magical control skills had earned her the title of Master. The heroine, hailed as a magical genius seen once in a century, had ascended to become one of the world's top 5 magicians through her relentless training. Her ability to continue improving without succumbing to her own talents was truly admirable. Yet, whether to hold back or not was another matter. No matter how strong she had become, she would be powerless before my true abilities. Even if she teamed up with Karen and the others, I could probably crush them with one hand tied behind my back. The disparity in strength was that pronounced. The only opponents I could truly fight seriously were those exceptional outliers like Akatsuki-sensei, or those with formidable resistance like the Western Demon King. Thus, I would certainly hold back in this match. Even for the sake of my beloved fiancé, this was a line I couldn't cross. Perhaps sensing my thoughts from my expression, Minerva gave a wry smile. "I understand that you can't fight seriously. I'm fully aware of the power gap between us. But with that in mind, I want you to fight as hard as you can." Her expression showed a hint of concern, but her eyes were serious. "I may not always express my feelings, but I do care for you deeply. Regardless of political matters, my feelings for you are genuine." "I know," I answered immediately. I was shocked that Minerva had revealed such honest feelings, but I reassured her with a nod, knowing her heart always reached me. In response, she let out a small sigh. Your immediate response without a hint of embarrassment is so very you. Well, that's fine. Regardless, I like you. I don't want a partner in life who is just carried along. So, no matter what, I will catch up to you. It may be impossible now, but someday I will. That's why, to take that first step, I need you to fight as seriously as you can today." Her voice, words, gaze, expression, demeanor, and emotions were all powerful. Everything about Minerva reflected a strong spirit, and her presence was steadfast and unwavering. She truly is strong. In terms of sheer strength, I was undoubtedly superior. However, when it came to inner strength, Minerva surpassed me. She had never faltered. Even when faced with the harsh reality of being weaker than Karen and the others upon arriving in Foranada, even knowing that I, who she could never catch up to no matter how hard she trained, existed, she never gave up, never wavered, and continued to push forward. In fact, the greater the obstacle, the more it seemed to fuel her resolve, accelerating her growth. The term genius of effort is often heard, and she truly exemplified that. Her unwavering spirit in the face of any challenge was Minerva's greatest weapon. I felt a deep sense of pride in having such an incredible woman as my fiancée. "I understand. I can't give it my all, but I'll do my best up to the limit. I promise." "That's good." As I smiled and nodded, Minerva responded somewhat tersely. She averted her gaze from me, looking off in another direction. It seemed she had become flustered. This rare moment of sincerity had reached its limit. While I felt a bit disappointed, I also experienced a strange sense of reassurance that this was simply Minerva being herself. Then I'll go in first. Wait about a minute before you enter. Understood. Flustered by the warm atmosphere of the moment, Minerva hurried onto the stage. Immediately, a resounding cheer erupted. The energy in the arena showed no signs of waning. On the contrary, it seemed to be intensifying. With it being the finals, the excitement in the venue had clearly reached new heights. It was the perfect stage with an incredible opponent. This was an excellent opportunity to showcase my true abilities. With my promise to Minerva in mind, I knew I had to fight appropriately. As the cheers gradually subsided, I quietly contemplated how to unfold the match. As I stepped onto the stage, cheers echoed once again, although perhaps more subdued than when Minerva entered. This was to be expected. Many of the spectators present harbored doubts about my abilities. If I were just a commoner, there would undoubtedly have been a storm of boos directed at me, but being the head of a noble family allowed me to avoid such a fate. After receiving the ring from the referee, I took my position 20 meters apart from Minerva. We locked eyes in silence. Since we had exchanged words backstage, there was no need for any further dialogue now. We would simply maintain our silence until the match began. Begin. The familiar signal reached my ears. With the attention of the large audience focused on us, the finals had finally commenced. I would take the initiative. Having been asked not to hold back, I had no choice but to act decisively. I generated about 10 double-headed swords with blades on both ends, using my magical power, and set them spinning rapidly in midair. With a high-pitched whirring sound, I sent them flying toward Minerva. I could hear the audience's murmurs of concern, but I chose to ignore them for now. They were likely just surprised that a commoner could use magic. Like shuriken, the 10 double-headed swords hurtled toward Minerva. They were moving at a considerable speed, surpassing 200 kilometers per hour, though not quite reaching the speed of sound. Despite the deadly projectiles closing in at high speed, Minerva maintained her composure. She showed no signs of panic, analyzing the situation calmly. Just as the double-headed swords were almost upon her, she finally made her move. Diamond Spike. She likely spoke the incantation to counter my technique. Along with the fluid chant, multiple stakes made of diamond appeared, beautifully reflecting the light. As the name suggested, the stakes were made of diamond. They struck the centers of the rotating double-headed swords, neutralizing all of my attacks. Though it was merely a test spell, I had not intended to hold back. Even so, not only did she easily deflect my attacks, but she also retaliated with her original magic, Diamond Spike. I had anticipated that she could defend against such an attack, but I was somewhat surprised by the result. It was likely a modification of the advanced Earth Magic Grand Spike. She may have drawn inspiration from Noma's metal refinement. At this rate, it seemed she might have developed other original spells as well. This was becoming interesting. I couldn't help but let a smile spread across my face. In a deadly battle, I wouldn't have the luxury of smiling, but this was a match governed by rules with no risk of serious injury. In such circumstances, encountering unknown magic was bound to be enjoyable. Section. Then how will you deal with this? I immediately activated my next spell. It was a technique I had demonstrated during a previous duel, summoning countless magical blades in the air to skewer my enemy. Those blades, which could resemble angel wings in certain contexts, filled a large part of the stage's sky. The sheer number of magical blades created was far greater than in our past duel. The crowd grew louder, but I paid it no mind. I gave the signal to attack. Go. Under my cold declaration, nearly 10,000 blades rushed toward Minerva. In a 360-degree encirclement that could only be described as a sword barrier, there was no gap for her to escape. How would Minerva navigate through this perilous situation? While preparing my next spell without mercy, I closely observed her movements. Once again, Minerva showed no signs of panic. Her sharp gaze remained steady, and she calmly manipulated her magical power to execute her spells. Double Chant, Blonde Spike, Magnet Barrier. She cast 4 spells in quick succession. First, she efficiently activated simultaneous spells with the advanced wind magic Double Chant. Then, she generated 4 stakes, intertwining copper spikes with shadow whips spiraling outward around her. Finally, she channeled electricity into the pyramid-shaped stakes, creating an electromagnetic barrier. Despite the deafening sound of the magical blades crashing against her defenses, none penetrated the electromagnetic barrier. Even in the face of such an onslaught, Minerva remained unscathed. Normally, Magnet Barrier is a standalone defensive spell. However, realizing that it alone wouldn't be enough to withstand my attack, she likely created a pseudocol with earth and shadow magic to enhance the magnet barrier's effectiveness. This feat was only possible for Minerva, who could manipulate all 5 elemental attributes. Moreover, her study of each attribute's properties enabled her to create such a spell. The moment her protective barrier dissipated, I invoked the spell I had prepared in advance. Compression Cube. A colorless, transparent box enveloped Minerva, rapidly shrinking in size. Pressure. It seemed that the effect of her previous double chant spell was still in effect, as she layered the advanced earth magic pressure on top of it. Thanks to this, she was able to counter the upward and downward compression. However, that left her still vulnerable to the compression from the front, back, left, and right. It appeared that Minerva understood this as well. She instinctively jumped, using wind magic to assist her as she leaped backward. I held off on the follow-up attack. Perhaps she was aware she was being targeted as she unleashed a countering spell. By the time I was addressing that, her feet were back on the ground. Silence. The explosive sounds of magic faded away, and the spectators held their breath, watching the unfolding situation. However, the silence was only momentary. Minerva moved instantly. Tempest. With her incantation, the stage was engulfed in a storm. A violent wind raged, thunder roared, and torrential rain pummeled down, shrouding everything in darkness. This was also an original spell. Water, wind, darkness. Perhaps a hint of fire was mixed in as well. I was impressed by the composite magic of 4 elements. Just activating a composite magic of 2 attributes would be enough to earn one the title of genius, so conjuring a spell of double that magnitude was truly remarkable. I deployed a barrier to shield myself from the ferocious thunderstorm, then prepared to unleash a spell to blow this storm away. Heavenly Change. I intentionally chanted to shorten the activation time. In an instant, my immense magical power engulfed the stage, swallowing the swirling storm and asserting dominance over the environment. Heavenly Change was a spell that utilized alternate world. It filled the space with my magical power, transforming the environment. As a result, Minerva's Tempest vanished and the scene returned to its original state, the same as it had been just after the match began. However, there was one small difference. I see, you were buying time. Standing before me was Minerva, having completed her incantation for a new spell. A sphere the size of a human head floated beside her. She had used her trump card, a composite magic of the 4 elements, as a decoy. That sphere must be a spell that surpasses Tempest. It glimmered with red, blue, green, brown, and purple hues, and the magical power contained within was immense. As it spun around her, I maintained vigilance while conjuring an equal number of magical blades to counter. Now how would she respond? Well, the outcome was instantaneous. In sync with Minerva's short command, 3 spheres transformed into a protective barrier around her. The wall, viscous like mud, ensnared the magical blades, immobilizing their movements. I paid this little mind and unleashed my second wave. This time, I summoned 10 spinning twin-headed swords. Tornado. Once again, Minerva spoke briefly. In response, the remaining spheres transformed, generating a fire tornado centered around her. A gale of heat, on par with the scale of advanced magic, whipped around, blowing away the twin-headed swords. But that was not all. It expanded its reach, intent on ravaging the entire stage. Taking that head-on would be disastrous. I raised my right open hand and activated my spell. Grasp. A massive swirl of magical power formed a giant hand in the sky. It moved in tandem with my right hand, crushing the fire tornado. The sound echoed like metal grinding against metal, like gunpowder exploding, a deafening roar that pierced the air. After about 30 seconds of standoff, the flames finally dissipated. My grasp also collapsed as a result of the counteraction. Minerva's magic was more powerful than I had imagined. Though she wasn't using her full strength, I never expected our spells to cancel each other out. Looking over, I saw that Minerva was slightly dusted but completely unharmed. The 5 spheres still floated around her, and there was no sign of complacency on her part. What exactly were those spheres? The phrases she had been muttering weren't incantations for spells. They must be some sort of code word. Considering the 5 colored spheres and the spells they could potentially summon, the conclusion I reached was, I see. You're channeling all your spells into those spheres. You figured it out too quickly. I hadn't meant for my thoughts to be heard, but it seemed Minerva caught on. She responded with an exasperated tone. She continued, as you guessed, all my available spells are contained within these spheres. Each color represents a different element, red for fire, blue for water, and so on. What purpose did this serve? It allowed her to reduce the time needed to activate her spells. Since spells require the processes of design, release, and manifestation, there's always a slight lag no matter how hard one tries. The design phase, in particular, takes time due to its reliance on imagination. The spheres overcame that challenge. By concentrating all her spells into one, she could save time during the activation process. It was an audacious idea. While it might sound straightforward, I suspected that no one other than Minerva could replicate it. After all, it was akin to cramming all the items from a supermarket into a single shopping bag, almost impossible no matter how you tried. Even I, who had deciphered the principle, couldn't comprehend how she completed such a feat. Truly a genius. In terms of magic, she possessed a talent that could rival even the messengers of the gods. If she honed her skills to the extreme, she would undoubtedly become the world's greatest magician. If she could achieve such a remarkable feat, did she really need to doubt her own abilities? Yet, I figured that her struggles were likely what led to this result. In the original story, she had only been a character focused solely on raw power. The current environment had transformed Minerva into something much stronger. Heh. Now that she had showcased such incredible magic, I couldn't afford to fall behind. This is just the beginning, Minerva. I'm ready whenever you are. As I declared war with a laugh, Minerva responded with a defiant smile. After that, we exchanged spells, engaged in a true magical battle filled with countless techniques. We fought on, forgetting the audience and the passage of time. However, everything must come to an end. Ha ha, I can't take it anymore. If I cast one more spell, I'll pass out, Minerva gasped. The disparity in our magical power was insurmountable. Exhausted and battered, she ultimately declared her retirement due to running out of magic. I approached her as she slumped down and gently patted her head. Good job. Same to you, she replied. We exchanged smiles. The winner is Zechs Levito San Foranada. While everyone else in the venue seemed stunned, the referee snapped back to reality and announced the verdict, prompting a wave of cheers. Seeing the applause and acclaim, I felt confident that our plan had succeeded. The long individual tournament for our grade had finally come to a close. Well, the real event was still waiting just around the corner. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 5, The Demon Invasion. My apology, Zechs-sama. We were unable to locate the item in question. The report came from Shin as we returned to the waiting room to prepare for the award ceremony following the tournament's conclusion. As expected, I replied, my voice tinged with resignation as I nodded. What had I tasked her with finding? The catalyst for the commotion the Demon King cult was about to unleash, the demon summoning ritual. By offering a price to this catalyst, demons could be summoned in nigh infinite numbers. I had ordered a thorough investigation, but this outcome was within expectations. The catalyst was likely provided to the cult by the scheming demons, who would keep it under their own protection until the ritual's commencement to avoid interference. Well, no matter. I had no intention of disrupting the ritual itself. It was necessary for the Saintess and her party to grow. All that remained was to let events unfold as scripted. Preparations? I asked curtly. They are complete, Shin answered promptly, her voice steady with the confidence that everything was in place. From her demeanor, it seemed we were ready. We had no plans to interfere with the demon's summoning. Plucking the buds of growth from the Saintess and her allies was not our way. However, we wouldn't simply stand by either. This event would cause harm to many, and though it wasn't explicitly stated in the original story, there were likely casualties as well. I refused to dismiss those as necessary sacrifices. Doing so would surely rob Karen and the others of their smiles. The scars of conflict would torment their kind hearts. Thus, we had made extensive preparations in advance. Our mission was to provide the hero, the saintess, and their parties with the tension they needed to grow while minimizing harm to civilians. It was a daunting task, but I believed we could succeed. We had built a strong foundation for it. Very well, hold your positions until the event begins. If you detect any anomalies, report immediately, I instructed. Understood, Shin replied, bowing deeply before operating her magical communicator, Magi-Crew, to relay my orders to the team. At that moment, Karen and the others who had been waiting in the room with us spoke up. We'll give it our all, Karen declared. I'll do my very best too, Orca added. Preparations are perfect, Nina said confidently. I'll do my best as well, Marina chimed in. Their clenched fists and spirited attitudes showed their readiness. As you might have guessed, Karen and the others were part of this strategy. The more capable hands we had, the better. As I mentioned before, the summoned demons weren't particularly strong. A B-class student could defeat one single-handedly, and even weaker students could manage in teams. The real threat was their numbers, a relentless swarm that never ceased. To face them, stamina was critical. In that regard, Karen and the others were more than adequate. Marina was a slight concern, but as long as they stuck together, injuries were unlikely. Moreover, they were thrilled to be relied upon, their morale soaring. I could entrust them with the task without worry. Minerva began. You're on standby, Minerva. Your magic hasn't recovered yet, I interrupted. You're right, I suppose, she admitted, her shoulders slumping in frustration. As I pointed out, Minerva had nearly depleted her magic in the tournament's final match. Though there was some time before the commotion, she wouldn't recover enough to fight effectively. With chaotic combat expected, she had no choice but to sit this one out. I ruffled Minerva's hair roughly as she sulked. Everyone here knows your strength, Minerva, and we know how much you poured into that final match. You stayed true to your convictions. Don't beat yourself up over this, I said. I get it. Don't mess up my hair so casually, Minerva huffed, turning away with a pout, but she didn't brush my hand away. So soon, dear. As we bantered, the time for the award ceremony arrived. With a faint tension in our hearts, we stepped onto the stage. The award ceremony encompassed all academic years. The stands were packed with even more spectators than during the finals, and the stage was lined with the top 4 winners from each year. As expected, Louise had won in the second year, and Jet had claimed victory in the third. The ceremony proceeded smoothly. The supervising instructors gave their critiques, high-ranking nobles led by Duke Loramber offered greetings, and the principal delivered a summary. It was all rather drowsy, unfolding at a leisurely pace. Then came the moment to honor the top 4. That's when the event began. My detection network, spread across the capital, suddenly picked up foreign entities, swarms of demons, and what appeared to be members of the Demon King cult, divided across 4 locations. I furrowed my brow. 4 locations. That wasn't right. In the original story, the cult operated from a single site. Upon closer inspection, I detected what seemed to be the ritual's catalyst at each of the 4 locations. Why were there 4 of these precious demon-summoning catalysts? The most likely explanation was the ripple effect of my actions. The demons pulling the strings must have been influenced in some way. This called for a course correction. I had planned to guide the Saintess to the catalyst's location, but there was no time to have her visit all 4. Given her party's strength and the risks of prolonged combat, that wasn't feasible. If neutralizing one catalyst could halt the summoning chain, that would be ideal, but I couldn't gamble on uncertainty. Thus, an additional task. Gather the other 3 catalysts at the site the Saintess would head to. Zigrold could disable them all at once. However, each site was guarded by cult combatants, and demons might be lurking as well. Sending a half-hearted force would be foolish, and overwhelming numbers weren't an option given the need to defend against the demons. A small, elite team was the best approach. I connected via telepathy. Karen, Orca, Nina, Shin, change of plans, pair up and launch an assault on the locations I'll designate. Secure the demon-summoning catalysts, and bring them to a single point. Their affirmations came swiftly. Orca and Nina, seated in the stands, immediately sprang into action, passing through a phase connection gate I had opened nearby to retrieve one of the catalysts. Meanwhile, Karen, Shin, and I remained on standby. Soon, the instructors and guests began to stir. They must have received external reports or detected the demon's vanguard entering their range. A barrier was hastily erected around the venue, and the ceremony was interrupted. "Everyone, listen calmly," the principal bellowed. "Unknown creatures have appeared across the capital. Do not move from your positions until safety is confirmed." The crowd began to murmur, confusion and unease spreading, but no one made reckless moves. Yet, that fragile order wouldn't last. The next moment, the vanguard, 100 demons, slammed into the barrier above. Black skin, piercing eyes, sharp fangs, gaping red maws, claws designed to maim, and bat-like wings. These grotesque monstrosities hurled themselves at the barrier with terrifying force. They seemed devoid of reason, unconcerned with their own injuries, relentlessly crashing into the shield. Though individually weak, 100 demons attacking in unison strained the barrier. It creaked with high-pitched cracks, its surface rippling dangerously. The spectators screamed. It was only natural. Grotesque creatures unlike anything of this world threatened their safety. The precarious peace shattered easily. One person's attempt to flee sparked a wave of panic. "Calm yourselves," the principal shouted, but her voice couldn't reach a crowd lost to fear. This was all as expected. The game's original scenario had unfolded similarly, so I had anticipated this panic. And naturally, I had prepared countermeasures. That's why I remained here. Silence. I infused my voice with calm and intimidation, letting it reverberate across the venue. Section. Silence. My voice, laced with calm and intimidation, echoed through the venue. The combined effect drew every eye to me, the earlier chaos replaced by stunned silence. Mental magic, as expected, was incredibly reliable, though far too dangerous for casual use. Satisfied with the situation, I declared loudly, "As of this moment, House Foranada will take charge of this matter. I will protect your lives, so calm yourselves and wait. We, House Foranada, guarantee your safety." I exuded absolute confidence, standing tall and resolute. The crowd's reactions varied. Some sighed in relief, others looked skeptical, and a few still harbored unease. I could sense their emotions clearly. Yet their behavior was unified. All watched my every move, holding their breath. The enemy forces, henceforth called demons, are scattered throughout the capital. Those attacking the barrier are merely the vanguard, and their numbers exceed 10,000. Murmurs of unease rippled through the crowd at the mention of the enemy's numbers, but no further chaos erupted, thanks to calm and my immediate reassurance. "It's all right. I swear that not a single one will lay a finger on you. House Foranada and I will protect you." I overwrote the existing barrier with my own. The faltering shield was reinforced, and the vibrations from the demons' assault ceased. There was no sign of them breaching it, but I didn't stop there. I opened multiple phase connection gates around the venue. From them emerged a flood of servants and knights, all in service to House Foranada, a veritable army of dragon slayers. They charged out as soon as they arrived, some taking to the skies with magic-enabled flight. They began hunting the demons with ferocious momentum, steadily expanding their control. Given the demons' low individual strength, our servants could dispatch them single-handedly. It was only a matter of time before they secured the capital. The sight of even mere servants slaughtering demons left everyone outside House Foranada dumbfounded. Understandable, but I didn't have the luxury of time to coddle their shock. I continued, "The demons are numerous. We will protect this venue, but other students and staff are scattered across the academy, and beyond its walls are the capital's citizens. To protect them, I ask those confident in their skills to lend a hand. In truth, we could handle it without assistance. With my involvement, total annihilation was possible. But I needed to say this to ensure the Saintess and her party could act. Avoiding a narrative derailment required this call for aid. "I'll lend my strength," Count Foranada, Jet, standing beside me on the stage, was the first to respond. "I will too," another voice followed. "So will I," added another. "I'm sure I can be of use," a third chimed in. The other winners joined in, their voices rising in unison. The momentum spread to the audience, and nearly 100 volunteers stepped forward, including the Saintess and Zigrold. Perfect. This would allow us to protect everyone while keeping the scenario on track. Mentally pumping my fist, I began explaining the next steps to the volunteers. Operate in groups of at least 3. Each demon is weak, but their numbers are vast. Their limits are unknown, so prepare for a prolonged battle. Avoid reckless engagements and prioritize protecting non-combatants. I emphasized safety to minimize casualties among the volunteers. After addressing their questions, they ventured beyond the barrier. Karen remained by my side. "Karen, I'm counting on you," I said. "Leave it to me, Oni-sama," she replied enthusiastically. "Shin, look after Karen." "Understood," Shin affirmed. As instructed earlier, they would head out to retrieve a catalyst. Sending my beloved sister and the others, 4 in total, including the advance team, into battle pained my heart, but their skills left no room for doubt. Holding them back would be foolish and selfish. I sent them through a phase connection gate and let out a breath. For the final location, I dispatched Garuna, Tyria, and Marin, the 3 maids. Despite being newcomers, their skills were exceptional. The catalysts would soon be gathered in one place. I had also secretly assigned guards to the Saintess, so there was nothing to worry about. "Now, time for me to get to work," I muttered, lightly slapping my cheeks before leaping upward. I passed through the barrier, soared past my subordinates engaging the demons in the sky, and reached an altitude where I could survey the entire academy grounds. Encasing myself in a personal barrier, I quietly observed the scene below. The demons were being steadily defeated, but their overall numbers hadn't decreased. More were being summoned continuously. Worse still, "It looks like the ones we kill are coming back," I noted grimly. A quick scan confirmed my suspicion. The demons were reviving after being defeated. Ordinary attacks likely couldn't destroy them permanently. What a hassle. The original game had no such depiction, probably because no one understood the demon's nature back then. I really wished these unexpected complications would stop. My original plan was to wipe them out with shot, but if they could revive, that would waste magic. My reserves were vast but not infinite, and non-attribute magic consumed far more energy. I didn't want to expend it fruitlessly. That left only one option. "Noma," I called, summoning the earth spirit from phase concealment. A palm-sized, adorable girl appeared before me, her short, silky brown hair swaying as she tilted her head. "What's up, Master? I thought I had no role this time," she said. "Plans changed. I need to focus on constructing a spell, so I'm counting on you to keep watch." "No problem, but a spell that even you need to focus on?" she asked, curious. "It's one I'm not particularly suited for, and it's tricky to use. But it's useful for this situation," I explained. "Got it. Leave the lookout to me," Noma replied, patting her chest and scanning the surroundings. She didn't press further, likely sensing my urgency. That kind of thoughtfulness made her an invaluable partner. I closed my eyes, focusing on the magic flowing within me. The spell I was about to cast was a form of ritual magic, activated at the cost of my blood and eyes, a manifestation of demonic power. It was the only technique humans possessed capable of matching the extraordinary. Its name. The Magic Eye, Section, Why Can Humans Wield Magic? I once posed that question to my mentor, Akatsuki. Initially, I had dismissed it due to the premise of this being a game world, but I reconsidered that such a mindset was inadequate. This world nurtures life and operates according to its own logic. Akatsuki's answer was strikingly concise. Magic exists because mana does. Well, that's probably true, but it didn't satisfy me. If magic arises from mana, then where does mana come from? I understood the process of absorbing ambient magical essence and converting it into mana via coloring, but the origin remained a mystery. Magical essence is one thing, it's an energy inherent to this world, and I could accept that without delving into the universe's genesis, which would be far too fruitless. The real question was, how does the human body convert magical essence into mana through coloring? Is there an organ that generates mana? No, that's impossible. After examining numerous bodies following this inquiry, I found no such structure. The human body in this world, at least, seems nearly identical to that of my previous life. If it's not a physical factor, then it must be conceptual, something akin to magic itself. With this hypothesis, I began my investigation. I traced the source of mana, excavated forgotten ruins, and restored tattered documents. It was a pursuit driven by curiosity, progressing slowly in my spare time, but my research steadily advanced. Last year, I arrived at a possibility. Could it be that humans have formed a contract with the world? It sounds absurd, but based on my findings, no other explanation fits. Let me break it down logically. In ancient times, humans lacked mana. Relics and records suggest that in primordial eras, they relied on physical prowess and ingenuity to fend off threats. But humanity stumbled. Whether due to magical beasts or natural disasters, the cause is unclear. They faced a crisis threatening their survival. This led to the development of ritual magic. As I've mentioned before, ritual magic allows spellcasting without mana by expending stamina or life force. In game terms, it's like using HP as a cost for magic. This breakthrough spurred humanity to advance magical technology, expanding their dominion. Yet they hit another wall, the limits of ritual magic. Ritual magic is inherently inefficient. Using substitutes for mana results in poor fuel economy. Thus, humanity sought new magical possibilities. Documents indicate that developing new magic was arduous until a genius proposed a radical idea: a contract with the gods. At the time, religion already existed, and they sought to gain power from a supreme, supernatural entity in exchange for a price. The gods they believed in likely didn't exist, but the world itself may have acted as a proxy. This is largely my speculation, but by offering a price, humans rewrote the laws governing magical essence to suit their needs. It might seem impossible for humans to bend the world's laws, but not if the contract encompassed all of humanity, past, present, and future. The price was blood. By offering the blood that flows through generations, humanity gained mana. Through a daily, minute sacrifice of blood, they acquired the coloring system. In essence, every living human is a contractor with the world. Now, that was a lengthy preamble, but it's merely the foundation. The real matter begins here. I hypothesized, if a small amount of blood grants mana, could a greater price yield even greater power? No time to waste. I began experimenting to deepen this contract with the world. It was no easy feat, taking a full year to manifest, but I succeeded. One side remains unstable, but I undoubtedly awakened a new power. That power is the magic eye. A force that steps into the truths of the world. A great eye peering into the abyss of magic. I opened my closed eyes. The world before me remained unchanged, but my right eye had transformed. Whoa, what's with your eye, master? Noma, who had been keeping watch, let out a startled yelp. She must have glanced over, drawn by the surge of mana, and been shocked by the unexpected sight. My right eye had become a magic eye. Its sclera was white with red edges, intricate red lines etched at its center, and it burned with white flames. This was my magic eye, blazing flame heaven eye, a fire attribute eye. Hey, master, your eye's bleeding. Are you okay? Noma, recovering from her shock, began to panic. I had noticed the pain, and as expected, the backlash had come. Normally, using a magic eye shouldn't cause a reaction, as the eye itself is the price. So why the bleeding? It's a matter of aptitude. Lacking fire affinity, my use of a fire-based magic eye triggered a rejection response. Given House Foranada's fire affinity, this eye likely manifested through my bloodline, but I'd have preferred something more versatile. It's fine, nothing serious, I reassured her. If you say so, Noma replied, her concern lingering. Blood dripping from my eye would worry anyone. Best to wrap this up quickly. I poured more mana into blazing flame heaven eye. The flames flared brighter, blazing intensely. My detection was complete. Now it was time to act. Burn, I muttered softly. At that moment, white flames erupted across the academy. What the? Noma exclaimed in astonishment. It was simple. Every demon was ablaze. The core ability of my blazing flame heaven eye is to imbue targets with white flames that burn until extinguished, lethal in a single strike. Revival was no concern. The flames cling to the soul, burning through reincarnation or resurrection. The demons, incinerated instantly upon revival, were rendered utterly incapacitated. I closed my eyes, deactivating the magic eye. With the demons annihilated, blazing flame heaven eye had served its purpose. I wanted to minimize the backlash. It still hurts. My right eye would be unusable for a while. The bleeding and pain were temporary, with no lasting damage, but the intensity was troublesome. I'd be blind in that eye for about 10 minutes. Improving this magic eye would be a future task. As I pondered, I sensed someone approaching. Master, Noma noticed it too. The mana signature suggested. Soon, the figure revealed itself. Section, the figure that arrived was a man. A strikingly handsome man with flowing black hair, but no mere human, he was a demon. His tanned skin bore curled, goat-like horns at his temples and grotesque, fleshy wings sprouting from his back. His name was Septum. In the original story, he was a recurring rival who repeatedly challenged the Saintess, the strongest demon on her side. Across the game, his level of 69 was second only to the final boss. Unlike typical demons, he held a sense of conviction. While he sowed chaos for the Demon King's revival, he honored promises and upheld principles. This made him a fan favorite in popularity polls, with many clamoring for him to be a romance option, only to be met with the official response: "He's a demon, so it's impossible." Thus, his involvement in the demon summoning was unexpected. This event didn't align with his character. The mastermind was supposed to be another demon. Urgent report. The hero's party has engaged a suspected demon in combat. Urgent report. The Saintess's party has engaged a suspected demon in combat. As Septum appeared, reports came through telepathy from subordinates monitoring the protagonists. I narrowed my eyes slightly at the news. 4 demons in the capital. In the original story, there were only 2, the mastermind and the one attacking the Saintess. Combined with the 4 catalysts, the narrative had diverged significantly. Should I rejoice that fate could be altered, or lament that my knowledge was becoming unreliable? One additional demon could be attributed to the hero's party joining the story. But Septum's presence was a mystery. Perhaps my existence drew him out, despite his secrecy in the original story. No, it's too early to conclude. I lacked information. Engaging Septum in conversation might yield answers. Now, how to handle him? I had intended to let him go unless forced to confront him. He wasn't pure evil and served as a valuable influence on the Saintess. But facing him now, combat was inevitable. Demons are humanity's enemies. Letting him go without a fight would be unnatural. Killing him, however, was undesirable. It would hinder the Saintess's growth. The best course was to rough him up just enough to make him flee voluntarily. It's always like this, isn't it? Given my strength, I could probably obliterate anyone but Akatsuki with a glare. Moderation is the challenge. Septum would likely make his move soon. Even with body enhancement and mental magic boosting my thought speed, I couldn't yet use time stop. For someone of his caliber, 5 seconds of observation should suffice. As predicted, Septum narrowed his crimson eyes and spoke. "Those white flames were your doing, weren't they?" "Who knows?" I replied evasively. "No use hiding it. I've already traced the mana to you." I let out a small sigh. I had hoped denial might make him leave, but it was a shallow ploy. Demons, born from curses, can see mana as clearly as spirits. Tracking a magic eye user would be trivial for him. Should I unleash my full mana? No, that might render him incapacitated. Even a spirit king was broken by a mere brush of my power. Septum still has a role to play, so I should avoid overwhelming him until I know the right balance. For now, I'd either drive him off with words or force. His actions would decide. Septum eyed me suspiciously. "You're awfully calm facing me. Have you already encountered my kind?" "Oh yeah, took one down while hunting a witch," I said casually. "I see. You're no ordinary foe," he replied, his aura intensifying. My offhand mention of defeating a demon, likely one using possession, had heightened his caution. Defeating a demon, even a scheming one, was no small feat, marking me as a formidable opponent. Perfect. His earlier mild caution made restraint tricky. Demons are durable, unlike humans, but with so few combat samples, gauging non-lethal force was hard. His full commitment would reduce the risk of accidental overkill. He flapped his wings dramatically, raising both hands as he declared, "I am Septum, the first sword Kiad of the great light magic administrator Gruen-sama. Far stronger than the demon you claim to have defeated. Face me with resolve." Wait, what was that introduction? It was completely different from what I knew. In our first encounter in the original story, Septum declared, "I am Septum, a servant of what you call the Western Demon King. Far stronger than any demon you've faced. Come at me with everything you've got." This new introduction was littered with unfamiliar terms. Great Light Magic Administrator. First Sword Kiad? I'd never heard of them. From context, the Great Light Magic Administrator likely referred to the Western Demon King, and Kiad was his top subordinate. It wasn't a stretch, but I couldn't be certain. Did my experience defeating a demon alter his introduction? In the original, the Saintess's party had fought demons, but hadn't killed any by this point. A bad feeling crept in. This wasn't just a difference in phrasing, it felt significant. Change of plans. I'd still drive Septum off, but I'd extract information during combat. His knowledge seemed critical. I needed to collect information without crushing his pride, while ensuring he could retreat intact. A high-stakes task, but as the strongest, and the brother Karen and the others admired, I'd rise to the challenge. I drew 2 daggers from Faye's concealment, clicking them into position. "I'm Zechs, Zechs Levito San Foranada. Let's hear about this Great Light Magic Administrator," I said coolly. Septum responded with a faint, confident smile. "Foolhardy human, taste my power." At an altitude of 500 meters, the battle began. "Section, I'll let you have the first move," I said. "You'll regret that," Septum replied, maintaining his composed demeanor. Inwardly, I smirked while feigning irritation. Currently, I was suppressing my mana to the level of an average level 60 human. He had completely misjudged my strength, a mistake I could exploit. First, I'd reduce his mobility. Tearing his wings to shreds would be easy, but since he fought airborne in the original story, I'd limit the damage to what he could heal. I unleashed a carefully calibrated gunshot shot without looking. 10 flashes of light pierced his grotesque wings, targeting key points to disrupt his balance without crippling him. Septum clicked his tongue. He used wind magic to avoid plummeting, but his flight became noticeably clumsier. "My turn," he shouted, a trace of urgency in his voice as he realized my strength exceeded his expectations. Such precision shooting was impossible without exceptional mana control, a feat beyond human norms. His reaction was understandable, but he wasn't the first sword Kiad for nothing. His momentary unease vanished, and he launched a counterattack. Raising his right hand skyward, he conjured 5 massive lances behind him, each over 10 meters in diameter. They radiated fire, water, wind, earth, and darkness, spinning with terrifying force. Getting hit by those would do more than tear a body apart. Summoning 5 near-high-tier spells in an instant was a testament to his status as the strongest demon. Outside Akatsuki-sensei or House Foranada, he was likely unmatched. As he swung his arm down, the lances shot forward at supersonic speed, homing in on my vitals. Evading or intercepting them would be simple, but I held back. The latter, especially, risked breaking his spirit. Instead, I chose a third option, deflection. By executing it calmly, I'd make him think I was only slightly stronger than him. I imbued my daggers with magic envelopment, extending their blades slightly with mana, and swung at the approaching threats. 5 slashes in a second. The remnants of magic envelopment traced 5 lines in the air. The lances stalled briefly upon contact before dissipating into mist, not a shred of their mana reaching me. Wait, what? That was too much. I'd overdone the reinforcement and ended up intercepting them outright. Deflecting was better than annihilation, but I'd still chosen the second most showy option. Outwardly, I maintained a faint smile, but inwardly I was panicking. This is why I hate facing mid-tier opponents. They're stronger than Foranada's servants, but weaker than Karen and the others, the exact range I have the least experience with. Demons are usually one-shot kills, so gauging restraint is tough. No use dwelling on it. I just hoped I hadn't broken Septum's spirit. I glanced at his expression. I couldn't believe my eyes. Septum was conjuring over 100 of the same lances, poised to launch. Why was he preparing a barrage? My confusion was quickly resolved upon seeing his face. His intentions became clear. Septum was terrified. He had accurately gauged the gap in our strength and was gripped by fear. This barrage was likely a diversion to pin me down while he escaped. His ability to assess my power after a single exchange was proof of his skill. It's harder for combatants to gauge an opponent mid-battle, as focus often narrows to the fight itself. As a warrior, he was impressive, but I couldn't let him escape. I needed his information. Fortunately, his pride was bruised but not shattered. There was a solution. I swept away the incoming lances with Compress Cube and leaped into his escape path. Seeing me appear before him in an instant, Septum's face twitched. "Monster," he spat, clicking his tongue. That defiance was promising. He could still serve as the Saintess's opponent. Inwardly satisfied, I maintained a calm exterior. "I propose a deal. Accept, and I'll let you go this time." "I'm listening," he replied. "Answer my questions. I can discern truth from lies, so don't try to deceive me." It wasn't entirely accurate. My judgment relied on reading emotions, but I didn't need to admit that. I just needed him to comply. Septum sighed, his shoulders relaxing. "Fine, I accept." "Deal sealed," I said. He understood he had no choice. I appreciated his ability to read the situation. The ground seemed to be stabilizing, so it was time to ask my question, the only one that mattered. "You mentioned the Great Light Magic Administrator. Is that another name for the Western Demon King? And what exactly is a magic administrator?" Septum's eyes widened slightly, and he gave a self-deprecating smirk. "So you're not one of them. Even a powerhouse like you hasn't reached that level." "What are you talking about?" I pressed. "I'll answer. Yes, the Great Light Magic Administrator Sama is indeed the one you call the Western Demon King. As for your second question, it's not complex. A magic administrator is one who has mastered magic, attaining its truths. They govern magic, hence the title. This was new. The original story never mentioned magic administrators, even as the protagonist grew stronger, nor did any other trainable characters. "It doesn't sound like a mere title," I noted. "I don't know the details, but those who become magic administrators transcend humanity," he said. "Transcend humanity?" I muttered. This was getting murky. He claimed ignorance, and further probing about magic administrators seemed fruitless for now. Time to shift gears. So the Great Light Magic Administrator mastered light magic. A demon king who spreads curses and manipulates heart's darkness? I asked skeptically. That was the hardest to believe. The Western Demon King cursed the world and exploited people's darkness, like Karen's in the original story. With immunity to non-light magic, mastery of light seemed unlikely. Darkness would fit better, but Septum refuted me outright. The stronger the light, the deeper the shadow, and intense light can obliterate all things. Light's essence isn't just healing. I couldn't argue. Light magic wasn't limited to recovery. It included potent offensive spells, like Karen's perennial radiance Amaterasu. So, our enemy is a light magic master. Is that why the Saintess, a light magic user, was chosen to seal them? No, don't rush to conclusions. This was based solely on Septum's words. I needed more perspectives before deciding. Zechs, the Saintess Sarah's party has halted the demon's summoning ritual. Perfect timing. With the Saintess resolving the scenario as planned, it was time for us to handle the aftermath. Many mysteries remained, but this was a good stopping point. "One last thing. Do you know what the other demons are up to?" I asked. "No idea. We demons don't exactly cooperate," he replied. As expected, consistent with the original story. "No further questions, then. Go. As promised, I'll let you off this time." "That's it?" he asked, wary. "Yeah." Septum backed away cautiously, then flew off at high speed. I watched him go, letting out a small sigh. The Demon King, a light magic master, huh? This new information, absent from the original story, filled me with an ominous premonition. My instincts screamed that this wasn't to be ignored. I had planned to follow the original story and reseal the Western Demon King, but with this new knowledge, perhaps another path needed exploration. With an uneasy feeling, I began formulating new strategies. Epilogue, episode. Honestly, the assault on the royal capital, orchestrated by the Demon King cult's demon summoning ritual, inevitably caused injuries, but miraculously concluded with 0 fatalities. This was largely thanks to the swift actions of us, the Foranada faction. If events had followed the original story, the toll of casualties would have been far greater. Incidentally, not a single member of the Foranada forces sustained so much as a scratch. There isn't a single weakling among my subordinates who'd be injured by mere demons. The fact that Foranada decimated the demons was witnessed by virtually every citizen of the capital, effectively broadcasting our strength to all. According to intelligence reports, some have even started calling us a demonic realm behind closed doors. It's a bit vexing, but since it's drastically reduced the number of fools who underestimate us, I'll let it slide. With so many citizens aware of our exploits, even the royal palace had no choice but to acknowledge our achievements. Shortly after the incident, I was commended and awarded the prestigious Black Pearl Radiance Medal, the highest honor for defense. During the award ceremony, I could sense the complex emotions of the palace faction. They likely couldn't stomach the rising prestige of their rival, Foranada. My sympathies. As for the academy, there were no significant changes before or after the incident. Damage was kept to a minimum, so the second semester proceeded smoothly, leading straight into winter break as December arrived. Phew! My initial plan was a success. Rumors about me have been eradicated, replaced by an air of reverence or perhaps fear. Most people now glance at me from a distance, their eyes tinged with apprehension. It's a bit bothersome, but it's far better than being underestimated. The winter break spans a full 2 months, a considerate arrangement allowing students to return home for the new year. Unless you're from an exceptionally remote region, you can expect a relaxed holiday season. We're no exception. During the break, we'll return to Foranada. Sure, with the phase connection gate, we frequently visit home anyway, but this feels like a proper homecoming. I'd love to stretch my wings and relax, if I can, that is. Tomorrow, everyone except the standby staff will return to Foranada Castle. The annex was a bit hectic with preparations, but amidst the bustle, a visitor arrived. And that visitor was, "Good day, Lady Skia. What brings you here today?" Entering the reception room, I greeted the guest who had been shown in earlier. Indeed, the visitor was Skia Thornbull Yuga Talai Cheney, a Viscount's daughter. A girl with peculiar tastes and a condition known as phase conflict syndrome. GGG good day, Earl Foranada, why your excellency. As always, her interpersonal communication skills were lacking. Her eyes darted nervously, her words stumbled, and her idle fingers fidgeted restlessly. Her social awkwardness wasn't new, so I let it pass with a wry smile, opting not to comment. However, her overly formal address needed correction. Please, no, Your Excellency. This is practically a private setting. Feel free to call me by my name, as befits peers of the same year. T, that's T too great an H honor. At least drop the Excellency. You understood, Earl Foranada. I had no intention of forcing familiarity, so this was probably the limit. The distance felt appropriate. As the conversation paused, Skia hesitantly moved to the main topic. Teach today, I see, came to G, give my R response to Y your P previous P proposal. As expected, that's why she came. I'd asked out of formality, but there was no other reason for her to visit me. The proposal in question was this. In exchange for treating her phase conflict syndrome, I asked her to join Foranada. Initially, since I couldn't provide precise evidence, she requested 6 months to consider it, putting the matter on hold. It hasn't even been 3 months, but it seems she's reached a decision. Are you sure? You still have more than half the time left. You could take it slow, maybe discuss it with your family during the winter break. Given the timing, she had ample opportunity to consult her family. Since this concerns her future, I wanted her to think it over carefully. Skia, however, shook her head vigorously. No, I've already made my D decision. If you're confident in your choice, that's fine. So what's your answer? It's easy to forget while talking to her, but Skia is exceptionally intelligent. If she says she's decided, it's likely a well-considered conclusion. At my prompting, she took several deep breaths before speaking slowly. IIW would like to accept the tea treatment. And you agree to join Foranada as well? Yes. Her nod was free of hesitation. Her golden eyes locked onto mine, conveying the firmness of her resolve. If she's made up her mind, I have no objections. More hands on deck are a boon for me, after all. Receiving her answer, I nodded magnanimously. Very well, let's begin the treatment. With that, I promptly summoned my magical energy. Skia, sensing the shift in my demeanor, widened her eyes. WWA, RR right now. Exactly. It's not a complex procedure, so let's get it over with. After all, we're heading back to Foranada tomorrow. While we can return anytime, I'd rather not bother opening the phase connection gate repeatedly. For Skia, too, the sooner she's treated, the better. Starting now benefits us both. The spell for her treatment was developed long ago, with fine-tuning for Skia already complete. All it needed was magical energy to activate. Raising my right hand toward her, I focused and chanted the spell's name. Tuning, a mental magic spell that adjusts the target's magical ratios to a desired state. In this case, with Karen's assistance in mind, I skewed it heavily toward light attributes. The magical energy released from my hand flowed into Skia, permeating her body in an instant. In less than 5 seconds, tuning was complete. It's done. Huh, already. Skia muttered, stunned. I nodded. For the first session, yes. The treatment will require multiple sessions, so you're not fully cured yet. Let's do the next one, after the winter break. Doing it too frequently could strain your body. Altering one's innate magical ratios isn't without risks. Since this is her first treatment, we'll monitor her progress carefully. Skia remained dazed, staring at her hands with a puzzled tilt of her head. She didn't seem to feel the change. With a sigh, I suggested, why not try casting a simple spell? Right after treatment, you should be able to manage something. Why, yes. Snapping back to reality at my words, she raised her left hand and chanted, Dark Sphere. Choosing darkness over light showed her preference for certainty, a clever choice, as expected. The spell succeeded. A dark sphere floated above her palms. It was small and crude, her first attempt at magic, but it was undeniably active. Yu. Tears welled in Skia's eyes at her first successful magic. And why wouldn't they? Despite her light affinity, she'd been unable to use magic at all. The pressure she faced must have been immense. Casting a spell was likely a lifelong dream for her. After calming down, she returned home. As she left, she declared, I'll never forget this kindness. From her passionate words, I could tell Skia would work diligently for us. It felt a bit like exploiting her weakness, but it's a mutually beneficial arrangement. Going forward, I look forward to working with her as a comrade. Section. In the Holy Kingdom, the new year is a lively affair. Except for young children, everyone gathers to celebrate with enthusiasm. Foranada is no different. Despite the late hour past midnight, the castle and its surrounding town were brightly lit and bustling with noise. I was currently on a balcony of Foranada Castle. I'd been mingling with my subordinates at the New Year's party, but stepped out to cool off. The balcony faced the town, so its lights and sounds reached me. It was reassuring to see my people enjoying the moment to the fullest. After basking in the cold night air for a while, the crisp winter midnight felt refreshing, but a few minutes in, the chill began to bite. No matter how strong I become, I can't escape my human side. Just as I turned to head back inside, I sensed someone approaching. The direct trajectory and magical signature pointed to Minerva. She must have slipped away from the party as well. It felt callous to leave my fiancé waiting, so I decided to stay. To ward off the cold without retreating, I enveloped myself in a thin layer of magical energy. Ah, there you are. Minerva appeared, her first words spilling out softly. I tilted my head. Were you looking for me? No, not quite. I came out here to cool off a bit. But I did notice you were gone. So it just slipped out. Something like that. With a small smile, Minerva stepped beside me, resting her elbows on the balcony railing. She gazed quietly at the scenery before us. The sight of her exhaling white breaths was utterly charming, quickening my heartbeat. Is something wrong? I must have stared too long, as Minerva tilted her head and asked. I muttered, nothing, and started to look away, but reconsidered. It was too late for embarrassment. Returning my gaze, I smiled and spoke honestly. I was just admiring how adorable my fiancé is. See cute, admiring. My straightforward words hit Minerva's weak spot. Her face flushed red in an instant, and she stammered, mouth opening and closing. In a manga, steam would surely be rising from her head. Savoring her endearing reaction, I waited for her to recover. Soon, she began deep breathing. You're such a flirt, she said, her cheeks still flushed but her ability to speak restored. I gave a wry smile. A flirt? I was just being honest. That's what makes you a flirt. How can you say such things without a hint of embarrassment? I'm plenty embarrassed. but we're engaged, so I figured it's better to praise you openly. Even engaged couples usually hesitate a bit. Minerva shrugged with a sigh, as if exasperated. Was I in the wrong here? I wasn't entirely convinced, but she didn't seem upset. Her emotions radiated joy and embarrassment, her usual way of hiding her feelings. She's just too cute. Last year was quite eventful, wasn't it? Minerva said suddenly, shifting the topic during a lull. Curious about the abrupt change, I played along. Yeah, a lot happened since we enrolled at the academy. I was shocked when you picked up a new girl right after enrolling. That's a harsh way to put it. I was protecting her, but Marina fell for you. Well, that stung. Marina developing feelings for me was entirely my oversight. As I averted my eyes awkwardly, Minerva let out a cheerful laugh. Sorry, just teasing. I'm not mad. It doesn't feel like just teasing. Hee, sorry. Her laughter carried no malice as she apologized. Marina's a commoner and a bit odd, but she's a great girl. She's smart and courageous. Even if she ends up as a concubine, she'll manage just fine. It's not decided yet, you know. But you'll probably accept her eventually, right? I can tell you're drawn to her. Well, I was at a loss for words. It was true I was growing fond of Marina, and the likelihood of accepting her was high. Minerva laughed again, meeting my eyes directly. I don't mind how many girls you take in. Sure, I'll feel a bit jealous, but I know you'll shower us with love and warmth, even while focused on other goals. You've already got me wrapped around your finger. That much I'm certain of. She added with a smirk, if anything, you'd better take more, or I might burn out. Well, she's not entirely wrong. Right now, I'm focused on averting Karen's doomed fate, which leaves me little time for Minerva and the others. I'd felt guilty about that, but according to her, I'm already doing more than enough. If I save Karen, what awaits is likely love beyond measure. I can already sense my restraint slipping. Still, having my fiancé encourage me to take more lovers feels questionable. I wouldn't mind a little jealousy, even if it's selfish of me to think so. I must have looked conflicted as Minerva laughed again. She's been laughing a lot today. Hee, I know you're not actively seeking more girls. But mark my words, there'll be more. You've got the charm and capability for it, so do your best. Am I supposed to just nod and say, got it? Exactly, be confident, you've earned that right. Got it. But... I paused, gently placing a hand on Minerva's cheek and leaning in to kiss her. You're my true wife, Minerva. It was a brief kiss, but I poured my affection into it. It seemed to reach her. She turned away, her face red again. You're so unfair, but don't worry, I'll do my best as your wife. No more words passed between us, yet the air between us was warm, not physically, but emotionally. I sincerely wished for our bond to remain like this forever. Interlude, Shin Temptation before. The timeline is around the invasion of the devil period. In a house standing on the outskirts of the royal capital, I, Shin, along with Lady Caroline, found ourselves in the basement. On the surface, it appeared to be an ordinary building, but the basement was anything but normal. The rough stone-walled room, measuring 20 meters on each side, was completely covered in magical circles drawn in blood, emanating a horrific stench of death. While there were no direct remains left behind, the purpose of this place was easily discernible. Now, this eerie room had become a ceremonial altar. In the center sat a 30-centimeter tall statue, radiating an overwhelming sense of dread. The suppression here is complete. Perfect timing, I've finished here as well, Shin. Lady Caroline and I had been eliminating the members of the Demon King's church guarding this place, sharing the task between us. I thought we had dispatched them fairly quickly, but it turned out we were done at the same time. I was surprised that Lady Caroline managed to keep up, especially since indoor combat wasn't her strong suit. She was growing stronger by the day. Looking over at Lady Caroline, I noticed she was the only one left standing. She had likely obliterated the enemy without a trace. Since there was no need for interrogation this time, it was fine to eliminate everyone, but her ability to leave no remnants made me wonder if she was more suited to being an assassin than I was. Yet, such bloody circumstances did not seem fitting for someone like her. For your information, although Lady Caroline was a noble lady from an earl's family, she had gone through the experience of taking lives. In fact, not just her, but all the members of the Foranada had undergone such experiences. This was due to Zechs-sama's policies. The reasoning was that without having faced such experiences, one would struggle to act when confronted with such situations. Unfortunately, in this world, human lives were often treated lightly. Therefore, Zechs-sama deemed it necessary for Lady Caroline and the others to be prepared, even if he secretly wished they wouldn't have to face such a world. However, there was no need for them to become accustomed to it. The important factor was whether they had experienced it or not. The difference between having or not having such experiences affected one's quickness to act in emergencies. From what I could see, Lady Caroline seemed to be just fine. In fact, she was remarkably efficient. Given her intense brother complex, she likely thought, "I will eliminate every single enemy of my brother." Well, that was fine. Our priority now was to accomplish what Zechs-sama had ordered us to do. We needed to retrieve the statue placed in the center. After confirming there were no ambushes, we approached the statue. The statue was grotesque. It appeared to be modeled after a chalice, yet it was formed from the bodies of the deceased. Piles of corpses shaped the chalice, as if to say it had been constructed from the sacrifice of many lives. Moreover, 4 demons sat equidistantly around the rim of the chalice. Unlike the numerous demons currently infesting outside, these had a somewhat superior presence about them. It was possible that if summoning continued, these demons would emerge as well. Nevertheless, there was no need to worry. Now that we were here, Zechs-sama was here, the Demon King's church's plans would inevitably fail. I had no doubt about that. Even if these 4 demons were to appear, I believed Zechs-sama could crush them with one hand. "Is it safe to touch the statue directly?" I asked Lady Caroline, who was a light mage, as an unfamiliar magical power was flowing from the statue, prompting me to be cautious of any curses. She nodded. "There's a strange magical energy flowing, but I don't sense any curses or similar threats," Lady Caroline said. "Then let's retrieve it." I covered the statue with magic before lifting it. As I did, the magical energy that had been flowing out suddenly dissipated. It seemed this object ceased to function when it was not in its designated position. Afterward, I communicated with Zechs-sama using mental transmission, and he helped me retrieve the statue through phase linkage. He mentioned that only Lord Ziglard could truly neutralize this statue. Hence, the plan was to gather all the statues at his location. As for me, I couldn't help but think, can't Zechs-sama erase that statue without a trace? But I held my tongue regarding my master's policy. If he deemed it necessary, it must serve some purpose. Now that our mission was accomplished, our next step was to deal with the demons rampaging outside and protect the citizens of the royal capital. Caroline and I exchanged silent nods and returned to the surface. However, we couldn't participate in the demon extermination. An unwelcome guest had appeared right before us. A demon, the very name of the race surfaced in my mind. Dark skin, horns sprouting from the temples, and an aura of thick curses emanating from him. Every characteristic matched that of a demon. He was male, with somewhat long black hair, but his physique was unmistakably that of a man. Though I had received reports from Zechs-sama, this was the real deal. Born from the remnants of a sealed demon king, this was a race plotting to resurrect him. They were humanity's archenemy, appearing before generations of saints and heroes. Despite resembling a human in appearance, his strength was immediately apparent. He could probably trample every knight in the Holy Kingdom by himself. This was not an opponent to underestimate. Yet amidst my caution, I also felt relief. This demon was not our enemy. I was certain he couldn't harm us no matter what. I lacked Zechs-sama's ability to accurately gauge others' strength, but I sensed a clear disparity between us. Even if I were to overestimate, Caroline and I were at least 1.5 times stronger. Lady Caroline, "Yes, I understand. As planned, understood." We exchanged brief messages through telepathy as we focused on the demon before us. In truth, I had anticipated this development. Zechs-sama had foreseen that amid the chaos of the demon attack, a demon would attempt to make contact with Caroline. In other words, our preparations were thorough. There was no chance we could be defeated by this foe, and even if he attempted to flee, we were ready to pursue him. "Who are you?" As a servant, I demanded to know. "Oh, I have no use for you at all, but let's see, this might be more entertaining," the demon replied, wearing a creepy grin. He looked like a mischievous child with a toy, or rather, a more sinister version. It was the face of a criminal contemplating something malicious. Congratulations, you've been chosen. If you come with me, you'll get everything you desire. Power, wealth, authority, love, you name it. The demon clapped his hands cheerfully, but we remained unmoved. We merely continued to gaze at him. Apparently, that didn't amuse him. He paused his clapping and frowned slightly. You're a tough crowd. Shouldn't you have a bit more of a reaction? I expected at least some joy or surprise. Demons are enemies of humanity. It's only natural to be cautious. Ah, I see, you're on guard. Ha ha ha, such a futile effort. No matter what you do, it won't mean a thing to someone like you. As I responded, the demon nodded in understanding. Futile effort, meaningless. His words indicated he was underestimating our capabilities. That was to be expected. After all, we were equipped with the magic tool developed by Zechs known as magic power concealment. We were deliberately leading him to misjudge our strength. Just as elves could perceive magic power visually, demons can do the same. The reason for this was simple. We could not allow the demon before us to escape. Zechs had insisted that he needed to be dealt with at all costs. Therefore, we were willing to overlook some danger in order to seize this opportunity. Unaware of our trap, the demon continued to speak carelessly. I won't let you regret this. Deep down, you both harbor darkness in your hearts. Right now, you have a chance to resolve that darkness. Darkness in my heart, I replied. Yes, the darkness in your heart. By manipulating that darkness just a little, you can drastically enhance your power. If you gain strength, you'll be able to obtain whatever you desire. With that, the demon pointed at Caroline. Especially you, I sense a sweet, profound darkness coming from you. Is it jealousy? Such a rich and murky emotion. It seems you love someone dearly. That person is surrounded by much love, but you can't stand that situation at all. Interlude. Shin temptation, after. Especially you, I sense a sweet and profound darkness coming from you. Is it jealousy? Such a rich and murky emotion. It seems you love someone dearly. That person is surrounded by much love, but you can't stand that situation at all. Hearing this, I furrowed my brow. I could see the truth in his words. He was undoubtedly referring to Zechs. I suddenly recalled a conversation with Lady Caroline I had right after confessing my feelings to Zechs. During a private discussion, she had said, "It's not that I don't feel jealousy." I was aware that Caroline had a jealous side, but I never imagined her feelings were so dark and intense that even a demon would describe them as sweet. I had assumed that despite her jealousy, she had come to accept the current situation. It seemed that Lady Caroline felt similarly, as her expression had also clouded. Ignoring our reactions, the demon continued to speak animatedly. Why not dispel that darkness? If you take my hand, you will definitely obtain what you desire. You could monopolize the person you love. Monopolize my brother. I inadvertently murmured the words. Lady Caroline looked stunned, deep in thought. This was truly a demon's temptation. I hadn't expected him to so precisely strike at the weak points of Lady Caroline's psyche. It seemed I had underestimated the demon. The demon wore a smug grin while Lady Caroline furrowed her brow in contemplation. As I observed their expressions, I pondered whether I should take action. However, before I could make a move, the situation changed. It was Lady Caroline's sigh that broke the painful silence. She smiled wryly, lightly shrugging her shoulders. It seems that looking inward can be surprisingly difficult. I never thought I'd come to realize it from a demon's words. Lady Caroline said in disappointment, "People often don't understand themselves the best. Now, take my hand." The demon eagerly extended his hand toward her. However, Lady Caroline's response was not what he had anticipated. "What are you talking about, you lowly creature?" Her voice was chillingly cold, a tone I had never heard from Caroline before. Even I, not directly in her line of sight, felt momentarily frozen by the intensity of her gaze. Naturally, the demon, who was directly confronting her, stood completely still, his expression one of confusion and shock. It's impossible for me to take anyone's hand but my brother's, no matter how the world turns upside down, even if I were to be reborn. Lady Caroline pressed one hand against her ample chest. As you mentioned, I love my brother. I do feel jealousy when that love is directed elsewhere. Thanks to your comments, I've come to realize that those feelings are greater than I had assumed. B, but why won't you take my hand? With my cooperation, you can obtain what you desire. The demon, breaking free from his shock, shouted with a high-pitched voice. His desperate appearance made it clear just how mentally cornered he was. The roles had completely reversed from just moments ago. Hearing this, Lady Caroline let out a small laugh. That's a separate issue. What do you think you can accomplish with the likes of your power? In front of my brother, everything else is nothing but refuse. You would just end up being defeated. Indeed, her words were accurate. Zechs' strength was overwhelming. As it stood, even if we attacked together, we stood no chance, so seeking help from a small-time demon would be futile. And, Caroline continued, it seems I'm quite a greedy person. Despite feeling jealousy, I also care for everyone. I cherish the time we all spend together here. Therefore, I won't take the hand of someone who claims to disrupt that. Lady Caroline. To my surprise, I was moved by Caroline's words. I understood her feelings for Zechs, and now I recognized the depth of her jealousy that had been hidden in the shadows. I felt a swell of happiness in my heart, realizing that she directed such affection toward us as well. That being said, I must ask you to leave. My brother has explicitly stated that you must be eliminated. With that merciless proclamation, Lady Caroline unleashed her magic. 8 glowing pillars of light, each about 5 meters long, appeared and lunged toward the demon, aiming to skewer him. Of course, the demon wouldn't go down without a fight. He attempted to evade and counterattack simultaneously. However, I needed to remember that Lady Caroline wasn't the only one here. I swiftly cast the tri-elemental composite magic, Tribind, using dark, water, and wind magic to impede the enemy's movements. Even for the demon, caught in the effects of 3 types of elemental magic, his consciousness faltered. Lady Caroline wouldn't miss this opening, and all the light pillars pierced the demon, pinning him to the ground. Damn it, let me go. Spitting blood, the demon desperately struggled to escape, but with a significant difference in power, it was a futile effort. Why am I caught by the likes of you? His speech deteriorated, likely a result of the pressure he felt from being cornered. Ah, that's right. We had been concealing our magical power. From his perspective, this situation must have been unbelievable. Still, I had no intention of being overly honest about it. We maintained our silence, finishing him off with Caroline's light magic. Mission accomplished, then. Lady Caroline said with a refreshing smile, her demeanor seemingly lightened. Is something the matter? No, it just gave me a chance to reflect on myself. I didn't quite understand what she meant, but it seemed that this incident had benefited Lady Caroline in some way. Since she didn't appear to be hiding any serious issues, I decided there was no need to press further. After that, we participated in the hunt for the remaining demon remnants, and the incident came to a close with a decisive blow from Zechs. It had been a densely packed incident, but I was genuinely relieved that everyone had managed to overcome it safely. Interlude: Juba, the best choice of the century. The chronological order is from individual battle to demonic attack. My name is Juba Stemhoris Can Loramble, the head of the Duke's family governing the Loramble territory. Currently, I had traveled to the royal capital to observe the individual matches of the first-year students in the academy. Ordinarily, I would watch the third-year matches, but this time I was scheduled to see the first years instead. More accurately, I would be observing the first years while leaving the other grades to my subordinates. Why was this year different? There were 2 reasons. The first was that my daughter, Minerva, was participating. For nobles, attending such school events for the children is not typically something one would make time for. However, I had done the same for my 2 older children in the past. While my affection for them was certainly a factor, the primary reason was much more pragmatic. Since I would have opportunities to utilize them in the management of my territory, it was essential to maintain a good relationship. Therefore, I made a point of being involved in their upbringing as much as possible. For commoners, affection alone might suffice as a motivation, but for nobles, it is not so simple. Unfortunately, one is required to make objective and rational judgments about everything. This is even more true for a duke's household. The second reason was that I had heard Zechs, my daughter's fiancé, would also be participating. This was the main reason for my attendance. He is extraordinary. He has established the previously dismissed attribute-less magic as a practical form of magic, which many deemed meaningless. While it is true that it is a type of magic that only he can wield, it is still astonishing that he has realized it as a technique. Furthermore, he has even developed it into imaginary arts such as storage magic and teleportation magic, which is nothing short of astounding. The knowledge I gained from him about body enhancement was groundbreaking. Through precise visualization, one could not only eliminate the backlash from body enhancement, but also achieve further enhancement. This was an eye-opening concept. To possess knowledge about bodily structure that is not widely known, essentially monopolized by the church, and to apply that knowledge to magic is something that left me in awe. No, it's not just body enhancement. His creativity is impressive. He breaks through all conventional wisdom and continues to generate new forms of magic. He claims, the people of this world are bound by stereotypes. Magic should be much freer, and I can't help but agree. Even I, known as a magic fanatic, tend to impose rigid definitions of what magic is. His perspective is the truth. With someone like him taking the stage in the individual matches, it was impossible not to pay attention. I found myself eagerly awaiting this day, feeling like a child again. My two sons were left astounded by my enthusiasm. On the first day of the finals, after greeting Zechs and the others, I arrived at the first-year match venue. I was waiting in the noble spectator seats for the event to begin, but I couldn't shake off my nervousness. Then, my second son, Hermes, who was allowed to accompany me, spoke up with an exasperated tone. "Father, please try to calm down a bit. No matter how anxious you are, the match won't start any sooner. I understand that, but this excitement is something I simply can't suppress." It was evident that my voice carried a hint of excitement. I shouldn't be so unrestrained as the head of a duke's family. While I'm aware of your interests, aren't you getting your hopes up too high? From my perspective as someone who attended the academy until last year, first-year matches are at a playtime level. You've heard about Zechs from me, haven't you? This year's first years are distinctly different from previous years. As I laughed, Hermes let out a small sigh. While his attitude toward me and the current head may not be commendable, I suppose it's acceptable. He tends to be a bit of a stickler. He must think that I'm exaggerating my claims. That said, I chose not to say much more. Once the match began, he would understand whether he liked it or not. 3 days later, I was deeply moved. Incredible, truly incredible. I had expected Zechs' magic to be extraordinary, but the skills of those gathered around him were equally impressive. I never imagined that Minerva had also mastered extraordinary techniques. At this rate, it was clear that she had already surpassed my own abilities. Before I return to my territory, I absolutely must extract the details of those techniques. While I was overwhelmed with emotion, my son Hermes appeared dazed. My common sense is crumbling. He seemed to be clutching his head and muttering to himself. In the best light, he could be called pragmatic, in the worst, ordinary. While he possessed 4 types of magical aptitude, his conventional thinking apparently made Zechs' abilities feel like potent drugs to him. It seemed best to leave him alone until he calmed down. As I pondered this, the awards ceremony commenced. The faces of the winners from other grades were in attendance, and for the most part, the results aligned with our expectations. Major upsets are not something that occur often. The ceremony proceeded smoothly, and just as it was about to conclude, the news reached us abruptly. A mysterious monster has appeared throughout the royal capital and has begun attacking the city. What? Receiving this alarming report, I questioned the messenger for more details. What exactly is this monster? What is the enemy's strength? Which organization is responsible? I gathered information from the messenger while dispatching additional orders for intelligence gathering to various directions. However, there was no time left to collect further information. The monster in question had already surged into the venue where we were. Thanks to the barrier that had been set up, we were safe inside, but the majority of people were thrown into a panic. They began shoving and pushing each other in a desperate attempt to escape. I understood their feelings. The monster that had attacked was truly monstrous. Its grotesque appearance could easily be described as demonic. With something like that invading and starting to crack the barrier, It was unreasonable to expect anyone to remain calm. "Father, we should move," that's what Hermes wanted to propose. However, he never had the chance to finish his thought. Before he could, it was Zechs who acted. "Silence." His voice resonated in our hearts. The moment it reached my ears, my anxious spirit flattened. It seemed I had been somewhat bewildered as well. The reaction of the panicked crowd was dramatic. Like being doused with cold water, they fell silent and focused their attention on Zechs. Incredible, this was undoubtedly magic. I was convinced he possessed a form of magic that I had yet to learn. Once this incident was resolved, I would have to ask him about it right away. While my spirits were lifted, they began to sink again. Because, "Father, am I seeing an illusion? The reinforcements from Foranada, who are slaughtering the demons, appear to be nothing more than a mere maid. What a coincidence, I see it the same way. They all look like ordinary servants. To deal with the demons, Zechs had summoned reinforcements. This in itself was fine, as I had known for some time that he could use teleportation magic. The issue lay with the composition of those reinforcements. As I mentioned earlier, they all appeared to be servants. They were wearing butler and maid outfits, the kind of plain servants you would find in any household. There were a few knights among them, but the overwhelming majority were servants. They faced the hordes of demons without hesitation, defeating them as if they were the finest warriors. Those demons, which seemed to have the strength of half a knight, were being dispatched one after another, unscathed, by what appeared to be mere servants. It would not be an exaggeration to call them elite fighters. I had never wanted to praise myself more than I did today. By deciding to form a connection with Zechs, I was certain I had made the best choice of the century. After the turmoil was subdued, it went without saying that I would take actions to further strengthen our cooperative relationship with Foranada. Interlude, Skia decisive factor. The timeline is around the demonic invasion. Demons attacked the royal capital. Indeed, it was an ugly monster that was truly deserving of the title demon. They appeared suddenly. I was in the library, sorting through books and preparing to take them back to my room. Just as I was about to catch sight of the dormitory, Skia was attacked by a demon. There was just one of them. From what I later heard, its individual strength wasn't that remarkable. However, it posed a significant threat to me, because I had no ability to fight back. I couldn't use magic at all, and I lacked any talent in martial arts, leaving me completely defenseless against external threats. So I ran. The moment the demon came into view, I turned on my heel and fled without a second thought. There was no time to hesitate. I instinctively understood that any delay could cost me my life, so I ran as if my life depended on it. What a dreadful day this was. Now that I think about it, it seemed like I had been cursed from the morning. For breakfast, I had to eat those dreadful cherry tomatoes I hated, and just before heading out, my shoelaces broke. At the library, my favorite bookmark mysteriously got torn, and the book I had my eye on was checked out and overdue. And now I was being chased by a demon. I wanted to believe I was cursed. Had I done something wrong? I hesitate to say it myself, but I take pride in having lived a well-behaved life. Despite having the aptitude for light magic, I couldn't use it and ended up causing my family a lot of trouble, yet they continued to treat me kindly without change. I had tried to repay them by leading a peaceful life. Admittedly, I can't boast about my taste in books, but I believed there were no other issues. Was it possible that God bore a grudge against me? Why was I being subjected to trial after trial when I was so powerless? Tears brimmed in my eyes at the thought of a life full of downhill struggles. Besides that, I had been running for quite some time, and my heart hurt while I struggled to breathe. For someone like me, who was more of an indoors person, running long distances was nothing short of reckless. If I had known this would happen, I regretted not exercising a bit more regularly. How was it that, despite my awkward running style, the demon hadn't caught up to me yet? As that fleeting thought crossed my mind, I glanced back over my shoulder. The demon was still there, with its large mouth gaping open, revealing sharp fangs, claws that could easily slice my neck, bulging eyes, and wings that looked like they belonged to a mass of flesh. Just looking at it filled me with disgust as it followed closely behind me. Observing the demon's behavior, I realized something. It was toying with me. It found pleasure in watching me run away in terror, which was why it was taking its time to chase me. It wanted to keep watching my pathetic escape and was holding back from attacking. What had I done to deserve this? I just wanted to live a normal life, so why was I subjected to this? My feelings of self-pity and helplessness surged up from the depths of my being. My heart was a chaotic mix of anger and sadness. My life was always like this. I couldn't use magic, couldn't fight back against the whispers of those around me, and ultimately ended up burdening my family. I had left the cleanup to them. They all smiled and forgave me, but I couldn't forgive myself. That was why I decided to live a safe life. While great success was beyond me, I made an effort to avoid becoming a further burden to my family. Yet, despite all that, it seemed my legs had reached their limit. Overcome by exhaustion, I could no longer move properly and fell spectacularly to the ground. There was no way someone as unathletic as I was could brace for impact, and I crashed painfully onto the ground. I managed to extend my arms forward, but I scraped them badly. It hurt. The demon let out a displeased laugh at my miserable state and approached me closely. It kept laughing loudly, observing me for a moment before leaning in with its gaping mouth. It intended to eat me. Mom, Dad, everyone, I'm so sorry. The faces of my parents and siblings floated into my mind. I hoped they could forgive me for not being able to repay them properly. I closed my eyes and awaited the final moment. However, the pain I expected never came. Given the nature of that vile demon, I thought it would take its time and eat me starting from my extremities, but had it actually killed me in one swift bite? No, that wasn't it. I could still feel the pain from my scraped hands and feet. I was alive. Cautiously, I lifted my closed eyelids. What I saw before me was astonishing. The demon that had been right in front of me was impaled by countless earth spikes that jutted up from the ground. It was probably a low-level earth magic spell called Earth Spike. Someone had defeated the demon that was about to attack me. I was saved. It was a moment where I had narrowly escaped death. Perhaps due to the relief, I suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of fatigue wash over me. I became acutely aware of my pounding heart and the copious amounts of sweat covering my body. It was as if my whole being was experiencing pain, serving as proof that I was alive. As I desperately tried to catch my breath, I heard a woman's voice from a distance. Hey, are you okay? Garna, we're in front of others, you know. It's an emergency, so isn't it fine? Garna. Yes, I understand. I'll adjust my tone. Is this good enough? Let's consider it acceptable. FYI. Just barely made it, should be right on time. I couldn't see them clearly because I was out of breath, but it seemed to be 3 women. Their conversation lacked any tension, and one of them was yawning dramatically. The contrast with the life-and-death situation was striking. The 3 of them had arrived near me and, after observing my condition, began to speak. It looks like you have no visible injuries. But you're really out of breath. It seems like it was a very close call. This girl is the daughter of the Cheney Viscount's branch family. She might have made quite the achievement. Oh, that's true. I've seen her name in the documents. I see. I had heard that she couldn't use magic, so she must have been in a real pinch. From the context, it seemed they were servants from some noble family. The fact that they were familiar with my documents suggested they were not from the common class. 99 out of 100, they served the Foranada family. No other family would refer to my rescue as a great achievement. Right now, I was a failure who couldn't use magic at all. Before long, I managed to calm myself. Though my breathing was still rough, I was finally able to act normally. I lifted my gaze to look at the faces of my saviors. As expected, they were servants of Foranada. I recognized their faces. They were indeed attendants to Count Foranada and his siblings. Thank you so much for saving me from such a dangerous situation. Why couldn't I express my gratitude properly? Ever since I was young, I've struggled to talk to others. I genuinely wanted to convey my thanks, but for some reason, my mouth wouldn't cooperate. It was frustrating and pitiful. But there was no time to wallow in self-pity. After all, these were my lifesavers, and I needed to show my sincerity. I will definitely repay you for this. As I stumbled over my words, I managed to finish my thanks, and the 3 of them exchanged puzzled glances. Their unexpected reaction left me similarly dumbfounded. Then, one of them waved her hand lightly and replied, "You really don't need to worry about it that much. We're just following the orders of our master to defeat the demon horde." As Garna mentioned, we were instructed by Zechs-sama to prioritize saving lives. "Your gratitude alone is more than enough," the other servant added, reinforcing her point. The last one seemed to agree as well, nodding vigorously. Wait, was she actually sleeping? In this situation? "Marin, wake up. It hurts." Ah, the servant who had been taking notes smacked the head of the one who had been dozing off Marin. What is this, a comedy sketch? They seemed completely devoid of tension. Given what had just happened, I assumed there would be a horde of demons appearing, but was the situation really not that serious? Feeling a bit uneasy, I decided to ask, what is it? Is it okay to just be lounging around in a place like this?" The servant, who seemed to be the one to point out the absurdity, nodded, in understanding at my question. Then she said, "It's fine, it'll be over soon." There was no time to ponder my doubts. The next moment, white flames erupted all over the academy, no, throughout the capital. As I stared in astonishment at the scene, the servants chatted amiably among themselves. "This must be the work of Zechs-sama, right? There's no other possibility. He's probably conjured up another astonishing spell." Despite the supernatural phenomenon, there wasn't a hint of panic among them. Is this really the work of Count Foranada? No way, I was reaching a state of utter confusion. My mind had gone blank to the point that I could think clearly for the first time. I was certain of it. Accepting Count Foranada's proposal would be the best choice for my life. Afterward, I quickly arranged an appointment with the Count, and my affiliation with him was decided. Interlude, Marina childhood friend. The chronological order is between Individual Competition 2 and Individual Competition 3. The tournament for individual battles by grade, where magic and martial arts skills are put to the test, seemed like a distant event to me, Marina. However, that perception was drastically changed by a single remark from Prince Zechs. I might be able to become classmates with Zechs. The promise of that alone spurred me on. Until now, I had been desperately training to catch up with him, but having such a clear reward in sight transformed my motivation. Though I felt anxious about training under Zechs's direct supervision, I was determined to do my best. Training was truly, truly grueling. The content was so different from the steady training I was used to that I found my spirit breaking several times. Yet, I persevered. I continued to push myself while dreaming of school life with Zechs. I believe it was also thanks to the encouragement of everyone else. With the support of my feelings for him and my friends, I managed to see my training through to the end. My efforts did not betray me. I improved my skills below intermediate level and was able to handle several advanced spells. I, who had been completely unable to cast magic until coming under Zechs's guidance, had made real progress. Zechs's training is incredibly tough, but the results are well worth it. I realize how remarkable that is because, in general, there's no guarantee that hard work will yield results. His training methods must be exceptionally refined. It seems that typical first-year students can barely handle intermediate magic. This meant that in the preliminaries, I had no real opponents. I also think I was fortunate with the matchups in the tournament. As a result, I managed to advance to my goal of the top 16. Zechs had clearly stated beforehand that this was my limit with my current abilities. I agreed with him. The top 16 was filled with well-known individuals, and my presence among them felt utterly out of place. I would surely be eliminated immediately, but I had decided to do my best until the end. I believed that not giving up was a fitting condition to stand beside Zechs. Moreover, I had another reason I couldn't give up. My opponent in the first round of the finals was Yude-kun. Now famous as a hero, he is my childhood friend. We come from the same hometown, our homes are nearby, and we played together often when we were little. To be honest, there was a time when I wondered if I would marry Yude-kun. Our village was small, and there weren't many children my age. Among them, he seemed more mature than the other kids, and I admired him a little. Well, now that we've grown up, he feels a bit childish, but my past admiration isn't a lie. What I want to say is that I wanted Yude-kun to recognize me. I wanted my childhood friend, with whom I had spent so much time, to accept the person I liked. I know that Yude-kun dislikes Zechs, but I hoped he would eventually give his blessing, as he was like family to me. So, I would pour my feelings into this individual tournament. I think Yudai-kun sees me as his little sister to protect. In this battle, my plan was to show him that I'm not just someone who needs protection. On the day of the match, Yudai-kun and I faced each other on stage. After Minerva-san's match, and with it being the hero's match, the audience was in high spirits. I felt bad that my opponent had to be me. No. If I showed any lack of confidence at this stage, I wouldn't stand a chance of being recognized by Yudai-kun. I had to stand tall and fight. Marina. As I was psyching myself up in my mind, Yudai-kun suddenly spoke. I'm not saying this to be mean, but you should forfeit this match. His words made me furrow my brow. However, I quickly shook my head. To Yudai-kun, I must still appear to be the weak girl I once was. He probably saw me as just an ordinary village girl, somewhat skilled in household chores, who hadn't changed at all. That was understandable. Since we parted ways, Yudai-kun and I had completely lost touch. It was only natural for him not to shake off the impression of my past. Still, I didn't think it was the right thing to say to someone who had made it to the top 16. Being stubborn in such a situation was one of Yudai-kun's bad traits. I let out a breath and shook my head. I won't forfeit. Yudai-kun furrowed his brows and asked, puzzled, why not? I don't know how you made it this far, but isn't just participating in the finals enough? His words implied that his victory was a foregone conclusion. That assessment was correct. With my current abilities, there was no way I could defeat Yudai-kun. However, I couldn't just turn my back without fighting. Yudai-kun, I'm not going to be a weak girl forever. I'm going to fight to prove that. Why? I want you to recognize my feelings for Zechs. As I expected, topics related to Zechs were clearly something he didn't want to touch. He fell silent, looking displeased. It seemed difficult to convey my understanding through words. Maybe it was time to put my plan into action and speak with my fists. Once the referee confirmed that both of us were ready, he waved his hand to signal the start of the match. At the same moment, Yudai-kun sprang into action. Thunderbolt. He raised both hands toward me, unleashing a massive bolt of lightning. If I remembered correctly, it was an advanced wind spell with excellent single-target performance. The brilliant flash and sound spread out as it came rushing toward me. Not long ago, I would have been unable to respond to the speed of this magic. But thanks to the grueling training I had endured, I managed to keep up. Water Veil. I encased my whole body in a membrane of water with this basic water spell, narrowly defending against the lightning strike. Pure water doesn't conduct electricity, so I was able to block Yudai-kun's attack just in time. Although my spell was blown away due to the difference in our levels, and I felt some numbness, I considered it a successful defense. Zechs had always emphasized that the most important aspect of water magic is the nature of the water you create. If I hadn't practiced generating the expected type of water, I surely would have been incapacitated by that one strike. He must have intended to end it in one blow. Yudai-kun's eyes widened in surprise at the fact that I had defended against his attack. Seizing that moment of hesitation, I decided to go on the offensive. I understood that if I didn't attack now, I would be overwhelmed. Aqua Fall. I unleashed my signature intermediate water magic, summoning a waterfall above Yudai-kun's head. A wind shield. Personally, I thought it was a good move, but as expected from someone known as the hero, he easily countered my Aqua Fall. Despite being the same level of magic, the speed at which he activated it was overwhelmingly different. Even when I tried to take the initiative, he effortlessly caught up. This was where my talent reached its limit. Even so, I wouldn't give up. Without easing my offensive, I launched Aqua Fall again and again. Occasionally mixing in faster basic spells, I continued my relentless barrage. However, the barrier created by his talent was far too great. He countered and dodged all my attacks. Before I knew it, the distance between us had shrunk to about 5 meters, putting me within range for close combat, where he excelled. Marina. No. Yudai-kun's voice came out almost as a gentle admonition, but I denied it before he could finish. At the same time, I unleashed the basic water spell Water Wave. He easily nullified it and closed in even further. Gradually, the distance between us decreased. The exchange of magic was one-sided, and to an onlooker, the outcome must have been painfully obvious. Even so, I fought with all my might. I knew it was futile, yet I continued to struggle. Marina, it's over. Finally, Yudai-kun reached me, closing the gap. Judging that magic wouldn't reach him in time, I drew the short dagger I had tucked away and struck with minimal movement, aiming to catch him off guard. Thanks to the slight increase in strength from body enhancement, the tip of my dagger, imbued with water magic, landed squarely on Yudai-kun's abdomen. The ring protected him from injury, but the damage still registered. I had definitely drained some of his magic power. What? Yudai-kun instinctively retreated, his eyes wide in disbelief. With my dagger poised, I smirked defiantly. How about that? Am I still a weak girl? You've learned not just magic, but dagger techniques too. Yeah, I trained hard for this. While my dagger skills were only at the level of self-defense, I had learned them because I was told they would be necessary one day. I literally pushed myself to the limit. Yudai-kun, staring into my eyes, seemed to be pondering something, so I didn't look away. After a few seconds, he let out a sigh. I understand. If that's what you've decided, then I'll accept it. Yudai-kun, I really don't want to. It's hard for me to accept that my little sister is a noble's lover, sigh. Yudai-kun let out a deep sigh, clearly disgusted. I knew he didn't like it, but he seemed to have a strong aversion to Zechs. His expression of disdain was more intense than I had imagined. Well, he acknowledged my efforts, so I suppose that's good enough. More importantly, there was something else on my mind. I've been wondering for a while now, why am I the little sister? If anything, you're more like the little brother, Yudai-kun. Is that really something you want to argue about? I've been protecting you since we were kids. But you relied on me for all the housework, didn't you? That doesn't make me your little brother. That's exactly what I was going to say. No, seriously, that's my line. That's not true, this is my line. We laughed together. The sudden burst of laughter seemed to confuse the audience, but I couldn't help it. It had been a long time since I'd engaged in such a silly argument with Yudai-kun. It felt strangely ticklish and nostalgic, causing me to laugh without thinking. I imagined he felt the same way. We had gone our separate ways, but it seemed our bond as childhood friends remained unchanged. Realizing that made me very happy. Well then, let's settle this. I won't lose. Neither will I. With a fresh start, we began exchanging spells once more. In the end, I lost, but I had no regrets. This match had been fulfilling, as I was able to reaffirm what was truly important to me. Interlude, Louise dazzling. The atmosphere in the room was thick with tension. Princess Arya paced back and forth in her private chamber within the royal castle, her silence echoing the intensity of her thoughts. Her footsteps were quick, and even I, Louise, could sense her agitation. Typically, Princess Arya preferred to remain quiet and contemplative. While she would speak to summarize her thoughts in the end, her current restless movements were a clear sign of her anxiety. She had mentioned before that when her thoughts became frantic, it often led to this kind of behavior. I couldn't pinpoint the source of her unease. No, I could make some educated guesses. It likely pertained to the recently concluded intergrade individual tournament and the demonic incident. Yet, I questioned whether such agitation was warranted. With her level of intellect, this did not seem like a particularly difficult matter to resolve. After all, she had handled similar incidents with ease in the past. In situations like this, there was little I could do. While I was diligent in my studies, I could never reach Princess Arya's level. At best, I was an average, gifted student. I often felt a sense of frustration for not being able to support my master in these moments, but there was nothing I could change about that. So I prepared tea and watched over Princess Arya as she hurried about. That was the only action allowed to me. How much time had passed? Suddenly, Princess Arya stopped her restless pacing and murmured softly, "It's impossible." Her speaking was a sign that she was beginning to organize her thoughts. At the same time, it indicated that she was looking for someone to discuss her concerns with. I immediately spoke up. "What is impossible?" Princess Arya turned slowly to look at me. "It's impossible to do anything about Count Foranada." Count Foranada? Why was she bringing up Count Foranada now? I had thought that she aimed to build a mutually beneficial relationship with him. Had I misunderstood her intentions? It seemed that Princess Arya could read my expression. A bitter smile crossed her face. You understand that I had been guiding the participation of Zechs in the individual tournament. Yes. Yes, I assumed you wanted to improve the accuracy of your understanding of the Count's abilities, as I've only heard rumors about them. I had heard that he killed the previous sword saint. I learned from those who were present at the time that he was skilled in both swordsmanship and magic. However, those details were not clear in my mind. Even if I heard that he possessed swordsmanship surpassing that of the strongest in history, or had used unknown magic, it was natural that I wouldn't fully grasp the implications. Even someone as intelligent as Princess Arya would need more information. Unfortunately, Count Foranada rarely fought in public. While I had received clandestine reports of the shadowy activities in the Forest Kingdom, they were resolved too quickly for me to observe. That was why we had used the individual tournament as an opportunity. From the Count's position, it was only a matter of time before people began to doubt his abilities. I had secretly stoked those uncertainties to set the stage for him to fight in the public eye. Of course, I took care to ensure that the capable agents of Foranada remained unaware of my intentions. Though she had mentioned it was quite a struggle, manipulating rumors was Princess Arya's forte. She completed her preparations without wasting time. Her ability to spread rumors with just a few conversations was always impressive. In the end, our plan succeeded. Count Foranada took to the stage of the individual tournament and demonstrated enough skill to win his year. I couldn't observe the matches myself due to my own participation, but Princess Arya must have witnessed the entire event. Could it be that during that match, his dangerous ideas were revealed? Were we thus pushed into a situation where we had to consider him an adversary? As I pondered this possibility, my brow furrowed. However, Zechs is not someone who harbors dangerous ideas. It seemed Princess Arya had anticipated my thoughts and spoke preemptively. She then began to describe the scene she had witnessed, starting with, "He is a monster." I'm not an expert, but even I could recognize his abnormality. His movements with his weapon were like lightning, and the magic he wielded seemed as natural as an extension of his body. If someone told me he was the reincarnation of a war god, I might actually believe it. His skills were truly remarkable. Moreover, he still has untapped potential. At this rate, it wouldn't take him even a day to overthrow our country. To overthrow the country. That was misleading. I don't mean a political overthrow, but rather a literal sense. I believe Zechs could turn our country into a wasteland all by himself. Ugh. I was left speechless. Honestly, even if these words came from Princess Arya, it was hard to believe such content. Yet, if my master, endowed with such wisdom, stated it with such conviction, it must be true. Count Foranada indeed possessed the power to lay waste to a country. Furthermore, the girls gathered around him were also formidable fighters. They were able to contend with Zechs to a certain degree. I faced Orca myself, but I couldn't hold a candle to him. His exquisite magical techniques were a form of art. Princess Arya was highly skilled in the precise manipulation of magic, a talent that even the court magicians would admire. To hear her say she couldn't hold a candle to someone was nothing short of astonishing. As I absorbed all of this, a thought suddenly crossed my mind. Count Foranada was involved in the demonic incident. That's correct. Before I could finish my thought, Princess Arya nodded. The majority of the demons were handled by the subordinates of Foranada. Not just knights, but many were servants as well. It seems that mere servants were slaughtering foes that the knights of the royal capital could barely contend with. Is his territory some kind of den of monsters? Even though these servants served nobles, it was unreasonable to expect them to possess combat capabilities. They should be no different from ordinary citizens. Yet, Foranada had easily overturned that common sense. The Lord is a monster, the girls around him are quasi-monsters, and his subordinates surpass knights. The only words to describe it are demon realm or den of monsters. As I struggled to find words, Princess Arya let out a sigh. I had anticipated some aspects exceeding expectations, but I never thought it would be this far outside the norm. Moreover, given that they deployed their forces without reservation, it seems they still have hidden cards. Is there still something more? Zechs himself has a relatively straightforward personality. A cautious person like him wouldn't make the foolish mistake of revealing everything. Even with that understanding, you intend to confront his territory. The disparity in strength was already overwhelming based on what had been discussed so far. Yet, Princess Arya had initially mentioned, we must do something about Foranada. Frankly, it seemed like an irrational decision. If I may offer my opinion, maintaining a mutually beneficial relationship as before would be the best course of action. Making a move against the Count would be akin to stepping on the tail of a dragon. True, that would indeed be a rational judgment for me. Princess Arya acknowledged my suggestion. However, she immediately shook her head. But from the perspective of what is best for the country, that is incorrect. The territory of Count Foranada poses a potential threat to the Holy Kingdom. Why is that? He doesn't seem like someone who wields unreasonable violence. From his previous actions, it could be inferred that Count Foranada would not display hostility unless provoked. I had heard he was on good terms with Prince Weemlay. It was hard to imagine him becoming a threat to the Holy Kingdom. In contrast, Princess Arya replied calmly. Zechs tends to think about things in terms of emotions. He acts for the sake of his kin. That's the kind of person he is. Yes, therefore, if we don't provoke him, he will likely remain docile. Emotions are fleeting. With a sharp tone, Princess Arya made her point. If Zechs had a noble mindset, I would not be concerned. However, for better or worse, he prioritizes emotions. This means he could easily act for irrational reasons. No matter how careful we are, he might strike for an unexpected reason. How else could we describe that if not as a potential threat? That is, I had no words to reply. Indeed, it was undeniable that actions we considered inconsequential might be seen as unpleasant by him. In the case of a typical noble prioritizing self-interest, such a situation wouldn't matter much. However, for Count Foranada, who places importance on emotions, it would be different. The unpredictability of where the landmines lay made it impossible to foresee when his immense power might be unleashed, leading us to live in fear. The best course of action would have been to draw him into our inner circle through an engagement, but that is no longer feasible. The second prince, then. Yes, that incident has effectively closed off any chance of Foranada opening his heart to the Holy Royal Family. Certainly, if it were to come to an engagement, Count Foranada would likely develop feelings of affection. I had heard that he was on good terms with Lorimble, who currently held that position. Since the optimal choice was unavailable, it was understandable to pursue the next best plan. I could comprehend and accept that line of thinking. However, even so, given the disparity in power as described, I believe it is advisable to avoid confrontation. Even prioritizing emotions, I thought that Count Foranada was capable of calculating risks and rewards. Therefore, in situations he did not intend, I assumed he would not unleash his might. I was Princess Arya's bodyguard. My suggestions stemmed from a desire to prioritize her safety above all else. Yet I understood how she would respond. I appreciate your concern. However, if we wish for the nation to prosper, his territory is far too dangerous. If he valued the survival of the kingdom, that would be one thing, but given his nature, he would not hesitate to destroy the nation if pressed. Such individuals cannot be left unchecked. Princess Arya, a proponent of rationalism, prioritized risk management, not her own but that of the nation. She let out a wry smile. There's no need to be so serious. I wish to do something about Foranada, not eliminate him. If I can put a collar on him, there's no need to resort to hostility. That would be irrational. As you wish, Princess. As her sword and shield, I could not strongly oppose her declaration to pursue that path. However, if a fatal step were to be taken, I would. In hindsight, Princess Arya might have been captivated by that extraordinary power. Light opens the eyes of humans, but an overwhelming light can obscure vision. No matter how brilliant a person may be, one cannot discern the path forward with clouded eyes. I would come to regret my responses during this time. The magic had already begun to laugh. Interlude. Karen, third semester. A month has passed since the new year, and the academy has welcomed a new term. The wind caresses my skin with a chill, and my breath hangs white in the harshness of the season. But the mood among my friends is high with the joy of reuniting after a long time. Naturally, I, Karen, am among them. Classes begin right from the first day of the term. As soon as the assembly ends, I move to my classroom. Unfortunately, my brother and the others are taking different routes, so only Shin accompanies me. Upon entering the classroom I'm aiming for, I hear voices calling out to me. "Oh, Karen-chan, there's a spot open over here. Karen-san, over here." The voices belong to two female students, sitting near the center. One with asahi-colored hair and the other with crimson hair. These two are my friends. The one with asahi hair is Zara, and the one with crimson hair is Yvette. Although we're in different classes, both have a talent for fire magic, allowing us to deepen our friendship through the specialized fire classes. Despite coming from noble families, they are friendly and easy to talk to, making it comfortable for me, who struggles with the stiffness often associated with aristocracy. I take a seat next to them and give a light bow. "It's been a while, Zara-san, Yvette-san." "Yeah, it's been a while." "Welcome back, Karen-san." Zara exudes a cheerful and carefree demeanor, while Yvette maintains a calm presence. By the way, Zara is petite, while Yvette is on the taller side. Though they are quite the opposites, I've heard their families live on adjacent lands, making them childhood friends. They've been close since long ago, much like Dan and his friends are to me. Watching them, I can't help but smile a little. With time still left before class starts, we engage in some light chatter. "You two returned to your families, right? How was it?" I remember hearing they live in a coastal area in the north. Since I've never seen the sea, I'm quite curious about it. In response, Zara furrows her brows and tilts her head. Not much has changed, I guess. It's still the same old quaint little town. It seems there wasn't anything noteworthy to mention. Since it's their hometown, they probably can't share much unless there's a significant change. I wouldn't know how to respond if asked about Foranada either, though I can't say I have nothing to share. Thanks to my brother and Noma, new things have been in abundance there. Although things have settled down recently, I'm still often surprised. Just the other day, they developed something called Living Cleaner that has a mind of its own, which caused quite the uproar among the servants. I digress. I wanted to hear more about the sea, but it seems I've mishandled the conversation. Zara prefers a straightforward approach, then Yvette speaks up. "That's not it, Zara. Karen-san wants to know about the sea." "Is that so?" "Yes, it is. Foranada has no sea after all." "Ah, Foranada is inland, right?" "Still, for us, the sea is something familiar, so how can we explain it?" "Right. How do you convey something to someone who's never seen it before?" Yvette and Zara exchange glances, pondering the question. I, feeling a bit flustered, quickly add some clarification. "You don't have to think too hard about it. It's fine even if it's something small. I just want to enjoy hearing about the sea through others' experiences." It might end up being quite vague, though. Zara has a point. It may lack precision, but is that okay? "Yes, I want to know about the sea as you see it." "Well, if that's the case." From there, we spent the remaining time before class excitedly discussing the sea. I hope to visit it one day with my brother and the others. Section. After class, I was moving to another classroom with Zara-san and Yvette-san since we had the next period together. Along with Shin, who was accompanying us, the four of us walked down the hallway, but there was something that caught my attention. "Why are all of you avoiding us?" Of course, there were other students in the hallway, but for some reason, they were retreating from our path. It wasn't just me being overly sensitive, they were clearly avoiding us. Had I done something to make them dislike me? While I was tilting my head in confusion, Yvette-san calmly replied. "It's probably the aftermath of the individual matches." Individual matches? Ah, I see now. Zara-san and I had very different reactions to this. One was clueless, while the other nodded in understanding. With question marks floating over my head, I turned to the two who seemed to grasp the situation. "What do you mean?" "It's simple," Yvette-san began to explain. "They say that everyone is scared of me. The reason lies in the individual matches that took place previously, where my abilities far exceeded what everyone imagined, so they are being cautious to avoid any resentment." I understand your point, but isn't that a bit of an overreaction? Just passing in the hallway shouldn't warrant complaints. What do they think I am, some sort of hit-and-run driver? Hit-and-run driver? Zara-san seemed to find this hilarious and couldn't stop laughing. While I was exasperated by her reaction, Yvette-san and I continued the conversation. The fact that they react this way shows just how far apart Karen-san's strength is from everyone else's. To be honest, I was quite surprised during the tournament myself, and Karen-san uses high-powered, wide-area magic to annihilate her foes, doesn't she? That's what makes her feared, like a demon king from a story. A demon king. Yvette-san's words left me in shock. Indeed, I do prefer using area of effect attacks, but that's a strategy to compensate for my own weakness in precise control. It's not meant to be aggressive. While I felt humbled when I was once called a saint, being compared to a demon king was far too shocking. I was feeling downcast, but Yvette-san continued speaking regardless. Also, more than half of the top 16 came from Foranada, along with the events of the finals and the subsequent demon incident. Those must have played a part as well. I believe the last two were particularly influential. The finals were insane. Zera-san, having recovered from her laughter, nodded with sparkling eyes. It truly felt like a magical battle. Everyone already knew that the daughter of Duke Roramble was a skilled mage, but the real surprise was the Count of Foranada. I had never seen magic like that before. Right. My brother is amazing. With the topic of my brother coming up, I couldn't stay downcast any longer. I nodded deeply in agreement with the discerning Zara-san. At that moment, Yvette-san added to the conversation. Since I had heard about Karen-san from before, I knew that the rumors were exaggerated, but that was beyond my expectations. Now I can wholeheartedly accept that the rumor about the Count of Foranada defeating the Sword Saint was true. That's right. After all, my brother is the strongest in the world. The strongest, with that kind of performance, it's certainly a plausible claim. Not plausible, but a fact. He truly is the strongest? Well, I can understand why it might be hard to believe, so I won't press the issue. Besides, it seems my brother wasn't even serious when he fought Minerva, so I can't blame them. Suddenly, I remembered something. By the way, you two have never had the chance to greet my brother, have you? Shall I introduce you next time? For some reason, Zara-san and Yvette-san hadn't run into my brother. They exchanged glances and let out a wry smile. Then Zara-san made a shocking statement. Actually, we've already met him. I widened my eyes in surprise. Wait, when did that happen? When we were separated from you, we were guided by that maid over there. Ishen. When I turned to look at Shin standing behind me, she merely bowed with a composed expression. The fact that she didn't deny it confirmed that it was indeed true. At that moment, Yvette-san added an explanation. The Count of Foranada is the current head of his house, so he's not someone a mere noble girl can meet casually, even if they're both students. Well, I recalled that my brother had made a similar statement when discussing friends with Minerva before. However, I think he arranged for the introduction because he was worried about Karen-san. With that, Yvette-san concluded. It hit me again. We are always protected by the adults around us, led by my brother. While Yvette-san and Zara-san are wonderful friends, if there were any ulterior motives, they might have handled things secretly. I want to become an adult soon. If that happens, perhaps we could be of help to my brother as well. I couldn't help but wish strongly and fervently for that. That said, impatience is not advisable. If I rush things and make my brother worry, it would defeat the purpose entirely. So for now, I think it's time to interrogate you both about why you kept this meeting a secret from me. Zara-san and Yvette-san gaped in surprise. What are they so shocked about? The secret meeting was arranged on my brother's side, so there was no need for them to hide that fact from me. Moreover, their current reaction, it's suspicious. I'll make sure they confess. That day, it was said that the screams of 2 female students echoed throughout the academy, or perhaps they didn't. End of Volume 6.